Hey now, it's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Tuesday show with everyone's favorite, everyone's favorite,
Everybody's favorite.
everyone's favorite robot waifu and husbando, Adam Friended.
What's up, everybody? Happy Tuesday. We got a special guest with us here today, Vito. Vito,
hey,
do you ever use your last name? I really only know you as
do.
Vito.
Yeah, well, it's Vito Jizwaldy, which is great.
Oh, wow.
Growing up, kids really seized on that first syllable.
That
For a
jizz,
number
yeah.
of tricky nicknames. Which is stupid. My sister recently looked into our name and she's like, Vito, our family's been pronouncing our last name wrong for the past 100 years. Like, it should be Gezwaldy or
Oh my god!
so, but somehow we came over to Ellis Island and somehow Jizz got mixed up with it. So
As Jizz tends to do.
as Jizz, it gets everywhere. It's a very
Wait, is it with
moving
a G
substance.
or a J?
Well, the name is spelled with a G, so you would think it should be Gezwaldy.
Right. What the
But
fuck?
for some
Where you
reason,
get
my
Jizz in there? What the
I don't know, my stupid Italian American family decided to bastardize it coming over on the boat, and they're like, just say Jizz, it's more fun.
Yeah, but like,
And,
okay, like at school, when the teacher's like, how do you say your name? Why don't you just lie and say it's Gez?
I didn't think that far. Let's be real. I don't think the term jizz really entered into popularity until like 1995. I think
Yeah.
before that, it wasn't really known. So when I was a kid, I'm just like, oh, it's Vito Jizwaldy. And it's like, yeah, that doesn't mean anything. And then at some point, jizz became colloquialism for a certain fluid. And by that time, I dug in too deep. I was in too
You
deep.
had to like move schools just to change everyone says your name.
Nah, I ran with it. It was pretty good. My rap name in high school was MC
Jizz?
Jizzy G. So
Oh, that's pretty good.
yeah.
Nice.
I have a rule about writing comedy screenplays that I always try to get the word jizz on the first page because I just think it's a funny word. But you have circumvented this by using jizz in the byline.
It's on the cover.
It's on the cover.
right there.
Yeah, which is even better. Look at
The
that.
second the movie starts, written
We
and
did-
directed by Mr. Jizzman. And then
And
they
you know
know
what,
they're in for a
Adam?
good time.
You actually managed to shove jizz into the first page of the comic.
I know. Yeah. We got jizz on the first page of our comic. How about you? How
I don't have
about
any
you,
jizz.
Vito?
I don't have any jizz in my comic yet, sadly.
The word
word.
jizz.
The word.
Don't throw us under the bus.
Okay. No, I don't think the word jizz appears in my comic, aside from my own name, which will be on the cover. So
Fair enough.
Cool.
Thank you so much, our surrogate father, J-Mac, for the 50 gifted memberships.
Wow.
Thank you.
wow.
Happy, not quite Father's Day.
Yeah.
Happy
So
day after Juneteenth. This
That's
is when we
right.
put the
There you
slaves
go.
back.
Oh,
We let them out.
Oh,
And lock them back up. No, we don't do
it's a revolving door. You just tricked them.
that. One day off.
I'm
I
trying
didn't get to enjoy my Juneteenth. I didn't give any money to black people. I guess that's what you're supposed to do. Some viral tweet was telling
Is that
me.
what you're supposed to walk around giving money to
Yeah, you just give money to black people.
I didn't know that.
I'm like,
Okay.
okay, fun holiday.
It's like Halloween, but for black people to knock on your door and just hand them money. That seems awkward.
I think it would be, wouldn't it be more rude to find black people on the street and give them $5 on Juneteenth? Nah, they'd probably like
Yeah,
it.
it's like, what are you giving me this money for? Because
What are you giving me this?
Like,
Because of what my ancestors did to you. We
Right.
dominated you famously throughout all of history.
Right.
But here's $5.
And then
Yeah.
they're like, listen, okay, like my family came to this country like 60 years ago. Take your stupid money.
Or better yet, it's like that one activist who they did her genealogy, and it's like your ancestors actually came over on the Mayflower. That black
was,
lady. That famous academic or whatever radical.
was that was the 1619 Project lady, wasn't it?
I think so, yeah. And she found out that she
Hannah
had
Jones.
the evil white colonizer's blood running within her.
Well, I mean, at least she could be like, listen, I'm a rape baby, or the ancestor of a rape baby.
Yeah, but if you're a rape baby, that means you're also,
part rapist.
part rapist. Yeah. Everyone ignores that part. They go, "Oh, your whatever was victimized." Like, yeah, but they also committed the rape, so it goes both ways.
Right.
I'm trying to figure out. We have some tweets that you've done, some obnoxious fucking tweets, Vito.
Oh man,
that we've saved so that we can
Oh my god.
basically,
Fair enough.
get you in a gotcha here. But I can't.
Twitter's
figure out
not
how-
real life though.
I can't figure out. Well, I guess we could start off with your Spider-Verse take. I can't seem to get the. I'll try to get the tweet up on screen. I was going to send it to you, but your tweet says this movie has a black lead, diverse cast, race swap characters, and pro-trans messaging. It is also a huge hit with audiences and is cleaning up at the box office. Go woke, go broke was always a lie. A rather contentious tweet here. I noticed you got over 1,000 likes on that tweet.
Ooh,
I mean,
that's pretty good.
Your audience base must be all wokesters, right? All social justice warriors.
I don't know who follows me at this point.
How do you get so many likes on that tweet
at this point? Well, I've been thinking about it. So we've been having this conversation, obviously, and it's an endless conversation. Maybe it's exhausting, but yeah,
I like it. I think it's fun.
It's interesting. So obviously I did pretty well on YouTube doing like movie reviews and stuff. I have a couple big reviews of some Star Wars movies and stuff like that got a few million views, and that kind of really helped put my channel to where it's at now. And some movies, obviously, but this is not like a new thing. Like writers, a lot of them, have their own personal politics. And even me as a writer, you're always struggling to say, well, I want to tell a great story, and obviously it's going to be influenced by my own personal politics, but I don't want my own personal politics to dominate the story, right? It's a constant tug of war. You're like, I'm going to put some of myself in here, but sometimes if you're a communist, you might go too far and be like, oh, it's the communist revolution and Spider-Man's a commie, and it's like, okay, well, now you're going too far with it, okay? So I guess what I'm trying to say is that there's some people who are convinced, and I do believe right now we're in a weird creative space where a lot of these creative projects are not good. That being said, we've had bad movies, we've had bad TV shows. My argument would be, I don't think a lot has changed. Other people's arguments are going to be, no, something has changed. That media has become more political, and by becoming more political, that's why it sucks now. I think there's a lack of nuance in that discussion, where I do think some shows, you go, yes, obviously the writer of this show, their politics are bleeding through, it's influencing the writing, it's causing a problem. But then there's some shows that just suck because the writing is bad, and the writing is not bad because of a glut of politics. It's just a badly written thing. Yet there's a certain group of people out there who want to say, no, we've found the secret formula to writing a great project, and the way you write a great project is to avoid any political content, make sure it's not woke, because if it's woke in any way, you will go broke. It will be a tainted project. I think it's always a retroactive decision, though, because a lot of projects come out and they succeed and they do very well, and they have very clearly woke things within them. I would say Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse, you got a black pregnant Spider-Woman. How is that not?
That's not woke. How is that woke?
Why is that not woke? You're saying, like, not only are you saying, it's the classic, anyone can be a hero, even a pregnant lady, running around, and they made the pregnant lady cool. I was like, hey, this is actually interesting that you can have a character who doesn't fit the stereotypical depiction of what I would think of when I think of a superhero, but actually, kick ass and ride her cool ass motorcycle. Again, Gwen has a trans flag over the door. Let's be clear. Let's say Spider-Verse, let's say Across the Spider-Verse had failed, right? Let's say it was a bad movie, and the story wasn't good and the characters were bad, and it failed at the box office. Here's every video you would see. They wouldn't be talking about, oh, the story's bad, the character's bad. They would say, see, it's because they focused on the woke messaging over making a good story. They would point at that trans flag in Gwen's room, and they would say, that right there, see, that proves that they cared more about ideology than they did about telling a great story.
Right.
So it's always retroactive. It's always waiting for the project to succeed or fail. If it fails, then you can go into it and try to pick apart which part of it was woke and make that the scapegoat. When at the center of most of these movies, it's just bad writing. Like the Lightyear movie. Lightyear has a gay kiss in it. Halfway through the movie, there's a brief gay kiss. And a lot of people will tell you, see, that proves they prioritized, politics over telling a good story. No, because that story could have been good with the gay kiss. It honestly is like such a minor inconsequential point of the movie. Lightyear failed because it was a stupid, like, Interstellar for kids, which was not fun and did not have Tim Allen and did not have Tom Hanks. You know, it wasn't about toys going on an adventure. It was a stupid sci-fi thing that didn't make any sense.
Right.
So I guess the point I'm saying is that there's a lack of nuance that, yes, you can clearly, I think you guys were talking about She-Hulk on the last show. And I go, yeah, this is a little too feminist. Like, obviously, she's talking about how hard it is to be a woman, and men are, you know, making fun of men, and it's not for me. But then there's other projects where the wokeness is just kind of inconsequential. It does not affect the quality of the movie up or down, you know?
Okay. Well, I mean, obviously, we're going to have to define how you are defining wokeness. But before we do that, I think I agree with you in part that there is a tendency where if there's a poorly written show or a movie and it has some woke element in it, people that don't like wokeness will then, you know, latch onto it and say, oh, well, the fact that they were so concerned with the politics and the wokeness is probably why the whole movie was written poorly, which you can't really always,
you can't prove.
I mean, that
That's
can
an
be
assumption.
True. Right. That could be true, but you can't always leap to that conclusion. You can't always leap to that assumption.
But these people do leap to that assumption pretty much every single time.
Right. Some people do. Right. And there is an element to like why it is that politics in a story can be bad in terms of like, yeah, I agree that you can have like a little bit of politics in a story. Your story's going to be influenced by your worldview. So it's going to be influenced by your politics. I think it's usually when it seems like you sacrifice good storytelling for the sake of politics or a political message is when we get into the problem area. I guess well, here's like kind of the problem too. Like we'll go back because I know you had your massive blow up video was about, you know, shitting on Rey Skywalker.
Sure.
And that's kind of like an interesting case study because the question is, okay, you know, you have Rey Skywalker, she's a Mary Sue. The story is kind of shitty for a bunch of different reasons. But it's like, okay, so why is that character written that way? Is it just bad writing? Is it a political message because it's like rah woman empowerment? Or is it because all Disney movies are trying to be Frozen? Like it can be hard to tell exactly what's happening in that process.
Well, I would make the argument that I think anyone who says the reason they wrote Rey badly is because, you know, they love women so much, I think it's just faulty. I just you would need to give me some like what is your proof of that? Now, if you have the writer, you know, there's interviews with the writers, and if they said, you know, we didn't want to show Rey in a position of weakness under a man, I would go, okay, well, now you have some evidence. Like, yes, that's bad writing. That's ideology. But as is, I really don't think, and again, wasn't, you know, Force Awakens was written by Lawrence Kasdan, the same guy who wrote Empire and Jedi. I don't think of him as a woke guy.
Right.
I think he just, you know, went into it and wasn't thinking like, okay, I need to give her more flaws. I need to make her a more believable character. Now, I'd say with Last Jedi, that's where I think you have a little more evidence to say that this politics started getting involved with it. I think there's an interview with Laura Dern where she says this is very clearly a feminist movie. At the core of the movie, you have 3 different plot lines of, you know, toxic masculinity, men being put in their place by a woman. You have Rey with Luke. You have Kylo with, well, I guess with Rey as well. And then also Finn and Rose. It's kind of all men in their toxic ways.
Laura Dern and
Laura Dern and Poe would be the third one. Yeah, I guess Kylo Ren isn't really one of them. And I do think that was Rian Johnson, and that hit right at the time of like Me Too and you know, believe women. And it was kind of, yes, trust the intuition of women. I think, but again, this is all a theory. And also at the end of the day, I still think you could have that theme of male heroes, you know, failing and women picking them back up. I wouldn't even call that woke if you wrote it less, you know, beat you over the head with it, and it actually made sense for the characters. It kind of felt like the character had to change to fit that moral. You know, like Poe felt like a completely different character from the first movie. The first movie, you know, he's really friendly, he's, you know, helpful. In the second movie, he's like pig-headed and stubborn and refuses to listen to the women around him or whatever else.
Right.
So yeah, I think when you have like a good argument to make, and you can make a good argument, you can say, well, you know, here in the plot, here's something to back up my theory. Here's why I think politics overwhelmed this plot. But we've gotten to the point where it's very, let's be clear, profitable to talk about for some of these YouTube guys and some of these outlets to talk about this movie was destroyed by leftist politics and it's overly political and blah, 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 blah. But they can't back it up. All they can do is, again, point to one little thing within the narrative that is usually often inconsequential to the thing overall. And I think it's really destroying the way we talk about media, that we're raising we have a generation now, and let's be clear, a lot of young guys watch these movie reviews. This is how they're learning about the art of filmmaking, and they're learning the best way to make a good plot is to take all the politics out of it. And if you put anything political in it, it's tainted and your characters will be overwhelmed. And that's just really not the case. That can happen, but I'd say the majority of, entertainment that's failing is doing so for very basic, normal reasons, bad casting, bad writing. It's not so much this message that guys like Critical Drinker keep harping on about. I don't think that really enters into it at all.
Well, I don't know, because I feel like it can be a combination of these things. Like going back to even Force Awakens, it was written by the guy who did
Empire,
yeah. And okay, it's kind of strange that you have this scene where Rey can instantly mind control people, where she defeats Kylo in a fight even though he's been injured. It just seems like when he very clearly at least knew in Empire that okay, Luke has to get his ass kicked by Darth Vader because then he has to kind of go train and come back stronger. And like, why is that? Why does Rey not have that arc in the first place? Something that
maybe because he's an old man and he's forgotten how to write good scripts. Well, I mean, there's plenty of alternate explanations.
I agree, right? But that's kind of the issue. Is like I agree with you. You can't say for certain. Like maybe he just is a bad writer now. Maybe he's old. He's forgot. Or it's very possible that in Hollywood they're like, okay, you can't do this. You can't have a standard character arc. Because that's what's so weird about a lot of these movies that kind of get deemed woke, is that if the protagonist is female, they just don't have a standard character arc that stories have kind of followed for, thousands of years, where the protagonist, gets, crapped on and then they do something to get stronger and they come back and win.
Well, let's be clear,
I think, pointing to like the politics of it.
I mean, here's the thing is we have, Hollywood is not, the tightest ship. We have leaky pipes that tell us what's going on. And when there are problems that are going on in the Hollywood system, there are guys who come out and said, right now I'm not really allowed to hire white guys to work on projects and, stuff like that. And that's all very relevant. Honestly, if my bigger problem is not so much the content of the stories. My problem is the people being hired. I think they're hiring a lot of bad talent based on diversity, hiring rules, rather than the focus of the stories themselves.
Right. Because that would probably bleed into the story themselves too.
It's arguable. You could say maybe, if you're only hiring black female writers, maybe they're going to have, but it's very also, I'm not going to say that maybe there's female writers who understand basic story structure and also want to give their female characters believable arcs. I can't say just
I would hope, right?
Well, I would hope, but we're saying, I think more, maybe you're hiring a lot of, there's also a big problem with, Hollywood right now. We have the writer's strike. A lot of stuff is Hollywood just hires people who will work for nothing. And a lot of the people who write for nothing are, these little liberal douchebags fresh out of college. Well, just want to get their start writing on these shows and are willing to work for pennies. You don't get the best writing quality out of them. But going back to something like Star Wars, there's basically, I think some people make the insinuation that somewhere out there's like a secret little whisper network or some overarching document that says, listen, if you put a woman at the front of your film, here's the hard rule that she is not allowed to suffer. She is not allowed to have any struggles. I have never seen any evidence that any of that exists. I've never seen a screenwriter say I was told to change the character to make her this way. I think there's a lot of this conspiracy theory out there that there's some evil, SJW cabal trying to, influence how the stories are told. I think at the end of the day, some people just write a bad script. I've written bad scripts. I've not planned ahead and thought of, ways to have my characters truly be challenged. And maybe it seems simple in hindsight. Maybe it seems like they did it on purpose. But again, I would just chalk it up to ineptitude rather than a calculated. Why would you calculate to tell what is a bad story? Like, how does that help your ideology?
Well, I don't know if you're calculating to tell a bad story as much as someone says like, oh, this is what the people want now. They want empowered women, right? or empowered minorities or whatever.
But we know that's not true. I don't think audiences do want that.
They're trying to make an archetype of a woman who excels at STEM to drive more women into STEM. It seems pretty obvious that's what they're doing.
I mean, that's been happening for a while. Yeah.
Well, I think if anything, again, I don't think it's a organized effort. I don't think it's conscious. I think one thing you could argue is that in society, we are more sympathetic towards women. It's just the way it is for a number of reasons.
Number of sexist, patriarchal reasons.
Well, there's the old, there's this old copy post or whatever, this old post where a guy talks about what if the Monkey Island games start a woman? You couldn't do it because the main character is constantly being dunked on, made fun of, ripped on. It's like all the commercials you see now. It's always a stupid, clumsy dad and the perfect mom or whatever, because to show a woman in a place of weakness, probably, I think, feels uncomfortable to some writers. They go, I don't want to see women suffer. But again, I think those are personal biases. I don't think that's a overarching narrative push. I think that's writers who don't know how to write female characters the same way they would write a good male character. And maybe that's something that's been lost. And maybe that is part of the ongoing Me Too and whatever else, where we're seeing more women who are victimized publicly. And maybe people are going, oh, it makes me feel uncomfortable if she's in a period of weakness against a man.
People have always had that inclination, though, that they don't want to see women suffer. Why do they make Ripley suffer so bad in the 1980s if that's the case?
I don't know what's exactly changed, but I wouldn't say that the modern era isn't doing that as well. I mean, it just really depends on the project. I'm thinking of, like, did you guys see the movie The Witch, which is about a young, whatever you want to call it,
the Vivitch.
The Vivitch, yeah.
Yeah, no, I didn't.
A young not British colonist, American, whatever the hell. Anyway, whatever. Basically gets tortured and not tortured, but watches her whole family fall apart and is victimized and whatever else. Right. But then at the end of it, emerges through the whole thing. And I don't know if it's in. Well, I thought that was a very feminist movie, actually. The Vivitch. It has a very feminist moral at the end of it.
Well, I agree with, like, so you're saying, like, okay, that you don't think that there's a secret cabal of people that are making these directions, and I mean that could be the case. I think a lot of times the way that bias creeps into any institution is people just hire like-minded people, and then they just obviously are going to create like-minded things, and that's kind of how the bias is. It's not necessarily, like, they don't need to necessarily say, like, I'm directing you to write X, Y, Z. Though I would say that in Hollywood, I don't think you're necessarily, I think it'd be pretty rare to have a screenwriter come out and say, oh, I was explicitly told to write this more woke or whatever, because everyone wants to get hired again. And that'd be pretty damning.
But it would come out, honestly, it would come out in secret. They wouldn't attach their name to it. But we would absolutely,
like, for a screenplay for a movie, it's kind of hard to, like, let that out in secret, right? Because
you could say, Variety would publish an article. We spoke with the, writer of a recent, big Hollywood picture. They have these articles all the time about what people are whispering about, because people in the industry want to know these things. I'd say, we are being told on our films, do this, this, and this. Or, don't allow a white character to do this. But but there's really no stories of that. Again, this is stuff, because writers are very precious about their work. If you try to tell a writer, sacrifice your creative vision for the sake of our ideology, a writer's not going to stay quiet about that. We're very passionate people.
There's lots of hack writers out there who are,
I think if a writer understands the writing process and understands how to write a good, strong female character, and someone came along and said, take away her flaws and make her perfect, you would hear about it.
Yeah,
because they would go, that's insane. What are you talking about?
I think a lot of Hollywood is people that are creative types having to deal with producers and studio execs giving them terrible ideas, but they can't really say no, and they just have to kind of, like, force the story to work around that. I think that's a lot of what goes on in Hollywood.
Well, I mean,
let's hammer out a definition of woke here for this conversation.
Well, wait, before we do that, I just want to say talking about, like, specific criteria for wokeness. I mean, I'm sure you did see the thing with the Oscars came out was sort of like the woke criteria.
Oscars in order to be white, yeah.
And so in order to be nominated,
the new
there's
diversity
like all
rules.
Yeah, there's like these, like, hyper diversity rules that have to be implemented in a movie just to be nominated for an Oscar.
Right. No,
that's the fallout of Oscars So White, though.
It's part of it. Again, when I talk about what I'm worried about in terms of wokeness in the Hollywood system, and this goes back to the Oscar stuff as well, is the content of the story. Sorry, trying to stay on track. The hiring of people is what has me worried, where they're saying this production needs to have X number of people of color. If your production leads are all white, you will not be considered for award nominations. That's the conversation I wish we were having. Because at the end of the day, yeah, absolutely. But when we talk about, you know, Lightyear failed because it has a gay kiss, I go, no, that's a distraction. This is not important. It is not, you know, relevant to the story. Or when we talk about there's a trans flag in Spider-Man, it's like this has nothing to do. It's not important at all. And honestly, guys, if you know the animators out in LA, like 90% of them are gay or trans. Like the fact that there's only one trans flag in Spider-Man is kind of incredible when you think about it. So I'm really more worried, and one thing I do want to see stopped is these diversity hiring quotas. Sure. I mean, one thing for me as a writer in LA, I used to always try to apply to, they have these script writing programs. It'll be like the Warner Brothers Discovering Writers Talent Initiative, right? And every year they take 10 writers, everybody sends in a spec script for a TV show, and they pick 10 people, and they bring them into this writing program where they basically groom you to become the next generation of TV and movie writers, maybe get you writing on a sitcom or whatever else. It's one of the few ways as an outsider to kind of break into that system without sucking a bunch of dick. So, you know, every year for a couple of years I would apply, but then you always get to the point where they go, okay, here's the part where I need you to talk about your diversity. You know, what is it like living as a marginalized individual? Right. And I'm like, man, I'm just a fat white kid. I don't know. like what do you want me to talk? I would just say I was gay, you know, just because it was easier. Nice. I'm like, you know, as a struggling homosexual, because you can't, that's the one they can't disprove it. I'm like, yeah, I'm gay as hell. I love sucking and fucking my way across.
How is that any different than hiding your Judaism during the Holocaust? I mean, jeez.
You got to do something. You got to get
nowadays
in
you can just say you're non-binary. That's the easiest one. Because what does that mean?
Look, you literally have to lie about your identity. This just, oh man, that repulses me to no end.
So like, if you watched She-Hulk and you cut to they have that one scene where they cut to the writer's room. And again, you see a lot of guys and you go, I don't know if you're a great writer or if you got hired, because again, you filled out that diversity form real good and said, you know, there's one person on the She-Hulk writing staff. It's like a 400-pound, you know, gay black guy. And I'm like, oh man, that guy can get any job in Hollywood he wants. Like, that's what they want. They want to. So that's more what I'm worried about is the writing. I honestly, when people tell me media is becoming worse because it's woke, I just don't see it. I see it in some projects.
Sitch, can we define woke? Is it like a possibility?
Yeah, how are you defining woke?
Yeah, we're having a 20-minute conversation here. I don't even know what you mean by it. When you say woke, it sounds like you mean black people.
Well, it seems like woke would mean anything that aligns with progressive liberal politics, meaning diversity, inclusion, feminism. Basically, I think woke is just a way now of summarizing in more extremist leftist positions, not moderate positions, you know, like give your paycheck to a black woman or whatever, you know, that would be woke.
Right. But I like, that's kind of the issue, because everyone uses the term differently. And even in what you just said, it's like, I would say diversity is not like an extreme leftist position.
Well,
that seems to refer to something more extreme than like a moderate left position.
But that's the thing is, let's be clear, I don't use that term.
Right.
You know, I only use the term woke when I'm trying to discuss it with other people who are complaining about it. So you're right. It is I think it's a terrible word with a very flimsy definition that seems to evolve constantly. But I'll give you like some examples of stuff I've been told is woke. There's a new Batman cartoon coming out, and it's coming out from Bruce Timm, same guy who did the original Batman animated series, which I don't know about you guys. I love that show.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm very excited for that. It's called Batman the Caped Crusader. And news came out that it was going to be, at first news broke that it was going to be canceled. Thankfully, it wasn't canceled, but it's more that Warner Brothers wants to give it to somebody else and not be the ones paying for it. And there's a YouTuber named Heelverse Babyface, and he makes a gleeful YouTube video, and he says, "Woke Batman show canceled." And I go, well, hold on. It's a follow-up to Batman the Animated Series. Why is it woke? What are you talking about? And why would you celebrate the Batman Animated Series? More of that getting canceled. Are you a psychopath? And I watched the video to get his explanation. And he goes, and there's one minuscule interview with Bruce Timm talking about the upcoming show. And he goes, it's going to be 1920 Chicago. And we're going to do what we can to have, you know, a sort of modern representation within the show. And I'm like, that makes it woke? That alone, saying, I don't even know exactly what Bruce Timm's saying. He's saying there's going to be white guys and black guys in the new Batman. But again, this is enough for the, like, I think that woke has the most wide definition because these guys want to make as many videos on it as they can. And they will just seize on anything and declare it to be woke.
Well, I think one of the most common things that we see in politics is that people, they take the extremists of whatever side they're against, and they kind of use a broad brush to paint everyone on that side with that extremist label. And that kind of leads to this effect where these terms, which can start off meaning something very specific, start to lose a lot of meaning in terms of, because they're thrown around so easily. So, you know, obviously we see this with woke. We've been seeing this with calling someone a Nazi for years. It's just sort of, unfortunately, the evolution of these terms. But I think you kind of, and I understand like your frustration, because I do think people do overuse the term woke to just mean anything that seemingly can be left wing, which I don't agree with that definition. But I think you lean into it too much when you say like, oh, well, Spider-Man Into Spider-Verse is a woke movie and is doing very well. Because, I mean, at least how I would define woke, which I think is more accurate philosophically, I would not call Spider-Verse woke at all. Really?
Well, you don't think a Spider-Man, let's be clear, Spider-Man, as we understand it, is a white male character, right? So we are not featuring, the white male Spider-Man is not the central focus. We're focusing on the black Spider-Man. It has a black pregnant female. It has a white female at the forefront. We have a Mexican Spider-Man as a main part of it.
There's a dynamic though that's beyond race. Wokeism is about power and oppression. It's about people being an oppressor or oppressed. And when you talk about race or women or sex, you're talking about one of these people being in the oppressor or oppressed role. So just to say that there's black people in the movie doesn't necessarily mean it's woke. There's one line in Spider-Man where, you know, they kind of play with the wokeness, where, you know, Miles's parents tell him that one day you're going to be in a place where people will tell you, you know, you're not welcome here. You don't let them tell you that. And it's kind of setting up, I mean, traditionally you'd think of that as the black man in the white university, right? And the white kid tells him, you don't belong here, right? But then they have Miguel, who's like, what, Latino in the Spider-Verse, telling him he doesn't belong here. So they totally don't follow through with the traditional woke paradigm.
Well, I can't even follow that speech that she gave as woke. I don't recognize it as that as all. I think that's something you could tell to any kid, you know? So yeah, I don't follow that line.
I didn't see that as a race thing either. I mean,
I
think you could interpret it that way. I didn't see it that
way. Well, if it was a movie about a black kid going to a white college, you would totally interpret it that way, 100%, right? But this is one of the things that why I think Spider-Verse isn't woke. Like if Miguel is a white dude, you're going, oh, I see what they're doing here. But the fact that they make Miguel Latino and like all this, like there's barely a white dude in it.
But again, if you're saying that if the villain's white and the main character's black, then it would have been woke for you.
Look, white
would have been more towards, it's a spectrum.
What wokeism, woke.
Possibly a bit more.
But again, it's all.
Hold on one second here.
Okay.
Wokeism is about white supremacy, patriarchy, imperialism, heterosis normativity, fat phobia, ableism.
Okay, hold on. Okay, well, so the way that I define woke is that wokeness is the idea that liberal solutions will not create a good society. So we need to go towards illiberal solutions that are further to the left. Usually something, you know, in the realms of socialism. And this goes into economics and culturally. And that's how I define woke. And I think that's what woke is. And so when I watch Spider-Verse, I mean, Spider-Verse, as someone, actually, let me read the super chat because I think it's really relevant. Sean Sullivan says, Spider-Verse is proof that diversity is not woke. Woke is when your race or gender identity is the core of your identity. Black pregnant Spider-Woman is a character first, and all those other things are second. And I think the fact that, like, in the Spider-Verse, you know, he goes to where all the spider people are, like, no one's like, oh my God, a black Spider-Man. Like, the fact that he's black, the fact that any of these characters are not white, like, it's never really brought up or focused on at any point in the movie. And I would say that the central theme of the movie, that anyone can be Spider-Man, I mean, essentially that's a hyper individualist, race blind, you know, colorblind approach to who can be Spider-Man. So I don't really, I can understand how, like, people kind of project any level of diversity means wokeness, but I don't see it that way from a philosophical standpoint.
But it feels like we're coming back to what I said earlier, which is that commenter said that she's a character first and her diversity comes second, right? That was kind of what was being
That's
said.
What they said, yeah.
Well, again, let's assume that the scriptwriter failed and wrote a bad character. And they wrote a bad character for a normal reason. Just, you know, they didn't think it through and the character's dialogue sucks and whatever else. You would have people telling me, well, the reason that happened is because they were so focused on making the diversity of the character that it overrode their ability to write her as a fleshed out character. It's retroactive. If Spider-Verse was a bad movie, I guarantee that many of the explanations people would be giving me right now is they were too busy animating that trans flag and they were too busy trying to fit female, you know, representation into it. And they wrote the female characters bad because they don't want them to suffer.
Yeah.
Well, but then the whole point of wokeness is it basically comes down to a good movie can a good movie be woke?
Sure.
Okay, what's a good woke movie?
I mean, I can't think of one off the top of my head, but in theory.
but I'm being told that, you know, if again movies come out and I would say that this movie, let's be clear, it has Sun Spider in it, the crippled Spider Woman. She makes a joke about her crutches. Right. Like, how is that not woke to be, again, have a disabled character show? I could be a hero like anyone else.
I think that was the literally wokest part of the movie, was that one throwaway joke. Yeah.
The wokest part of the movie, but the movie is not woke. It has woke parts.
Sure.
Is that what you're saying?
Well, okay, here's a good example. There's a scene very early in the movie where Miles' parents are talking to the counselor about trying to get him into college. And the counselor's like, okay, we should play up the fact that, you know, his diversity. He's half black, you know, half Hispanic, and, you know, he had to fight and struggle, you know, in a suppressive society to go to college. And his parents are like, none of that's true, though. Like, I'm a cop and we make decent money. Yeah. Like that whole thing, that scene is like making fun of wokeness. So does that make it an anti-woke movie?
But I mean, we've just discussed, you do believe the movie contains wokeness.
I would say
so. I would say the thing that's closest to wokeness is that one joke with the spider crutches.
Do you think having a Trans Lives Matter flag or BLM pin, does that count as wokeness at all? So Black Lives Matter isn't woke?
Well, just having the symbolism in there and not being any part of the plot,
like if some animator throws in something in like a single frame, I mean, you know, I think that could be woke, but I don't think an animator throwing something in a couple frames is like the whole movie is then tainted then.
Well, I agree that they're small elements, but again, it's the same small elements that I get out of people when they tell me why a certain project is woke. Again, a single quote from Bruce Timm saying, we're going to try and be modern in terms of our representation. That's enough to completely discount an entire Batman project. You know, the fact that some of the dwarves in the new Lord of the Rings, they're going to have a black dwarf lady. That's enough to go, well, dwarves can't be black, and therefore this is a woke project, and they're clearly prioritizing diversity over whatever else. And at the end of the day, I think a lot of people thought that black dwarf lady was one of the good parts of that terrible Lord of the Rings show. I thought she was great.
Hey, people in chat are saying if there's a BLM sticker in a movie, then it is woke. Does that mean anyone who wears a cross in a movie makes it a Christian movie? If anyone wears a Star of David, does that make it a Jewish movie? Like that makes absolutely no sense at all.
It depends on what's going. Like if Miles is wearing a BLM fist proudly displayed on his shirt, right? throughout the whole movie, you're like, okay, wait, that's obviously something's going on here. But if there's like a single frame, which I didn't even when I watched the movie, I didn't notice the trans flag, I didn't notice the BLM sticker, I didn't even see this stuff happening. So if there's like a couple frames or some artist just like throws some shit in the background, I mean, it's like,
I mean,
okay,
you're high. You're high if you think that. But like, there's a big difference in someone wearing a cross in a movie and a Christian movie. It's like night and day.
But what I want to address to you, Vito, is that I mean, I agree with what you're saying in terms of that people do have a tendency to go off too quickly. This I think the Rings of Power is a good example of that. You know, people saw that it was going to focus on Galadriel. People saw the Black Dwarf, so they're like, okay, it's going to be woke. You know, blah blah blah. When you actually watch the show, it's fucking awful. I don't think it's really woke. Maybe there's a
I don't think the show is woke, but again,
I don't think it's woke. I mean, especially it's not even woke because like the whole point of the show is that Galadriel's wrong. Like if she had just gone off on the boat and fucked off, then nothing bad would have really happened with Sauron or anything.
But the lazy argument that will be made is it is bad because for some reason the amount of time they spent casting a black woman negatively impacted the project.
Right. No, I agree with all that. Right. I agree with all that. But what I'm saying is I don't think you should just do the reverse of that though. And to say, well, Spider-Verse had, you know, a trans flag or had diversity, so therefore it's woke. And therefore that means that, you know, woke movies can be successful and good.
Well, did my tweet say this is a woke movie? I don't remember at this point.
I'm saying now it's conversation. It sounded like that's what you were saying.
Well, my definition would honestly, if we're really getting down to it, I don't think you should call any movie woke. I think it's a silly, reductive label that is used so inconsistently, and again, is only ever applied after the fact. It's only after the movie comes out and we see that it's a bad movie, we go, okay, now I can comfortably call it woke. We saw it with Mario, where people were freaking out at the trailer because Peach was doing, you know, too good a job. And if the Mario movie had been bad, again, we would have people going, well, that's what they get because they girl bossed Peach, and that's why it failed. And it's always an after the fact justification.
Right. No,
so, I get all
that.
So I'm saying why are we talking about movies this way? There are so many exciting and interesting ways to talk about these movies and their failures, to talk about why they're bad, why the plot suffers, why the plot fails. But what we get most of the time from a lot of the most popular guys out there is they failed because they were woke.
Hey,
which I think is a horrible way of examining these projects.
Vito, if in mainstream movies a cohort of people decided they wanted to smuggle in Christianity into mainstream movies and make more Christians in America, wouldn't you be talking about that? Wouldn't that be a conversation people would have? They'd be like, oh my goodness, all of these movies seem to have Christian propaganda in them.
Yeah, that would be a thing.
Do you think where is the good Christian movie? I've seen a bunch of these Left Behind type movies. I haven't seen a good one.
I don't know, but I don't know what you're getting at either.
Well, the Christian movies they have a certain ideology that they have to adhere to, that they have to a strict ideology that really constrains what they can do with the movie. I would make the argument that woke movies have the same kind of constraining ideology, and people are surreptitiously trying to create progressives with this progressive propaganda that's infiltrating the movies, and that's what people are rebelling to. They're saying, listen, I have my own ideology. I don't surreptitiously...
I 100% disagree. Can you give me an example of a movie that you felt was preaching leftist ideology to you?
I mean, I feel like She-Hulk is preachy. I feel like Star Wars is preachy.
Okay, well, let's focus on Star Wars because I've picked Star Wars apart a lot. Like, what is an example of Star Wars where you think it's trying to convert the audience into embracing some sort of leftist ideology?
Well, they're focusing on. Well, let's go to. What was the one you guys were just talking about?
Last Jedi?
No. The Numenorians. The Numenorian.
Oh, Rings of Power.
Rings of Power. Let's go to Rings of Power. Because you initially said that Rings of Power wasn't woke, Sitch. And I kept thinking, well, I mean, they bring in so many of the storylines in the Numenorian storyline about power and privilege and how the Numenorians are oppressed by the elves. So many of those storylines are about systems of power and privilege. And that is basically the worldview of the progressive ideology. The world is filled with people who either have power and privilege or are oppressed.
It's a little it's a little okay. Maybe I shouldn't just say it's not woke because it's a little complicated. Because I do think that this is why this is kind of annoying to talk about. Is that you can have diversity in a movie, and doesn't mean a movie is woke.
Yes,
but or a TV show, but this push to like make sure everything is diverse is woke. So, like for example, if the Rings of Power TV show was made 15 years ago, I don't know if Galadriel would be the main character. I don't know if the ruler of the Numenorians would be a woman. Things like that. We had like the Magic the Gathering thing where they like made Aragorn black. Like just having diversity isn't woke, but the fact that it seems like they like have to want to force it onto everything does seem kind of woke. And I think that's kind of what makes the conversation so muddled and complicated.
Well, does your definition touch on something like white supremacy? Because I think obviously the term white supremacy, that's like a central animating force in woke ideology.
Well, it does, because it does, but not specifically, because the whole thing is, the whole woke or critical theory position is that liberal ideas of individualism and individual rights cannot fight or stop white supremacy whatsoever. Right. So you have to adopt some kind of like anti-colorblind, racial identity intersectional approach to defeating white supremacy or something of that nature.
Right. Is there a movie? Is that idea in something like Star Wars where liberalism will not defeat the patriarchy? Is that a part of Star Wars?
I don't think so. In Star Wars, I don't think something that's like in Last Jedi or something like that. I don't think something that's specific at all that I can think of off the top of my head. I don't think that specific ideology's in it. Generally, what the wokeness is kind of what Vito was talking about earlier, where it's like all the plot lines seem to be, women, crapping on men who are being toxically masculine or something.
Most people object to the idea that a person is either a oppressor or oppressed. Most people just object to that way of looking at the
I understand.
world.
That specific thing wasn't in Star Wars.
Well, no, I mean, but we were talking about Lord of the Rings. I think when you have a fantasy universe with all sorts of different races interacting with each other, I think the idea that one race is in a position of power over another is not wokeness. I think that's just common to the fantasy realms. The humans are doing better than the goblins. The orcs are subjugating the rock people. So again, I don't see, you're telling me that this media is pushing this blatant leftist agenda, but any example I've ever been given seems very convoluted and muddled to the point where I go, well, they're not doing, if they're pushing a leftist agenda, they're not being very blatant about it. Again, it really seems to come down to, well, they're putting a little too much diversity in the films, and we're worried that their focus on diversity is impacting the writing quality. Okay, if that's what you want to say, that you're worried that the amount of time that goes into casting, a black elf or dwarf is somehow bleeding into the writer's room, from what I know of the Hollywood system, I don't see that.
You do think that they're putting activism above entertainment, though, correct? I mean, that's
in what way?
That's your issue. Well, okay, if they're not hiring the best writer, they're hiring some writer that meets some diversity quota instead of hiring someone that's going to write a good script. I think that's an argument
you can make. I think you can say that they're hiring bad writers.
Well, okay, but
I would not say that I think the writers are bad as a matter of quality, not as a matter of tainted ideology.
Well, okay, let's look at
But Little Mermaid, activism is what's hiring the writer.
Little Mermaid just came out, right?
Yeah,
and everyone was complaining not complaining, but pointing to the fact that they thought that the person they cast for Ariel, they cast her for diversity's sake. But there's and here it's just kind of the problem with sort of like wokeness in general, is that when you listen to her sing, even though I haven't seen the movie, but supposedly she's really bad at acting, so maybe that's the case. But when I listen to her sing, I'm like, oh, she sounds a lot like the original person. So if we didn't live in this kind of polarized woke environment, I could have believed that, oh, they just hired her because she sounded a lot like this. It's almost like the fact that there is so much wokeness actually hurts, because then everyone assumes the diversity higher. But the specific thing I want to talk about was supposedly in the movie, unlike in the original, she's the one that drives the ship into Ursula and kills her, as opposed to it being Eric. To me, that seems like a very obvious decision made based around political ideology.
And I don't see it that way. I can see a writer sitting down and going, you know what, and I haven't seen the new movie, so I don't know where the characters are at that point in time. But I can think of plenty of reasons why they go, you know, let's give that moment to Ariel because this, or this, not necessarily some sort of feminist statement. Again, these are all just theories, and like it's fun to fill a document with 100 different examples of, you know, a woman doing better than a man or not facing as much challenge. But at the end of the day, I think it's just so much easier to just chalk it up to the fact that there are a lot of bad writers in the world
so
who
many
are
people,
doing a bad
though,
job.
Look, let's look at the
well, let me ask you a question. Is it woke if Ariel crashes the boat?
Look, I just want to make this point.
Wait, no. To me, it definitely seems to be obviously like there's some political ideology seeping into the story. If in the original story you have the Prince Eric character who really doesn't do much besides be the love interest in the original story, and like the one thing he does do is he manages to help defeat Ursula with Ariel by crashing the boat into her. And if that one thing they take away, and supposedly like during that scene he's just kind of like tied up in ropes, like floundering around in a boat doing nothing. If that the one thing he does to like have a major impact on defeating the villain is then taken away from him, and you have him just helplessly floundering around while Ariel does it. I mean, I don't know. It just seems very clear to me. Like I can't read the author's
and what,
mind.
But what
know,
is our theory? Because we're being told this is to inject people with leftist ideology. Is this to tell people that men are useless and can't be heroes?
I mean, that's kind of gives the impression
men are oppressors of women, I think, is the general stereotype.
I think it goes back to what you were.
For.
I think it goes back to what you were saying, where we can have all these stories where men are like these bumbling idiots, but the women always have to be, you know, very competent. We don't have the women being bumbling idiots thing.
Sure, there's some of that, but again, I don't see how that's pushing a leftist ideology. I don't even think leftists. I don't know. Maybe do leftists believe that women deserve more than men? Maybe some of them do. But I think at the end of the day, the true ideology would be equality between the two of them. I don't know. I haven't seen Little Mermaid, so I don't know. You know, were other scenes not also changed? You know, like because things are going to change between live action adaptations. You know, and again, we get into these. There's one guy who made a review of like the last James Bond movie that comes out, and goes, well, the reason, and this is a spoiler, but whatever, if you don't know it already, James Bond dies in the most recent one.
Oh my god!
Oh my god! And
I think we knew that like
I think before the movie came out, we knew. Okay, so James Bond dies, and there's a new black 007 because he's quit being 007. And I watched a review of it by a guy named Doomcock, and he goes, well, this just shows that Hollywood wants to destroy all your white male heroes, that they hate white men, they want to reduce them, they want to destroy them. That's why they killed him off. And I go, I think they killed him off because Daniel Craig was going to stop being the character and they wanted to finish a 3-movie arc. I don't think at any point they sat down and they said, okay, we have the hero of James Bond. He's James Bond. Everyone likes him. How can we emasculate him and reduce him and make the audience hate him and make the black woman the star of the movie? I don't think that conversation happened even on a subconscious level. I think, again, it's you take these plot points, you go, James Bond dies. Okay, well, let me think of some reasons why that could happen. One reason could be that they hate white men. And I think that is the most reductive and stupid way of looking at movies. There are plenty of reasons to kill off your hero. That is not an agenda against the white male. There are plenty of thematic and storyline reasons why you would do that.
Right.
And I think that it's very easy to... I could give me any movie and I can concoct you a reason why it's a leftist plot. I can go, oh, the reason the minions are yellow is they don't want to make them white because then it would elevate white people. It's like, yeah, you can do that endlessly. But you need something to back it up.
Right. Well, so first of all, I haven't seen it. I've literally not seen any of the Daniel Craig James Bond movies. So I can't comment on that specific thing. Because obviously you could have a I mean, even though I believe this, I'm assuming this is the first time that James Bond's ever been killed off, like on screen anyway. But even though you could have a 3, story arc for James Bond where he dies tragically and it's some sort of like poignant, character death or something, or it could be done in a way that's embarrassing or stupid or insulting to the character, obviously.
I think he had a very heroic death.
Okay.
Yeah.
So maybe it would be unfair to call that, but I guess I feel like just because there are people out there who react to calling things woke, I feel like that's kind of pushing you in sort of this like, well, now nothing is woke essentially. Like just because there are people that are overreacting, like that's making you just go in the other direction.
I have not seen, again, I have, if it's out there, again, I would agree that with She-Hulk, it's clear. But again, even with She-Hulk, I go, well, it's clear that they wanted to make a show for women, and maybe women are interested in these themes and talking about feminism, whatever else. I don't think that show was made for men, is what I discovered, which is disappointing. But at the end of the day, if it's so prevalent, and again, I have videos every day about, you know, coming up on my feed about how this film is a woke disaster and this is a woke disaster. I'm asking you guys directly. I'm saying, well, where is this leftist ideology being preached? You told me Lord of the Rings, some of the races subjugate some of the other races, and that would be considered woke. Can you give me some other like concrete examples of leftist ideology being pushed by these stupid family films?
Aren't there actors and actresses who have admitted that they're using their platforms to put forward some kind of ideology? I mean, this is kind of why the Bud Light thing kind of blew up, because the woman who hired Dylan Mulvaney, there was a video immediately talking about how, you know, she was using her platform to put forward progressive ideology.
Guys, I don't want to go to the Bud Light. I want to just answer the question. You're telling me that media has a specific leftist ideology.
You're saying you need proof.
I don't want to talk about commercials. Yeah, I want you to name some movies or TV shows.
Well, okay. So, obviously, I mean, I'm assuming you saw the clips of the Proud Family stuff, which was explicit.
Yeah, that's a great example. Yeah, right.
Absolutely. That was very explicit, right?
That's a fantastic example.
But I say in the less explicit, I would say, like, and here's the question. Maybe you probably wouldn't see this way, but there's like this weird thing in WandaVision too, where you kind of, and I agree with you in terms of, you watch WandaVision, you're like, is this, or same thing with Loki. You know, you watch these shows and you're like, okay, there's some like really poor writing decisions made here. And they all just, not all, but a lot of them seem to just go in the direction of like, oh, we've made male Loki hyper incompetent for some reason, even though he's the villain who was very competent in the earlier movies. And yet the female Loki's hyper competent. And you're like, okay, that's a weird writing decision. Maybe it's bad writing, but why is it a coincidence that it always seems to go in one direction, right? It always seems to go in the direction where like the guys are always kind of like the bumbling idiot buffoons.
I think that's not even, but I don't even think that's a woke thing. I think that has existed prior to this modern age, that we have people who subconsciously don't want to see women characters be victimized or brutalized.
Yeah, but why even set that up? Like why set up Loki like that in the first place at all? It's like very bizarre.
But like the idea that Loki's never been a bumbling whatever. I mean, I'm thinking now of what was it, Ragnarok, where he gets sent through a portal by Doctor Strange and is falling for an hour and comes off, you know, looking like an idiot there. I think that's always been something that's intrinsic to the Loki character.
Well, first of all, Thor Ragnarok is obviously far more comedic than the other ones. So obviously there's going to be things of that nature. But even then, like...
But in Avengers, doesn't he get, like, you know, when they first beat him up and take him captive, doesn't he kind of look like an idiot there? I mean, he's always been the scene where, like, kind of a pratfall character.
Right. Well, it's both, because it's like, okay, in the first Avengers, he's the bad guy. You know, he's killing people. He's doing all sorts of crazy shit. He definitely seems to come off very threatening. You have the whole thing where he's in the cage, and yet he manages to, you know, escape and get the Hulk in the cage and fuck everyone over. And it's just like, oh, okay, he seems like a real threat. And when, remember in Loki, that's supposed to be directly after that. It's supposed to be Avengers 1 Loki. Right after that movie ends is where Loki starts. And yet it's like he's just this bumbling, weird, buffoon, idiot character who's so incompetent for the like almost the entire series. And yet the female version of him is hyper competent. It's just a weird coincidence, right? That just happens to be poorly written in that way.
Did you not like the Loki TV show?
I really liked the first episode, and then I hated everything after the first episode.
Well, let me put it this way: Loki previously was a secondary character.
Right.
When you have the main character of a show, you don't want them necessarily in a position of strength and competency, because then there's no way for them to grow and evolve as a character. So once Loki becomes the central figure of his own show, you kind of have to put him in a situation where he's in this new world. He doesn't exactly know what's going on. He doesn't understand the rules. Like, that's just how you write good fiction, is you have your character start from a point of weakness and ignorance and then grow over the course of the series. Secondary characters can begin in a position of competency to show where your main character needs to get to. So having the female Loki be more competent and more understanding of what's going on. I mean, again, that's like Spider-Verse. If you watch the first Spider-Verse movie, Miles is new to being Spider-Man. Gwen and everyone around him is very competent, and he's constantly trying to live up to them and learn from them.
Right.
So again, I think this is just basic. You look at it through the lens of, why is this male character doing worse than this female character? I look at it through a classic storytelling lens of, I want my main character to start in a position of weakness and build themselves up, regardless of what I know about them established from prior things.
So I agree with what you're saying about how like it should be structured. And as I said, I really liked the first episode of Loki, which is literally just them making fun of Loki. It's like he goes into the TVA and he's still like, I'm a big evil villain, and everyone's just slapping him around. Like, and I love that. I'm totally fine with that. And I agree with you, like, not every TV show has to have that arc, but you know, most character arcs are, you know, the character starts off in a weaker place and they grow. But that's the problem, is that in Loki, we don't get that end part. We never see like the show should have been Loki goes to the TVA, he doesn't understand the rules of this place, everything, he's getting his ass kicked. But he starts to figure out what's going on, and he starts using his cunning and his intellect and his abilities to suddenly start becoming the master of his, you know, the person who's pushing the forward story, the master of his own life. And he starts to be the one that's affecting the plot. I mean, that's usually the way it's supposed to work. But in Loki, he doesn't. He never really has that character arc where he does become competent at the end. Like in the second or even the last episode, he's still making like massive mistakes that are fucking everything up. He's still portrayed as like this bumbling buffoon who's basically being carried along.
It's been a while since I've seen Loki, so it's honestly hard for me to remember if he does grow. But, you know, this is also a show that is going to continue running for, you know, we're going into the second season now. But I do remember seeing growth from the Loki character, emotional
like character
growth,
like in terms of him becoming like less evil, but in terms of becoming competent, there's not really growth.
Well, I think that, you know, at the end of the day, I find fiction more interesting when I didn't find him incompetent. I found him, you know, facing odds and, again, things he was not familiar with, and being like, I don't know what to do when I'm transported through time and there's a Loki dinosaur or whatever else. You know, he's dealing with fantastical situations. I don't remember him being so like a complete incompetent, bumbling buffoon, but he was definitely put in situations where he was out of his depth, which I think makes for interesting fiction.
Okay, I maybe you just don't remember, because I know like it was the last episode or second last episode. It's like he's on a he's like on a train with female Loki, and it's like he's like getting beat up by like random people and thrown out the window, like because he's just been.
But at the end of the show,
like
doesn't female Loki is portrayed as, you know, overly emotional, and even though they have the opportunity to set the timeline right, she is so blinded by her own rage or whatever it is that she ends up, I forget what was the ultimate thing that she did at the final episode that screwed everything up.
I thought they both I thought they both decided to take out Kang at the end, didn't they? Even
I thought she betrayed Loki at the end.
She tries she tried. Oh no, I don't remember what exactly happened at the end. I thought it was because of more like she was just being selfish more than that she was being emotional. But I don't.
I got the idea that our Loki was like, this is the way it has to be, this is whatever, and then she was like just so angry. But again, I haven't seen it in when did that show even come out?
Right, it's been a while, yeah.
Yeah. But at the end of the day, I mean, you're saying, I mean, the only ideology I keep getting is that female characters are prioritized over male characters, and maybe black, you know, characters of color are given spotlights over white characters.
Loki gave everyone free will by taking out Kang.
But I'm saying none of these shows are saying like, oh, by the way, we need more welfare. By the way, we need.
No, yes, what I'm saying, it's not usually, you know, except for like Proud Family things, like it's usually not so explicit, but it is. That's what I'm just saying. It is weird where like I agree, there's a lot of bad writing, but it's weird that all the bad writing just also happens to conform to like a more left-wing ideology. And that's what people are picking up on.
But then I have to challenge that. It's not that the bad writing will exist. Okay. Like, let's look at like Star Wars, the idea of a spaceship that can ram itself into all the other spaceships and blow them up. Right. That's bad writing.
Yes.
It's not bad writing because a female was piloting it. And the theory that the bad writing only exists because a female was piloting it and we wanted to give her this big female moment, again, I would think is faulty. I think it's just Rian Johnson didn't think about spaceships.
Right. But that's not, well, first of all, it's not what I meant when I said that. I'm saying that when you have a lot of this bad writing, like, where's all the bad writing that would just coincidentally happen to go in a right-wing ideological direction? Like, I don't really see that. Maybe I'm just blind to it because I'm not like triggered by it. But I'm not seeing that.
I think there is some of that. I did not bring examples, but I think, honestly, I think if you gave me some movies and asked me to sit down and try to come up with some ways that they have secret right-wing messages in them, I think it would be very easy to come up with some. Right. This is clearly pro-business. This is clearly pro, no, don't tax the rich.
Didn't they get rid of the Punisher because
Boss Baby is a rightist, clear right-wing ideology because it's pushing the idea of being a boss and running a company and whatever. You can go the other way with it. It's just I think it's more obviously silly when you start pointing it out.
Vito, let me nail you down on your position here because I'm a little unclear. Is activist ideology being purposefully included in movies to push social justice goals?
I think on a case-by-case basis, you could make the argument that some projects have obviously. Some movies will be political, yes.
So you think that's happening? Is that happening in movies like Star Wars or She-Hulk?
I think on a limited basis, it can happen in. I don't think, like, for instance, out of that new Star Wars sequel trilogy, I think Last Jedi, I would make the argument, had some feminist messaging that was pushed into it. I think if you go to Rise of Skywalker, though, at that point, you just have a bad movie, and it has nothing to do with leftist ideology.
Look, it sounds like you're saying that these messages are appearing in the movies accidentally. They're not purposely being included in the movies.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying, first of all, some of the messages that are being identified as like purposeful leftist messaging, I think are inadvertent or being overanalyzed. I think it's people, assuming there's a bias or a message being pushed when it really just comes down to, something the writer included and you're reading into it. I don't think killing James Bond is a message against white men or about tearing down male heroes or anything like that. I think that's justification after the fact.
But if the writer came out and said that was their personal goal in doing that, making that character choice,
then I would be proven wrong. Absolutely.
Okay. Well, that's the only reason
the writer expresses their intent. I can't argue against that.
Look, that's the only reason I brought up the Bud Light thing. And I've read the book by Bob Iger, the CEO of Disney, and his wanting to push activist messaging in Disney movies is all over that book. He's completely open about it. I mean, he hires Ta-Nehisi Coates because he wants to make a movie that's a superhero movie that's explicitly for black people. So, I mean, he's definitely pushing a social agenda.
Well, is making a superhero film for black people woke?
Well,
Black Panther was for black people. I guess you can say it's a woke movie.
Right. I don't necessarily think that just including marginalized people or what. Well, actually, I do think including marginalized people in movies makes it woke because you're classifying them as marginalized people. I don't think including black people or Asian people in movies is woke. I think the dynamic of thinking of them as marginalized is what makes it woke, because then you start slipping into the oppressor-oppressed dynamic.
Sorry, I was reading the chat and I missed your last point.
Well, Bob Iger is very specific in the book in saying blacks have been marginalized throughout history in America, and therefore we want to change that through story at Disney. So a lot of people, I think a lot of the contention is people want to move past race. A lot of people believe we have moved past race. A lot of people think we'll never move past race. So when you're developing stories in that sort of mindset, I think that's where people are getting upset.
Well, but I also have to look, is what Iger's saying in response to Ike Perlmutter, where they said, we want to do a black superhero movie, and he told them no. Kevin Feige famously had to fight with him, I think, to get Black Panther made. When you look at the original Marvel films, it was Captain America, Iron Man, Thor. And so when Bob Iger says, hey, I want to do more to, and let's be clear, the black audiences exist. Black Panther made a ton of money. It makes perfect sense for Bob Iger to say, you know, we want to do more to bring in a black audience and make black focused entertainment. They're a company that wants to make money. Is it woke to do so, or is it just, again, we had a series of Marvel films featuring white guys. Let's try doing a black one. You know, I don't see that as wokeness as so much as the natural progression of, you know, courting a new section of the market.
But I don't think making the Black Panther movie is woke on its face. And I don't even think I don't think the plot of the movie, I mean, I didn't think it was very good, but considering the plot of the movie was basically that the good guys were like ethno-nationalists.
Right. If anything, it was anti-woke movie.
Yeah, I don't know if exactly woke.
Well, hold on. Right. Black nationalism is encouraged in progressive circles, obviously.
Well, actually, you know what? That's a great point, actually. Critical race theory is in favor of ethno-nationalism, so maybe it is super woke, because CRT would be very in favor of Wakanda being the way it is. So I take it all back. It is hyper woke. But when you have someone like trying to say that you're going to get like Ta-Nehisi Coates, who is like very woke and explicitly
and an activist
for being very woke and is known for being an activist. I think that's a little different than saying, oh, we should have a Black Panther movie. It's like, oh, we should hire this like very specific, you know, activist sort of writer.
Yeah, Ta-Nehisi Coates is the one that made Jordan Peterson Red Skull.
Right. Well, let me be clear. I do think that obviously Hollywood is a very left-leaning space, and there will be some amount of political bias. And in these films, there are elements of political bias that we've discussed. That, yes, the Proud Family having a reparations thing is ridiculous. I think there's a Transformers episode where they talk about non-binary Transformers. I think that's, you know, clear, obvious leftist bullshit that does not belong in the shows, especially not shows aimed at kids.
Right.
I think the problem, again, is when you... I think stories are so interesting, and that we're really... you know, breaking down stories and why they work and why they don't work, that we've lost sight of our ability to effectively critique media, when so much of what we place the blame on for bad media is leftist woke politics. I think people are being, you know, because then we're getting down to the point where we have, you know, projects that people are promoting and they're saying, well, there's no politics in it. That's how you know it's going to be great. Well, that's not necessarily the solution either. You can still have politics in your project. The point is, don't beat people over the head at them, and don't, you know, compromise the quality of your product. So again, I think that, yes, if we're going to label it as woke, obviously there is some amount of woke politics that is floating around in Hollywood that is injecting itself into these projects. I think the problem is that the amount of influence is being wildly exaggerated, and the impact of that ideology on the plot line is also being wildly exaggerated, where many projects are failing for normal reasons of just bad plot and bad storyline that are not related to any political elements that are contained within the story.
Yeah, no, well, I guess the thing I'm just trying to impart is, like, I agree to an extent that, especially on YouTube, there's a niche that will get you views where you complain primarily about wokeness and you relate that to movies, and that's going to incentivize and lead people down a pathway of, you know, overthrowing the label of wokeness at everything, or to say that anytime a movie's bad it's because of wokeness. You know, I agree with that.
It's the same thing with racism on the left.
The same thing, yeah. Same thing with racism. Same thing with calling people Nazis. The only thing I'm just saying is, I think you should be careful, Vito, not to just fall into like the opposite camp of that, you know, in response.
Well, I think I'm very fair with my criticisms. Is that I think when I identify, you know, actual political content, again, you know, when you have a reparations chant in the Proud Family, I go, this is clearly ridiculous. But when you tell me, you know, James Bond isn't allowed to die because he's a white character, and that's, you know, the same as killing off your white heroes, I don't agree. Or when you tell me the only reason Rey is written badly is because Kathleen Kennedy has a secret feminist agenda. There was like an article that Bounding Into Comics site, you know, and there was one line from one of the Star Wars books where a character goes, I think Jyn Erso is a better is more of a hero to the rebellion than Luke Skywalker. Jyn Erso, the woman from Rogue One who found the Death Star plans.
Right.
And this character argues, you know, without Jyn Erso, we wouldn't have had the Death Star plans, and she put it all on the line. Luke Skywalker just came along and blew up the Death Star. You know, anyone could have made that shot, whatever else. And they made the argument, well, this is clearly Kathleen Kennedy's feminist agenda. telling us that the white male heroes of the Star Wars universe should be hated and are not important. I make the argument that a character within a book having an opinion does not mean the author of that book or the organization of that book carries that opinion. I think that Kathleen Kennedy knows Luke Skywalker's a hero and she wants you to buy Luke Skywalker merchandise. I don't think Kathleen Kennedy hates Luke Skywalker, but there's a lot of people who are going to argue, no, she's a hardcore feminist and she wanted to destroy Luke's character. I think it was just a lot of really bad decisions made by some bad writers. But at the end of the day, I don't think it comes from a place of I hate white men and I want to tear them down.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's. I would assume that Kathleen Kennedy.
Situation.
I would assume that Kathleen Kennedy's not so explicitly like that. I mean, she did.
I think she's just an idiot. I don't think she has an ideological bent.
Well, I mean, didn't she? I'm assuming the picture is real. Wasn't there a picture of her that's real? That she's
I
wearing
almost
that
brought it
T-shirt
up.
that says the Force is female.
Yeah, but those shirts were from like some science conference. They weren't even like related to Star Wars. It's like somebody had brought some. Again, the shirts were like not ones that she had made.
Oh no. I understand that they're not like official Star Wars merchandise, but obviously.
Okay, so but if I put on a "The Force is female" T-shirt and I wear it in a photo op, what does that mean about me?
Well, for you, nothing. But you're not the head in charge of Star Wars, right?
Okay, so again, what does it mean that she wears the Force?
I don't know.
Female?
I don't even know what that statement means. It seems very feminist. I don't know what exactly she's.
The
trying
T-shirts
to say.
were part of a marketing campaign by Nike. Okay, so Nike made these fun little Force shirts.
Right.
Somebody brought them to Kathleen Kennedy, and they said, "Hey, we're a bunch of ladies. Why don't we wear these shirts and take a photo?" And now everybody points at that picture and they go, see, this is exactly what I'm talking about. Mm-hmm. They go, look, you can see there's a clear feminist agenda. Why else would she wear a shirt that says the Force is female? It's like, maybe somebody they put on some shirts, took a photo at a stupid thing. It doesn't mean there's a clear female ideology taking over your Star Wars.
Well, I mean, if Nike said, listen, we made these shirts that say the Force is male, will you take a picture with it on? She's going to say no.
Look, girl power and whatever else is it's just a trendy, stupid thing that women are into. Obviously, we don't have a male power equivalent.
Listen, I understand that, I'm sympathetic to the idea that a lot of these people are very, stupid, that are very not like, they're just doing things for money. I get it, right? But it definitely, I think you can say it looks bad. You can say that it's going to upset certain people. Wait. I think you could say that some people over exaggerate, wokeness, but I think I feel like you under exaggerate the effects of.
I don't think I do. I really don't think I do. I really think. Here's the thing, guys. I'm a writer. I'm a storyteller. I've written scripts. I've worked in Hollywood, giving notes on scripts and whatever else. Okay, no one has ever come to me and say this female character needs to be whatever or whatever. I'll say this, there has been some talk of, hey, you should make this character black because it might get your show sold quicker. And I get that, but that does not require me to compromise the writing. I don't have to really change the character. I just go, okay, she's a black lady now, and I'm going to write her the exact same way. I think that's a different discussion.
Yeah, but right. But the fact that there's this feeling like I have to have a black character be a lead in the movie. I mean, to me, that's wokeness. Right.
Yes. I think that's a problem. I think diversity. I think the forcing casts to be like overly diverse. You gotta have a gay character. You gotta have a disabled character. Whatever it is. We're reaching a level of ridiculousness. I mean, we saw this in the '90s. The same thing happened. We had a political correct bent, which is hopefully going to self-correct itself. But I do think that at the end of the day, there has been a strict. Maybe you're right. Maybe I am going too far in the other direction. But I think, again, I'm one drop in the bucket. I'm not one of these guys out here every single day harping on and on about this is woke, this is woke, this is woke, this is woke. The only way to save Hollywood is to get the wokeness out of it. Hollywood has a lot of problems, and I would not consider wokeness to be the top one. I don't think wokeness is the reason these movies are failing. I just went and saw The Flash. I don't think The Flash was woke. It's I actually thought it was a good movie, and it's not doing very well. It's probably maybe your actor victimizing children might be a bigger problem.
Could be a problem, yeah.
Or just the fact. Somebody says in the chat, Vito, where's your proof that she doesn't believe this? I can't prove a negative, guys. Again, the burden of proof is on the person making the claim.
How convenient.
If you're going to claim that there is a feminist agenda to destroy Star Wars, frankly, you got to do better than showing me Kathleen Kennedy wearing the Force is female shirt. It doesn't do anything for me. I don't believe you. And there's men. If there was a feminist agenda to destroy Star Wars, why are they letting Dave Filoni and what's his name make the Mandalorian? You know, it's two guys making it.
Weren't people complaining? I didn't watch the last season.
Mandalorian did go.
Yeah, I think we were complaining last season was woke or something.
Well, the female
character totally upstaged. Well. Yeah, she upstaged the Mandalorian. The Mandalorian ended up looking like a joke.
But again, I don't consider that wokeness. I consider that just, you know, bad writing.
Well, yeah, okay.
Well, I think that's the diff. Yeah, but as I said, I'd be curious, and actually I would be curious, I haven't really been looking out for it, to see, is there a bunch of bad writing happening in mainstream movies and television shows that you could point to and say, oh, this is written poorly because of a conservative ideology? Because I haven't really seen that.
Christian movies.
Been looking for it.
They're the perfect example.
That's not a mainstream movie, though. Those are like.
Well, I can point you at what the Daily Wire is making.
Yeah, but those are not. Yeah, I'm talking about
the Daily Wire has
mainstream movies. Okay, not the Daily Wire, not Christian movies.
Hold on, let's be clear.
I would like to see a Daily Wire movie and see if it does hold up as like
I'll tell you,
if it could be a mainstream movie.
We're complaining about the Proud Family. The Daily Wire has a kids game show where the kids had to read a book about Ayn Rand and answer trivia questions about objectivism. And if they got them wrong, they covered them in slime. So let's not.
Wait, is this real? I can't tell if you're making this up.
This is absolutely real. No. They had to read books about either Ayn Rand or like the former like president of the Treasury, and then they would ask the kids questions about the lives, and if they got it wrong, they covered them with slime or other goo. Yeah, PragerU. Well, PragerU is part of Daily Wire Plus now. Just
to be clear,
everybody injects their politics. People inject their politics.
Vito, just to be clear, I'm not against activism in movies. I'm against secret activism in movies. That's the problem. Yeah.
Everyone knows that the Daily Wire is an overt political organization where.
Well, then so you're okay with the Proud Family having a reparations speech, because that's pretty blatant.
Disney's not supposed to be, at least to my knowledge, be an overt political organization.
Yeah, it's if you're masquerading as some sort of nonpartisan. Yeah, you admit, like if an organization comes out and says, look, we're nonpartisan, but really they're partisan as fuck, you're going, okay, there's a problem here.
I don't know if Disney has necessarily said they're nonpartisan, though. I think it's understood that Disney is a liberal media company, as most media companies are.
Well, now it is.
You know, I don't know if they have to explicitly say it, but.
Well, I think people understand, or they at least believe, that Hollywood leans to the left. I'm just saying there's a big difference between Disney, which is not at all. You know, Disney does not advocate openly to say, like, we are an explicit left-wing organization, like the way obviously the Daily Wire does as being a right-wing organization.
Of course. Yeah.
People are trying to correct me in the chat. PragerU's kids content is absolutely a part of Daily Wire Plus. Daily Wire Plus has a kids section, and the PragerU game show is on there.
Oh, okay. Well,
just letting the chat know. But you should watch it. It's pretty funny. Kids are like, Ayn Rand, what ideology did Ayn Rand have to escape from? And they're like, communism. It's like, that's right. Evil communists. We're trying to take down. I'm like, all right.
I mean, it sounds kind of base to me.
It's
I
based
might like
as hell.
That show.
Fuck those commies.
Listen, fuck commies, but Ayn Rand is not exactly a good step up. Okay.
Now, people are saying they don't think I'm arguing in good faith. Guys, do you think I'm like lying in any way? Do you think I'm misrepresenting anything?
What does that mean?
I think arguing in good faith. I think we just.
I don't know. Everybody seems to think that I'm like trying to. Again, they think I'm part of the liberal plot to take over Hollywood, and I just again, as a guy who really cares about. The reason I got into YouTube and the reason I made big reviews of Star Wars movies, you know, I have one that's like an hour long, is that, first of all, I love, you know, Red Letter Media was a big thing for me. Sure. And Red Letter Media expertly picks apart, you know, the Star Wars prequels and other movies. And again, I think the failures they identify are so much more. It was so much more fun to me when we talked about why these movies failed on a deeper level. And I think if you look at Red Letter Media's content, going, okay, this shot doesn't make any sense. This character's acting in a different way from the TV show. Like, that was all fascinating to me. And I loved that era of media criticism. What I hate is that we've entered an era of media criticism where we're not talking about those failures anymore, or we don't care about them. The only thing people want to talk about is identifying what political content may or may not be in these shows, and again, with the theory that this is the only thing that is affecting entertainment, or this is the most pressing problem, that entertainment is completely screwed until we figure this out. I think it's part of the problem, but I think it has been way blown out of proportion. And I think there's just I think people are getting a bad education on film when that's the only thing they're hearing from these critics. I think there's so much more to critique about these movies that if the only thing you're hearing every day is they're woke and this is why they're woke and here's how to make them less woke, you're not really learning about films. You're not really learning about what makes a great story. You're hearing 1/10 of the problem.
Right.
And that's what breaks my heart. Is that, you know, I'll make a review of a movie and I'll talk about, you know, the screenwriting and the lighting and the cinematography. And then the first question I get in a comment is, yeah, but is it woke?
Why not just answer the question then? If that's what people want, look,
no, this is what you should do, Vito. You put on the thumbnail, is the movie woke? Okay. And if you don't like it, you say it is. And you talk about how it's woke in the first minute, and then you go through all the bad stuff that's not woke afterwards, right? You just sucker them.
Look, you're teaching him YouTube. This is great.
Well, no, see, I don't think that you're having a conversation in bad faith at all. That's not my impression of this.
Yeah.
But what I do think happened is, you know, I think I agree with what you're saying to some extent about how, you know, obviously my foray and my entrance into YouTube media criticism was also Red Letter Media. So I do love Red Letter Media. I still watch almost everything they produce still to this day. And yeah, it can be a lot more interesting to have, for someone who likes storytelling and movies and things of that nature, it is more interesting to watch these things and kind of delve into them deep and like pick them apart, kind of get beyond just the question of like, is something woke or not? Because even if something is woke, like just because something is woke doesn't necessarily mean it's poorly constructed storytelling. I mean, usually that tends to be the case. But then you can actually explore, well, why is it exactly that it's just because something's woke? What exactly about it makes it bad? And I think some people do a good job of doing that. I think some people do a bad job at doing that. And I think the fact that from your position, that since so many people seem to dominate a lot of the film critique space, at least there's a lot of like left-wing film critique space that obviously doesn't talk about that at all. And they're still very popular. So I guess from the kind of anti-woke or right-wing film space is kind of dominated by sort of this complaining about wokeness stuff. I think that's put you in kind of like a bad headspace. And I think that's kind of where I think that's where you're coming from.
If a bunch of Mormons though took over Hollywood and started secretly including Mormon messages in movies, it would be a fucking giant story. Everyone will be talking about it all the time. And that's what's going, this is the equivalent of that. So that's why people are talking about it.
I keep asking you, what are the leftist messages? And what we get down to is like,
I listed them all for you. White supremacy, patriarchy, empiricism,
what movie
heterosis.
Talked about white supremacy?
What movie?
Which movie or TV show has messages that are anti-white supremacy?
The patriarchy is all over the Star Wars. All over the Star Wars movies.
I don't think it's that prevalent. Real quick, I got to take a call. Hold on.
Okay,
can I take a call and can I come back in like 15 minutes?
Of course.
Sure.
Okay.
Of course.
I'll be back.
Okay. Let me read some super chats. I won't read any of the ones that are questions for Vito until he gets back. So, the Rebuttal Anvil for $5 says, my problem is well-meaning liberals thinking woke means left and not socialist racist. Love both your shows. Keep it up. Well, thank you, Butter. And I agree. Cameraman 502, thank you for joining. The Libertarian Trap for 8 months. Thank you. So I just want to say hi, going on a road trip tomorrow, and we'll be listening to this tomorrow. S-Class is the best class. And A-Team is pretty okay.
Oh, wait. Great. Woo!
There you go. PC for $2 says, based Adam representing Generation 1 Pokemon. Oh, you're wearing a little Pikachu shirt.
Oh, yeah.
That's one. Sorry, I actually got the time wrong. That call's in an hour.
Well, there you go. That was easy. Tamungo for 1 month says, shout out to Vito. I got his expensive cover. You should too. Whoop, whoop.
Oh, thank you. It's not expensive. It's very affordable.
How much is it?
Well, if he's talking about the collector's edition, it's $100, but it comes with like a bunch of stuff. So
well, there's your expensive cover. Yeah.
Cool.
There you go. Underplay Creations for $5 says Miguel O'Hara equals conformity with the status quo. MLK Miles Morales equals rebellion against status quo. Malcolm X across the Spider-Verse is 8 out of 10. I don't think that's how I see it either. It was really weird. I saw there's a video with FT Signifier talking to someone else about whether Spider-Verse was copaganda or not. They had a really weird take about calling like Miguel is like represents the cop, in the system. And I don't know. I vehemently did not see the movie that way. They kind of interpreted Gwen Stacy's father, quitting at the end as being some sort of anti-cop messaging, which I didn't see that at all. So I mean, it's interesting. I think people's political ideology definitely taints how they interpret these films to a large degree.
Well, I think one question we didn't really completely answer is like, can wokeness be positive?
Well, not positive. I think you can write a story that's good and woke. I mean, if you disagree the ideology, you would never say it's positive, right?
Okay, so you could have something that's woke and pushing some sort of leftist agenda, and it could
that's a like well-crafted story.
But could it be good because of the wokeness? Like,
no, I mean, if you don't agree with wokeness, then no, right?
Well, we're saying anti-white supremacy. Could I make a movie that's anti-white supremacy and it could be a good movie? I would think so.
Yeah, but it depends how. The problem is it depends how they define white supremacy, right? Because
if it depends, it means yes, it could be good.
No. Because
I'm asking if it could be good.
Okay, well, let me explain. Okay, obviously, being anti-white supremacy is a foundational liberal idea. Okay, being anti the idea that there's an ethnic group that is superior to all other ethnic groups is anti-individual liberalism. The problem is that the way that the woke, okay, or the critical theory people look at white supremacy is they say, just because America and the system that America relies on was created by people that were racist against black people that had slaves, it means that white supremacy is embedded within the system, and the only way to get it out is to basically destroy the system and start again, right? So that's why I said it depends on how you're defining white supremacy. Because if you have a movie that's just like, believing that your race is the best race is bad, I don't think that's a woke movie.
American History X type movie. I don't.
So then if it's not a woke movie, then you're saying wokeness is always bad.
Do you?
I define wokeness. Wokeness is always bad. Yes, obviously.
Okay, wokeness is always bad.
Do you think they avoided, like, the narrative in the Star Wars movies with Rey and Luke Skywalker? Do you think they avoided Luke Skywalker training Rey because of patriarchy?
No.
Okay. That was just a creative choice that they made.
I think that was Rian Johnson. His movie was already running too long. Let's be real. I think that was him trying to put too much in the movie and not leaving room for a decent training sequence.
So a traditional Rey is going to learn all the knowledge she needs to succeed from Luke Skywalker was not done because they didn't have time to do it. It wasn't not done because it would just scream patriarchy, an older white male teaching a younger woman how to succeed.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, you can definitely make the art. Again, it's a matter of opinion, but my opinion, let's put it this way. I think the biggest writing flaw of The Last Jedi is setting it a day after The Force Awakens. And that's something that has nothing to do with wokeness. It's just a very stupid creative decision to have no amount of time between the two movies. It's literally Force Awakens and Last Jedi picks back up. Rey goes and trains for a week because we have this ongoing space chase going on. So I think most of the flaws of the movie, I don't think it comes from, I need to avoid the patriarchy. I think it comes from, well, there's a chase in space and I can't have it go on for more than a month because that would be ridiculous. So I only have a month for Rey to get trained. If that makes sense. I think it comes from Rian Johnson coming up with a very bad plot for a movie, a slow speed chase between the First Orders and the Rebels, and that means that all of Rey's training has to take place during that same time period.
Do you acknowledge that if they included a scene in Star Wars where Rey is learning from Luke Skywalker and getting it wrong, and he is correcting her and showing her how to do it correctly, that your general feminist studies, gender theory major would be rolling their eyes in the movie theater and just scoffing the entire time?
I don't agree with that at all. Okay. I don't agree with that at all. I don't think there's any person who would take issue with the idea of a young female student taking instruction from an older male master.
Okay.
I don't think, maybe there's some.
I mean, I disagree with you, but I think you would see a ton of videos by Anita Sarkeesian types talking about how this is the perfect example of the patriarchy, the dominant white male trying to teach the female how it's done.
Now I think you guys are being ridiculous. I think that's ridiculous.
Okay.
I think anybody we've seen
we don't live in that multiverse.
I can prove that. Okay.
Okay.
We did see something like that. Because there was all this talk about how Rey was a Mary Sue. Now you could say whether that was for political reasons or not. So the response was, it was very strange that all the people that were then turning around saying Luke Skywalker is a Mary Sue, which is not true even remotely, why did they all happen to be on one side of the political spectrum? We're making that argument.
Oh, that's a good point. That's a great point.
Why are only lefties saying that Luke Skywalker is a Mary Sue?
Yeah, if it's not a political question.
I'm just not making the connection between this and the previous thing we were discussing.
Because you were saying you don't think that if Luke Skywalker was like respected, okay, in The Last Jedi, was like as a venerable teacher, and he was.
Do you think leftists
Rey,
hate Luke Skywalker?
I think they hate the idea. Not Luke Skywalker.
What?
Wait, stop.
What are you talking about?
They don't hate the character of Luke Skywalker, but they hate the idea of an older man, that a woman has to learn to be powerful from an older man, because that directly would be a
they don't. Guys, I know leftists. None of them are worried about the idea of, like, young women go to college and have male professors. None of them go, I can't believe I have to learn from a man. It's like, no, this
why
is
are
just
they why are they getting rid of all the white male authors then?
Who?
Well, in college, there's a, in the humanities,
there is a push
to get rid of all the white male authors and replace them with other authors.
There is an extreme fringe that says that, the Western literary canon is dominated by white male writers. And I think they actually, you can make the argument that, yeah, okay, the people who have created these reading lists were primarily, white men across time, and may have had a blind spot to other writers from other communities of color. So I think there's rational people in there saying, well, all these white male writers, are important parts of the canon, but, you guys have neglected some great writers from other communities.
They're not saying that, though.
Some are saying that. Absolutely.
No, they're saying the white male writers have to go because of
that's
patriarchy.
More of an extremist position. And again, most leftists do not agree. Like, you guys, you're looking at, crazy college students who have wild ideas, and they say the most inflammatory
Well, they're
thing.
the ones writing the movies. They're the ones that are
They are not. These are
they're
not
the ones
people
in
who are
writing rooms.
They're not. Not most of the time. Maybe a couple of them sneak in, but at the end of the day, look, even if I do have a problem with some of the diversity hiring, they don't just go out and go, we want to find somebody who hates Luke Skywalker to write Star Wars. They don't do that. It doesn't make any sense.
Right.
At the end of the day, this is Disney. They're trying to make money. Kathleen Kennedy does not hate Luke Skywalker. Most leftists are not angry at Luke Skywalker for being a white man,
No, but this is where I completely disagree with you, is that if they do not like the idea of the fact that a woman would have to learn power from a white male. Okay?
Right.
That completely plays into, their problems with the patriarchy, completely plays into all the problems they have with systemic sexism in the world. And there would be lots of people complaining about that if that was the case.
She literally can't succeed unless Luke Skywalker helps her out.
Oh,
he is essential.
Right.
Let's be clear.
Man.
He does train her. There is a training sequence in the movie.
Is there though?
And nobody.
She does a lot of self-learning in that movie.
Have you ever found a leftist going, I can't believe that Luke, had to sit her down and explain what the Force is. She should already know what the Force is. She's the I think you guys are constructing a bit of a straw man here. He's
not really trained her though, so I don't really agree with.
Remember in the beginning of the movie when she's like holding up all the rocks in the air, but then she's climbing up the wall by hand. I'm like, man, Luke really should have told her she can levitate herself up there.
There should have been more of a training sequence, but he does train her. It's just very truncated because the movie has been condensed down. There's even, deleted scenes where he's teaching her lessons and
things. It's a time constraint.
It's absolutely. No, it is absolutely.
Okay, sure.
In the case of The Last Jedi, that movie had way too much footage. It went on way too long. Rian Johnson tried to put too much stuff in the movie. And yet it was, again, this is perfect. This is exactly the problem. That's what's interesting to talk about, is that it wasn't a failure of wokeness. It wasn't a failure of oh, I have to inject ideology. It was a failure of Rian Johnson writing a bloated script with too many scenes and a pointless casino sequence. That's the reason Rey's training was truncated. And there are actually deleted scenes of the training.
Yeah, but why not cut the
why not cut the stupid
casino? Why cut out the important part of the training?
Well, I think he couldn't. I mean, once you're in the editing room, you got to do with what you can. You had to have you have to do something with it. If you're saying why not cut it from the script, because Rian Johnson's an idiot and he really wanted to have a casino scene, but the casino scene is not a liberal. I mean, you could say, I don't know, it's talking about slavery.
Capitalism bad.
All that part is capitalism bad.
Though.
Right. We are all.
Well, I think right and left is against child slavery. I don't think that has an ideological bent.
Yeah, I think even beyond that, right? It was like they're all like, we all sell weapons to people for money.
Well, I don't think war profiteering is necessarily a leftist thing. I think even right-leaning people would go, it's pretty fucked up that there's people out there who make money exclusively by manufacturing conflict overseas and selling weapons to that conflict. I think there's a lot of right-wing guys actually would be more on that side of saying that we manufacture endless conflict.
Well, now everyone's politics have reversed because of the Russia situation, but that's
story. Well, Israel enters into it. A lot of people don't like all the funding we do of Israel, but there you go. That's probably not a good thing for this stream.
Let me see if let me read some super chats that are asking you questions.
I'm throwing a link to Vito's comic too in the chat for you guys if you want. It's also in the description as well too. I didn't put a link to your channel, Vito, so
don't worry. My channel's I've been so busy working on the comic that but I got some more videos coming soon. And don't forget, the biggest problem in the universe podcast with me and Dick Masterson is doing great. We're having a ton of fun with that show as well, so check that out.
Do you remember we were on the kill stream together, Vito?
I do not remember that. Yeah. Was it good?
Yeah, you were great, man. I told Sitch before, some racist, white supremacist, piece of shit, anti-Semitic Nazi called in, and you just fucking cut him off at the knees. It was great, Vito. I will never forget it.
Was that when he was yeah, I'm not a big fan of racism, I guess.
Yeah,
I'm crazy.
Look, I hate racism too. So
I hate dumb racism. Okay,
you like racism.
Oh, you like smart racism.
I like smart racism.
Look, I hate smart racism even more than I hate dumb racism. So.
I hate when somebody makes a claim that I can disprove in about 2 seconds. Like, did you know 99% of black people have a secret hidden blade that helps them commit, shoplifting? And I go, okay, well, that's not true, and here's why. And unfortunately, on the kill stream, you get a lot of like guys who have these crazy conspiracy theories that are just like complete bullshit. And you're like, oh my God, I can't deal with this. What was I going to say? Well, I'm glad you guys, understand where I'm coming from. I'm looking over the chat. They think I'm lying to you. They think I'm gaslighting you.
I think Vito is delusional. I think he's good faith. I think he believes these delusions. I really do.
Right. Right.
I think that you can look at the situation and you can come from your own position of understanding. And I would honestly argue that me being somebody who's on the left and knows other leftists and knows other writers, I don't see these guys wanting to inject their ideology in anything. If anything, some of them just suck at writing,
Vito, I'm in LA too, okay? So I have the LA.
These people.
Yeah, I've worked with these people. I've done independent movies and stuff. I know the landscape around here.
But whenever you talk to them about their
ideas, you're delusional. I think you're.
When I talk to these guys about their dream projects, none of them come to me and say, "I really want to make a movie that shows the world that black people are the most incredible people," or "I want to make a movie that shows that a woman could do anything." That's not the kind of discussions that I have with these writers. They go, I got this idea for a sci-fi thing, for a cool thing. It's about a guy who travels through time.
But they're infused with a religion that's patriarchy theory. So their aesthetic ends up in the movie anyway, and they don't even know it. They're not even conscious of it.
I see all that stuff on the fringe. I mean, again, some people have been really indoctrinated by some of that, and some of those people are crazy.
Look, when they write the scene where Rey is learning from Luke Skywalker, they cringe. It's not a conscious thing. It's just they're like, this is so my feminist studies teacher would hate this. So then they
would
write it.
hate the idea that a woman learns a skill from a man. Come on,
Yes,
that's crazy. You guys,
look, the entire She-Hulk,
they don't just blanket hate white men.
The entire She-Hulk series is a testament to this.
Yeah, especially the first episode. It's all like, how dare a white guy try to teach
who does She-Hulk end up dating? Who's her ultimate object of affection?
Daredevil, but she even
don't give me a butt. Don't give me a butt. So Daredevil. I'm gonna make.
She even tells Daredevil not to save her.
Stop. Because we changed. Okay, I don't think neither me nor Adam's saying, oh, everyone on the left hates white males. Okay, I mean, I know you've heard other people say that. We're not saying that. We were talking about specifically the idea that they'll cringe or not want the idea of a man, especially a white man, teaching a woman, how to control her power. And She-Hulk, literally, the first episode has that scene explicitly spelled out for us.
Yes.
Look, the She-Hulk was trying to be, I think She-Hulk was bad writing. Even in that, I would say.
The question is why, though, Vito? Why? You can't just keep defaulting back to bad writing. It's bad writing because they have this certain aesthetic that they have to adhere to.
Sometimes.
It's the same reason why most Christian movies are bad writing, because they have a certain aesthetic that they have to adhere to.
I don't think most Hollywood projects have an aesthetic that they have to adhere to.
Oh, I completely disagree.
I think we've gone, like, there's so many projects that we've talked about that we can't even nail down what their supposed leftist ideology is. Again, we just go looking for whatever the biggest, most spectacular failure is, and then try to pick it apart to justify after the fact and say that wokeness was the reason.
Right.
I talked about Lightyear. I don't think Lightyear is a woke movie. I think it's just a bad movie.
Right. You at least agree, though, that She-Hulk was definitely part of the badness of it was...
I called She-Hulk woke when I saw that first episode. But honestly, though, that's why I was so surprised by She-Hulk, was because very few shows in movies that I have seen have been so blatant like that, that I was actually surprised by it. It was like an extreme outlier to me. But let's say, like the Obi-Wan Kenobi show. Did you guys watch that one at all?
No.
Some of it, but...
Well, that's one that people are going to say the reason it suffered is because it was woke, because they put a black female character at the center of it. And I go, I can't know that that's the reason the show's writing suffered, because if that was a white lady, I think it would have been just as bad. It was just a shitty character. Same with like the Little Mermaid.
What was shitty about the character?
She was a bad actress. I felt she was too over the top.
She couldn't learn anything from the white
what about the character,
lead.
not the acting?
She did learn something from the white male lead, though. So that actually, at the end of it, I think she actually changes because of Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Okay.
So, and again, I still think Rey learned things from Luke Skywalker. It wasn't an extended sequence and it was done very badly. But there was a bit of, training there.
Okay. Author Tomlinson for $10. Thank you. Says, Vito, explain that movie earnings haven't risen with inflation. We have scenes over the 20 years. Compare the first Iron Man with $585 million for Wakanda Forever would need to be the 41% increase in domestic gross product.
You're asking me why movie revenues are suffering?
I think they're saying, why haven't movie revenues increased with inflation over the years?
I think the largest part of that is thanks to COVID, theater viewings for all movies have just tanked. People are not going back to the movie theaters. And we're seeing that even for, the woke or not, movies are not doing great.
Well, I think that's part of it. I mean, even before COVID, I would be surprised if you look at movie revenue. It's never been as what it used to be. I think that's probably. I do think movies are kind of.
Also, if we're comparing superhero movies, I think we're in a superhero glut. I think if you're comparing, Iron Man was fresh and exciting when it came out. Black Panther 2, it's like, okay, whatever. I've seen these.
Yeah. What I was going to say is I think movies are kind of a little bit extra shitty now, but I also think a big issue over the years is that people's entertainment options just keep expanding and expanding. And that's just always going to make movies make less money overall.
I also talk to people every day and I go, you going to go see The Flash? And they're like, I'll watch it in 2 months on HBO Max. And I'm like, well, everyone knows that's an option now. They've kind of shot themselves in the foot with that.
That's a good point. J-Mac, our surrogate father, for $20 says, look, having a penis on the cover of Little Mermaid doesn't mean the whole movie is full of dicks. But if Ariel kept bringing up penises, then I'd probably raise an eyebrow. True.
Way true.
Nilo for $2 says, does Vito think queer coding exists, or is it just a myth?
I think some shows do attempt to make their characters seem ambiguously queer to get, I don't know, I think certain audiences like that. I don't see a problem with that either.
Yeah, no, I mean, it depends how it's done. It's funny because it used to be that they would always complain that it would only be villain characters that were queer coded, which I think there's some validity to that complaint. But
I think there's a lot of gay men and women who want to see movies, and if you can titillate them with a, hey, sometimes they put a sexy lady in the movie, and it gets me excited. So, if it turns out she's a lesbian, even better.
Right. Sodos says, it's obvious Vito doesn't actually listen to Critical Drinker, who explains how something like Peter Pan woke remake erases the theme of motherhood from Wendy.
Yeah, Critical Drinker is not an intelligent man, so I've tried watching his videos.
That's terrible.
Yeah, but I think what Sodos is saying is that he says he is explaining how specifically the wokeness of it is erasing some central theme of the story that existed previously. He's not just saying it's woke bad.
It's possible in between the constant cuts to the screaming Trump protester and the guy from Spider-Man laughing, J. Jonah laughing. It's possible in between those stale jokes he may have made one cognitive point.
Okay.
But I'm not sticking around for it, sadly.
Paul Sansi for 5 Canadian says, Vito is right. The way people like Critical Drinker critique art is reductive and useless.
Thank you.
Disagree. Strongly disagree.
Yeah, generally.
All he says is it's the message. It's the message. That's all he says.
Well, you don't. This conversation.
Reductive.
Look, this conversation has proven to me you don't necessarily know the message he's talking about.
The message is that you wait for a project to fail, and after the project has failed,
look, that's a straw man. That is a complete
It is not
straw.
because he did
it's a
that.
Complete straw man.
What was the title? What was the title of his preview of the movie Prey, the Predator thing?
Look, you're getting the causality backwards. The project is failing because Luke Skywalker is not treated like a respected character, and Rey is not treated like a character that can learn from the old Jedi Order because it's the patriarchy. That's why it sucks.
I want to find what Critical Drinker had to change the name of his video because he was so drastically wrong. The current one is Prey.
Well, no, you got to give him credit. He came out when the trailer came out and said he thought that the new Predator was going to suck. He was going to be woke. When he saw it and it wasn't woke, he admitted that. Like, how is that bad?
But why did he think it was going to be woke?
Because he thought it was going to be a female lead who wasn't going to learn from the males around her and was going to be girl boss hero from the start. And
why did he think that?
Because
that's the paradigm. Every female is like Jesus on high, coming from the heavens. Ooh, look, I'm here to walk on water and teach the old dead men
So you're
how it's done.
Anytime a movie shows me that it's going to have a female protagonist, I can safely make the assumption that the movie will be woke.
No, obviously not.
Why not? Why not?
You shouldn't make assumptions about anything.
The odds are that it will be woke. Is that what you're telling me?
Well, it depends. It depends upon if it's a fully fleshed out character that is capable of learning from.
I'm looking at a trailer.
The odds are higher that it'll probably be a poorly written female character who's just a girl boss. Yes.
Okay.
But I don't think you're being fair, because if he looked at that trailer and he made the assumption and then he says, "Oh, I was wrong to assume this," I think that's a good thing. He should be.
And would it not be then smart to, in the future, not make predictions based on the mere fact that it has a female lead?
Sure. Yeah, of course. You're saying he hasn't done that.
So moving forward, you would think it would be bad if he sees a trailer and it's starring a female. And again, we're saying that the reason he predicted it would be
just
woke,
because it was a female, though.
Then why did he do it?
He did it because he thought that the female would embody the message, which you don't know what the message is.
What about the trailer told him it would embody the message?
Because there probably wasn't any.
Because there wasn't enough guys in the trailer.
Well, no, it probably had the woman kicking ass the whole time. Look,
the guys getting slaughtered by the predator.
Yeah, exactly. There is this thing that you understand how a story works, right? A protagonist has a goal, and things happen in the movie that get them closer to the goal or set them further away from the goal. And if you've got a girl boss that never gets set back from the goal because, oh my God, we can't have this girl boss being beat up by a predator, or oh my God, she can't learn anything from a male character, and this is some ancient time where only male characters have the knowledge of the tribe, then you're going, okay, so she's just learning for herself. She's like Jesus coming from on high and already knows everything.
I think at a certain point you have to become an adult. I think it's very fun to be a child and look at these movies and go, oh my God.
Now this is bad faith. This is bad faith.
I do think that right now, if you are looking at movies and you're going, I know that it's going to have politics and leftist ideology because there's a woman in it and she's going to kick a little too much ass and there's not going to be a man to teach her what to do. Frankly, just go, I don't know, go watch Care Bears or Barney or whatever else. If you really want to take storytelling seriously and you want to take movies seriously, stop watching these channels. Another show that's been great, I don't know if you guys have seen House of the Dragon. Have you seen House of the Dragon, the new Game of Thrones show?
Yes.
Fantastic show.
Yes.
And in the lead up to that show, I can find YouTubers.
It was too woke for me.
Fair enough. There are some YouTubers.
It wasn't. Hold on. House of the Dragon wasn't woke, so that.
No, it wasn't woke. I didn't. Yeah. Well,
that
actually,
was a joke.
It's funny. It kind of actually is. That's actually really funny. House of the Dragon is so much about fighting the patriarchy. But see that would be your good example.
So
of
so it's not, so it's woke but good.
Well,
but wait. That it's not woke.
Well, hold on. You didn't let me finish. First of all,
okay.
I didn't like House of the Dragon. I didn't like it. Nothing to do with the politics situation. I just didn't.
I
didn't like the story. But no, there would be. You were saying like how to make something that has like woke themes but is good. People could point to House of Dragon because a big part of it was about the fact that women were not being allowed into positions of power, but people still liked it because I guess they felt that the characters were fleshed out and, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah,
blah.
realistic. They weren't afraid to learn from men or ally with men even.
Or have
I would say, I know you're saying that no woke show can be good, but I would say, so you're saying it would not be, I don't know. Your whole position is convoluted.
I think you missed it when you asked me a few minutes ago about wokeness good. I said a show that has woke themes could be well written. And they said, well, is it good? And I'm like, well, when you say good, I think you mean like, is it good for society or is it something I'm going to like? And I said, no, but it could still be well written and have like a well-written story.
Wait. Do you think the themes of House of the Dragon are not good for society?
No, I think the idea that women can rule is fine.
But is that woke or not woke?
I don't think it is. Okay, you're right. I shouldn't have said it's woke. It's not. The idea that a woman can be in charge is not explicitly a woke idea. But you would think that the people that are hypercritical of wokeness that you're complaining about would see it as being that way.
They didn't. Gary and all those guys love that House of the Dragon.
They liked it after discovering it was a quality product. Before it came out,
because it wasn't woke.
Stop. Before it comes out, we had hundreds of videos telling us what a woke disaster it was going to be, saying the cast has said this and they're race swapping these people and some of the people said this about diversity. And this is a perfect example. It comes out and the show is good and nobody wants to dunk on a good show, even though I would argue House of the Dragon, yes, it is clearly woke. They completely changed the race of the Targaryens. I mean, is race swapping not one of the most woke things you can do? I would think changing the race of an entire group of characters for the sake of diversity is wokeness.
You have to at least walk away from this and understand what we're talking about. But wait. And stop pivoting to what other people mean by woke. Just try to understand what we mean by woke.
Right. But
I don't. Whatever you guys say is woke, I'm willing to accept that maybe you guys have a very nuanced, educated opinion on it. But I think you have to understand that the majority of people are not discussing it in these nuanced terms that you guys are using.
No, but see,
do you think that most people have the same nuanced grasp of the term woke that you guys do?
Critical drinker is definitely, and I watch a lot of his videos, and he's definitely using the same terminology that we're using. So.
Well, a lot of the guys he hangs out with and makes videos with are not using it in that way.
Well, so I don't watch.
I don't know why he's not correcting.
Here's the problem: whenever we talk to people about this, and this is a question I always ask, especially when we talk to people that are significantly more left wing than you or I or anyone else here. I mean, I'm assuming that you feel and sense what everyone else sensed, was that somewhere in the realm, a time period between 2014 and 2016, there was some kind of political shift that occurred on the left that made it different than it was before then. Right?
I'll say maybe. I don't know.
Really? You don't think it's like, you don't think you've seen a clear shift in like the left around that time period.
I've always been
changed.
in very like progressive circles
So
just by happenstance.
Right.
Like I worked in the video game industry, which was one of the most like hyper woke, you know, industries to be in. So it's possible I have not witnessed it as much as other people have.
I know, because
like to me, like there's definitely been a shift, but I can't point to like a dramatic time period for it.
Like, well, I'm not telling you to point to the specific time period. I'm just saying, when I talk
things
to
have
people
changed
in my own experience, it's
in the
been
past 10
very
years,
clear.
Things
like,
have changed.
You know, used to be past 10 years things have changed. It used to be the left was like very in favor of free speech. It was the right that was very anti, free speech. The left seemed to be very permissive of people kind of expressing themselves however they wanted. And it seems like there's sort of been this somewhere at some time period, there's been this kind of shift where now the left has been all engaged in cancel culture and very like, you need to follow what we say, believe what we say, or you're getting in trouble. So there has been some shift that has occurred that people are trying to relate to and name, and wokeness is sort of the thing that they're trying to relate to. Now, I don't think everyone understands the philosophical underpinnings of why that happened, obviously. I don't think most people do. But something has occurred. Some shift has occurred. I think that's what they're trying to talk about when they say wokeness.
Well, I think the bigger shift is that just leftists have taken more positions of power. You know,
what do you mean when you say?
Well, when you talk about cancel culture, I see the right engage with that. You know, the right cancels people. The right.
Wait. What do you mean when you say leftists?
Like what does leftist refer to?
Yeah, what do you refer
people with
to
a left-leaning ideology? I mean, it's not a very well-defined term.
Okay. Well, no, I think specifically leftist generally means someone left of liberalism.
Okay, so farther left of liberals.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just want to make sure I don't know if you're using it that way.
Liberalism, he means individual.
Well, the Democrats and the Republicans both exist under the framework of liberalism in our country.
Individualism
would be someone who's like
liberalism.
So like some a sock dem or something further to the left than that. But
yeah,
I just want to make sure you don't
sorry.
Mean that
so what were we saying? What was we ultimately discussing there before we tried to define liberalism or leftism?
The concept that you said that you thought that there's been more
they've taken more positions of power. I think what has happened is that yes, there are, I think more activists have entered their way into, again, my bigger concern is always like who's being hired rather than what's being put on the page. But that's for different reasons, where I just think that the people being hired are incompetent based on the fact that they're stupid, not that they're injecting political ideology. But we do see with like a lot of tech companies that what happens is somebody with pink hair comes along and they go, hey, let me set up a diversion and inclusion committee here in your tech company, and we're just going to make sure that marginalized people are protected and whatever else. And the next thing you know, they've managed to create this little censorship committee that can block out, dissenting voices and conservative voices. So yeah, more and more activists have wormed their way into tech organizations, into media companies, and we are seeing repercussions from that. Okay. Yeah,
I agree. Nilo for $5 says, here's this list of woke movies: Ocean 11 remake, Ghostbusters remake, Star Wars, Eternals, Captain Marvel, Thor: Love and Thunder, Proud Family. Good Lord, is Vito playing dumb?
Okay, well, let me challenge one of those directly. Why is the Ghostbusters remake woke?
I'm assuming you're talking about the female one, the all-female one.
It wasn't about female power. They were all like incompetent idiots.
I never actually saw it, so
I guess at the end they, it has the exact same arc as the original Ghostbusters, where they start off as morons and then eventually get good at capturing ghosts. But again, that's a movie where we're saying that the mere fact that it has women makes it woke, which I argue against. I think you could have very easily had a female Ghostbusters movie that could have been funny and been a good time. I actually thought it was a good idea when I first heard of it. I'm like, oh, that could be cool. Get a bunch of like funny female comedians to do a take on Ghostbusters.
I think people call it woke because it's replacing male characters in the same way that they're in the academic setting. They're replacing white male writers.
I don't see it as replacing. It's just a different take on it. I mean,
well, why don't they just why don't they have white? Why don't we
just have another group of white guys do it?
Well, no, why don't they have women just be other characters? Why are they the?
Well, Bill Murray and all the other one of them's dead, so they can't get the original guys back. And if you brought back 4 male characters, what are you going to do? Are you going to have just them playing Venkman, or is it just a new set of 4 guys?
Is that what they're doing with the next movie? They bring them back.
Are people? I mean, people are trying to say I'm defending the Ghostbusters movie. No, it's a terrible movie, but it's not a terrible movie because it's woke in any way.
Well, I think people would
not. It's
just
terrible because it's a bad comedy.
I don't think people would give it the woke charge if it was just female characters in a new story and not substituting female characters or black
because it's too
characters.
Similar to the original story.
Well, no, I just think the race swapping people perceive as we're going to replace beloved white characters with some other characters. So it's kind of like it's the same.
That's crazy because it had cameos from all the original guys. They're not saying, "Oh God, we hate Bill Murray and we hate all the guys who are in Ghost," but they're all in the movie. It was partially written by what's his name. You know, this was completely done under the tutelage of the original Ghostbusters.
I didn't see Ghostbusters. I didn't respond to Ghostbusters. I don't know that the movie is woke or not woke. This is why I wanted to talk specifically about Spider-Verse, which is a movie that I have seen.
Sure. But I'm just saying,
specifically about that
super chat perfectly encapsulates the problem with the discussion. Is that we're talking about. I have a video coming out later this year all about the 2016 Ghostbusters. I've been saving it because there's actually a new Ghostbusters movie coming out, and I'm going to drop that video at the same time. There's 30 minutes about why the improv doesn't work, why they misused the original cast, why the plot is nonsensical, and all of that is so much fun to talk about, and it's all very interesting. But when all we talk about is, I can't believe there's women in it.
Dude,
Vito, it's destroying my soul.
When people
Vito, do you think the
wait, stop. When people were criticizing the female Ghostbusters movie, people were levying like very long, thought out criticisms of the movie. It's not like people are saying, "Oh, it's just."
Some people are doing that.
Yes. Some people are doing it, right. I think.
But your commenter right there has exposed that, especially in recent. If I asked a general portion of, like, let's say the Critical Drinkers audience, is Ghostbusters 2016 a woke film? I think they would all tell me yes.
Right.
And I think they'd be wrong.
I think what's going on here is that there was definitely a push in a lot of like nerd spaces to say, hey, nerds are like racist, sexist, and we need to make things not for them anymore because they're bad people. And we need to start making things for like good allies or for women. Right. There was kind of this push, this idea that was kind of like being pushed in a lot of like nerd magazines and journalistic spaces and things like that. And then separately, you have movies where then they'll like start replacing, you know, the Ghostbusters, the male Ghostbusters with the female Ghostbusters, so people see the connection there, even if there isn't one, right? It's kind of like this movie isn't for you, right? If we're replacing characters that were white with non-white characters, it kind of leads into this whole idea of like we need to open the fandom away from these evil, like misogynist, white racist nerds.
Right, but it's the same justification where you go, well, I've seen a bunch of articles about how we need to get rid of the patriarchy. And then you watch, you know, James Bond, and James Bond dies, and you go, see, that's what they're doing. You know, you can make that conclusion,
I'm not saying
and you can argue that conclusion.
Right, I'm not saying that there is that connection.
Correct.
I'm just saying that that's what people are responding to.
I understand that's what people are responding to. I think that they are often mistaken and over-exaggerating the problem.
Sometimes.
Vito, do you think patriarchy is real or white supremacy is real? Are those things that you...
I think males definitely have more power in most societies. I don't think I'd argue against that. I think there's different reasons for that. And I don't even know if it's necessarily a problem for men to be in charge of most things.
Oh my God.
Do you believe in white do you believe in white privilege?
Yes. I believe in all there's all forms of privilege. If I went to China, you'd have Chinese privilege. I mean, a Chinese person is probably going to do much better in a Chinese society than me, you know?
Mm-hmm. Do you believe in cis heteronormativity?
What's that?
Do you believe we live in a cis heteronormative society?
Most definitely, yeah. Why not?
We should change that? We should be more...
Well, we don't have to change it, but we should be open to the idea that not everyone adheres to, you know, a cis hetero lifestyle. Gay people exist. I don't think that's a problem.
But see, I think that's the difference between like the liberal ideology of, oh, yeah, we live in a cis heteronormative society, or we're going to live in a society where whatever the dominant group is going to have like the most profound impact on culture and all those things, and we should acknowledge that, and that's fine. I think kind of where you get into the woke territory is, oh, well, we need to like rebel against whatever the dominant culture is because it must be bad or it must be
we need to have very common sense discussions about these. Like there's people who go, well, white privilege doesn't exist because me as a white person suffered in this way, and you go, well, no, you can still suffer as a white person. You clearly face, economic privilege is probably way more important than white privilege. Would you rather be a rich guy or a white guy? I'd probably rather be a rich black guy, right. But we can talk about that. I can talk about, when I see a cop, I'm probably a lot more relaxed than if I was a young black teenager, just based on, what happens and the reasons for that. So, and I don't think that it's wrong to talk about that or acknowledge it. And yes, when you go, well, I want to radically reform society, and give all these jobs to women because men are unfairly advantaged, then no, that's crazy. You should give the job to the most competent person. And that is a big problem with Hollywood, is saying, there's a lot of talented white writers, are being told, oh, we're just not hiring white guys right now. And I think that's the bigger problem, not necessarily that they're hiring politically slanted writers, that just they're not hiring the best writers they can possibly get.
Bricknose for $30 says, where the woke agenda stuff gets annoying is when stuff guys like is changed. Annoying old fans who get called racist man babies, but if they quietly don't support it, then they get called racist too. It's like the fans of old geeky stuff can't win. Either it's handed to incompetent writers with no subtlety pushing agendas, or what they like is seen as non-inclusive. Companies scolding consumers for not liking their products. Yeah, I agree with that. Spooky Scary Skeleton says, Adam, what the fuck? You bring up Bud Light and you get Boogie 2.0. Oh, come on. That's pain.
I love Boogie. Me and Boogie are buddies now.
You bring up Bud Light and you get Vito caught red-handed. And he, like everyone you catch like this, starts saying, I don't want to talk about this, and quickly move on.
Wait, how am I caught red-handed? I don't give it. Honestly, put a translator on the beer can. How does that affect my life at all? I don't get it.
What did we get caught? I don't even remember what you said about Bud Light. How did you get caught?
I think I just said I want to focus on Lord of the Rings instead of moving on to Bud
Light.
Well,
I only brought up Bud Light because she's basically using her platform, which isn't
Dylan
really
Mulvaney?
Is it really her platform to push an ideological agenda? And she's open about that.
You're talking about Instagram?
No, I'm talking about the
What's her platform?
The executive who hired Dylan Mulvaney in the Bud Light controversy went on a podcast and openly said that she was an activist and that she wanted to use her platform as an advertising person to forward the activist message. I don't
think she hired Dylan Mulvaney.
She did hire Dylan Mulvaney.
No, I think that was done by an outside ad agency. We even know which ad agency it is.
Well, she's the one that signed off on it. That's why they fired her ass, or
she may have paid the ad agency. But as far as I know, there is no proof that woman had any idea that Dylan Mulvaney was being signed. They just went to an Instagram ad agency and they said, "Yeah, give some beers to a bunch of influencers and we'll put them on the can."
But she did specifically say that she wanted to change the image of Bud Light and that we needed to go inclusive, and Dylan Mulvaney is the perfect example of being inclusive.
Well,
she did specifically say that
perfect example, but again, people are saying she hired the ad agency. I don't even know if that's true. It may have been a pre-existing relationship.
Well, look, I only brought
We're making a lot of assumptions here.
Look, I think, and this is one of my chief concerns about wokeness, and it would be my concern with any ideology. If you're putting your ideology and activism above entertainment, then the whole purpose of writing a movie is to entertain people. You're literally turning it into propaganda.
Bud Light's not entertainment, though.
Well, yes, Bud Light, though, is about selling a product to people. And she's saying it's more important for me to put activism above providing a good product for people.
Wait. How did the product become worse?
No,
it's still Bud Light.
Well, so the product started bad, obviously. That's not.
Yeah, the product's already terrible. But you're saying that her ideology is making the product worse.
Look,
I would make the argument it's the exact same product.
Look, my problem with wokeness and with any ideology is when you're putting activism above the goal of whatever endeavor you're in. Her endeavor is advertising, selling beer, making Bud Light seem worth buying, okay? She is basically saying, I don't give a fuck what the customer wants. I'm going to focus on activism over advertising, over making Bud Light look good.
Do you think
hold
that
on a second. This is taking place in movies. This is taking place in fine art. This is taking place in trash collection. It's like you have municipal city people talking about we need to get inclusion and representation on our fucking garbage trucks. Okay. It's no longer about picking up the trash. It's about spreading our ideology around the world. That's a problem.
I think that she made a deal with if she was associated with it, I think she wanted to sell Bud Light to trans people. Mm-hmm. I don't think it was based on, I want to make Bud Light into some ideological thing. I think it was that they went to multiple influencers and gave them a stupid can for March Madness, hoping it would help promote the beer to whatever number. This was like not a big ad campaign. It was like literally, here's some cans of beer. Can you make like 1 or 2 Instagram videos and we'll move on? So I think
she wanted to corner the trans market, is what you're saying.
Not corner it, just any. I think literally they went to Instagram and was like, okay, who are the top Instagram people? Okay, Dylan Mulvaney has something like I don't know, 10 million Instagram followers.
Do you deny that there are activists in the world that want to put forward progressive messaging? They want to change the world in a progressive way. They want to tear down white supremacy and patriarchy and cis heteronormativity.
I think those activists exist, yes.
Okay.
I don't think.
But those activists, none of those activists are using their various platforms or their personal vocation to do this.
Some of them are. Some of them are. Absolutely. I think with Bud Light, again, it makes much more sense to me that they said, this person has 10 million Instagram followers. Let's try to sell them beer. I don't think it was to... Again, this was not like a beer can that was sold on regular shelves. This was not like a nationwide ad campaign. It only appeared on Dylan Mulvaney's Instagram feed. So it's literally not going... How is that changing any minds? It's only going to people who already follow Dylan Mulvaney.
Well, so then why didn't you promote it somewhere else? Why didn't Bud Light just come out and say, listen, we only wanted to sell beer to trans people. We don't give a fuck about trans ideology.
Because then they would get themselves in a different sort of hot water and attract more controversy.
Oh, you think so?
Well, yeah. I mean, if I came out and I said, I don't care about black people, I just want to sell them beer, I think black people would be pretty upset about that. I don't think that's a good marketing tactic either.
I think the point of talking about the VP here is the idea of, whether these people are ideologically motivated or not. And from her comments, I mean, she definitely said that, she was given some mandate to like update the brand or involve it, and through her own ideological bias in her mind, that's like, oh, so that means like transness, right, or whatever she's thinking. So her ideology definitely is spreading through here.
Right now, let's be clear, a lot of marketing executives are running the numbers, and you make more money when your product is viewed as inclusive. Otherwise they wouldn't be doing it. Skittles does not put rainbow gay Skittles out there because they love gay people. They put it out there because some executive ran the numbers and said it is more popular and more profitable for us to make gay Skittles. Bud Light made a miscalculation where they thought it was the same thing for them and didn't realize that, no, your consumer base is blue collar, guys who don't want to deal with any of this gay lesbian shit, and you shouldn't touch that shit with a 50-foot pole. But again, I think these are decisions that are made in, soulless marketing boardrooms. Yes, maybe there's one, a couple little activist white ladies who are preaching about diversity and whatever else. But at the end of the day, the guy at the top is, making the decisions based on the bottom line of the company.
Yeah, but the problem is that even if it's true that, all these companies that do like the pride stuff or whatever, even if they're all doing it for soulless corporate reasons, they're still pushing some ideology.
True.
That could have a negative effect on people. Like, it doesn't really matter like what the intention behind it is.
Well, what do you mean have a negative effect on people?
Like, you have a negative effect on society, depending on.
Do you think Dylan Mulvaney's beer cans have a negative effect on society?
I think the trans ideology has a negative effect on society.
I think that there is a massive problem currently with people who are going to be transitioning that don't need to transition and will regret it later in life. And I think the more promotion there is of trans people, gets more and more especially young people, hooked on the idea that, oh, I should transition. So
should no trans person be allowed to be a advertise a product?
Not at all. But I think when you have this kind of oversaturation, which we definitely
do you think anytime a trans person advertises a project that it has a negative effect on society by, I mean, at the end of the day, I look at a trans person, I go, hey man, they want to get paid the same as me. And if they're clearly popular as they are on Instagram,
no, it's one, okay. So
I think they have every right to.
Right. So if we lived in a situation where it's like, oh, there's a handful of trans people that are, spokespeople for certain products, they say, oh, okay, I understand kind of what they're doing with marketing wise here. It's like, no. But when you see constantly, it seems like it's just pushed everywhere. Then yeah, I do think that's a big problem.
Hey, Vito, there's been a study where when celebrities commit suicide and the news media not promotes it, but just
covers it.
Yeah, covers the news story. If they tell how the celebrity killed themselves, there will be a spike in suicides that are the same gender, around the same age and the same race as the celebrity, and they'll even do it in the same way as the celebrity. Do you think that the media has an obligation to take that into consideration and tailor how they report the suicides of celebrities?
No.
Okay. So if they just report it like they would normally report it and it ends up in 100 people killing themselves, then that's fine.
Yes.
Okay.
What would be does that relate to Dylan Mulvaney in some way?
Well, yes.
You're saying because it might lead to whatever, because somebody choosing to transition for the wrong reason.
If the only cost is that we are more careful about how we report celebrity suicides and we can save 100 lives, I would say maybe we should just tailor how we report celebrity suicides and save those people. But you're saying, nah, we should just be able to do whatever we want.
I think when it comes to the news, I think this is a weird comparison, but I don't see the reason why the average human should be deprived information to try and save the lives of some small amount of people.
Okay.
I would prefer to have full transparency and full information.
Okay. I feel like
it's most a tragedy, but I mean, I can't imagine. Does the news not give the ways that celebrities kill themselves? Is that
well, no, there is a report for ethical reporting of celebrity suicides that the news media used to abide by. Yeah. Because the news media used to believe that it was more important to save the lives, but evidently, they don't.
I think information and I think true information. You should never obfuscate information for the sake of saving lives. It's like if we knew aliens existed, it might cause a panic and it might cause people to, run out and kill themselves because they found out there's no God. I still think that you should report that information. Like people deserve to know what's going on in the world around them, regardless of what panic or chaos it may cause for the greater good.
Okay.
Well,
I'm going to go take this call and I will be back in like 15 minutes.
Okay. Well, let me read something different then.
This has been an interesting conversation.
It has been, yeah. Angel Burgenio for $20. Thank you. Says, question for Adam Fermented and the Snitch Witch. Mm-hmm. Which will be the most destructive ideal to America if it was fully implemented? Full-blown communism, full-blown fascism, or full-blown AIDS?
Full-blown AIDS would obviously be the worst. I mean,
well, I don't know what the ideology of full-blown AIDS is.
Well, I just thought it would be everyone has AIDS, right?
If everyone has AIDS, that would obviously be the worst thing that happens to the country because almost everyone would die. It's hard to say. I don't know if we can answer that question. Like, if America was full-blown fascist or full-blown communist, like which one's going to be worse? Like, I mean, you have two like really horribly unthinkable options that I don't know if there's a way to answer that question properly. I don't know if you have a take on that.
Yeah, I don't. Obviously, they're both abhorrent. And they're both authoritarian, which is horrible.
Right. They'll both lead to millions of people dying.
Look, there's some really good. There's some really good AIDS drugs out there. I'm gonna go.
So maybe we'll go
with the AIDS. Maybe we'll survive.
There you go. Selder A for 22 euros. Thank you. Says, Adam, have you ever read the book The Evolution of God by Robert Wright? It's as an anti-theist, that book might interest you. It goes over how religion co-evolved along with society and how it served a role in shaping it.
Yeah, I have read the book. It's great. Robert Wright is a great writer, so.
Mm-hmm. So you have read the book. Okay.
Yeah.
What's your first thought for 22 Canadian? Says, under Kathleen Kennedy's rule, she has gone and killed 2 franchises under Lucasfilm and is about to kill her 3rd under Indiana Jones in the 5 o'clock dinner call because she believes she's more creative than George Lucas.
Somehow I think this all goes back to Steven Spielberg asking Kathleen Kennedy to make coffee for him one too many times. I feel like that is really the origin of all of this.
Mm-hmm. Right. Let's see.
You know, Steven Spielberg was like Kathleen Kennedy's mentor, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I'm trying to see ones that don't relate to Vito. PC cool. For $20 says, companies are run by individuals. They have more complex goals and make money. Some want a better resume and get clout from pushing woke media. Management wants to raise the stock price and limit risk, so approve remakes rather than new media. Yeah, I keep forgetting to say this. I forget who it was. I saw some video on YouTube of someone, I don't remember who either worked in Hollywood or had some insight into it. They were kind of talking about how, like, the reason that there's so much like diversity recasting of characters is because everything nowadays has to be a remake and everything has to have diversity in it. And so if everything's a remake, it's going to be a remake of things that primarily had white characters in them. And so obviously if they have to have diversity in them, then that forces them to basically recast all these white characters as non-white characters. So
yeah, it's the same thing they're doing with the white writers, the Western canon. That's why people object to it. But
I agree.
A lot of people are just saying, look, we don't object to you having black characters or gay characters or any of that. Just, build your own franchises.
Born Stella for $20 says, in the Halo TV show, they race swapped Keyes and his daughter, and they changed Miranda Keyes from a military career to a doctor like her mother, which contradicts the lore as she disliked her mother. How is this not woke? Well, I'll be honest, I've never watched the Halo TV show, or even the only Halo games I've ever played were multiplayer. I never played single-player Halo, so I don't even I understand enough about the story to comment on that. You're saying they race swapped a character and they changed the job from military career to a doctor. I mean, so I guess what you're saying is it's woke because it's like military people have to be bad or something? I'm not sure.
Maybe. Anti-hierarchy.
Yeah. Janie Cat for 110 Canadian. Thank you so much. Says, birthday today and a new job. Here's your share, parasites. Well, wow. Thank you, Janie Cat, and happy birthday. That's wonderful.
Yeah, happy birthday and happy new job.
Yes, and that's awesome. What is Vito's take? Oh, ask him this. What is Vito's take on Hunter x Hunter? Neferpitou still did nothing wrong. Well, that's just not true. Adam, look into graphic audio. Books with soundtracks and full cast read Mistborn. To be fair to Drinker, he's like Vito versus LSOM,
ISOM.
but unlefty. Oh, ISOM, but unlefty.
ISOM is Eric July's character, which...
Oh, okay.
We should probably move on to that if you want to.
We can talk about that, yeah. Good Faith Gary for $20 says, I just realized I hate what Vito's doing. Constantly downplaying and denial of wokeness. More than people doing the woke stuff. It's so slimy. There you go.
Right. Well, he doesn't seem to believe that people are injecting their own ideology into the movies, into the properties.
Right. Well, there's a couple $20 ones I'll ask Vito about, and then we can talk about their July stuff and kind of move off this.
Okay. You can, there's super chats from last stream too. We have to go back.
I'll get too confused if I start jumping.
Yeah.
If I start jumping between days and everything. So.
No worries. Are we going to talk about, I want to talk about the book because people commented on our Sunday talk about moms killing their kids. So we got to go back to that. If not today, maybe next week.
Well, I have to. You said that there's evidence in the book that this is some widespread thing. So I'd have to read the book or see whatever evidence the person is citing. Because as I said, looking at just the stats in America, that doesn't seem to be the case that this is a widespread thing.
Well, yeah. I mean, I started kind of jotting out the stats. I mean, he goes into the various indigenous societies where it's common, and they don't have any laws against it there, obviously. So,
well, really? I mean, I assume most societies have laws against murder.
No, they're. What do you mean? They're like tribal. They're like tribal societies.
They're generally, even tribal societies, I assume, would not just be okay with like people
murdering
their children. Really?
Yes.
What societies were this?
I didn't write them down.
Okay. Is this the Monster Next Door?
The Ubamande or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is this the Monster Next Door book?
Yeah. The Murder Next Door. So he goes into 3 different reasons why women do it. He proposes 3 different hypotheses, and then goes through and looks for evidence for those to be true, and they're true. So that's why So
again, the only thing I'm saying is, yeah, if this is something if it's widespread phenomenon, okay, that mothers widespread kill their own children, okay, then I could believe that there's possibly some evolved reason for this, right? All I'm saying is that in America, doesn't seem to be a widespread phenomenon. It seems to happen very rarely.
Well, he points out 4 cases in the book.
Okay, 4 cases is not a common phenomenon.
Well, obviously,
millions and millions of people.
And he says that. He's like, listen, we've socially condemned it, which you're doing a great job of doing. Good job. We've made it illegal.
My position has nothing to do with I'm not afraid, okay? I am not afraid that we're going to live in some society in the future where it's okay for mothers to kill their children. I'm not worried about that. Okay, that's not a concern.
Well, he goes through, like, we've socially condemned it. We've, erected various cultural prohibitions to it. We have also made it illegal and incarcerate people who do it. And all of these societal pressures, he's like, still people do it. And here they are. And even in the cases, he lays out what's going on because they're like criminal cases. So
sure, but someone in the chat said in Papua New Guinea they still are cannibals. America isn't the norm. I understand that's not my point. My point would be if someone were to say, well, there's some evolutionary reason for why like humans would be cannibals, okay? But to me, I'd say, well, that would only make sense to me if cannibalism was some sort of widespread phenomenon, or was a widespread phenomenon at some point in human history, right?
Right.
And so that's what I'm saying. I understand that America is not, the American way that we live now is not indicative of the way that humans lived for most of the time. But to my understanding, cannibalism, while it did occur, was not a widespread common thing that was practiced among most human societies, right? And if that's the case, like, it's hard for me to believe there's some like evolved tendency in all humans if it's something that really affects like a very fringe amount of people. Now, if it turns out that he has evidence and it's true that like mothers killing their own children was some like super common thing, then I'd say, oh, okay, well then I guess there was some evolved thing going on there. Because that would, especially because the idea of a parent killing their child, especially a mother killing their child, is so contradictory or contrary to evolution, which the entire point is to just spread your genes and create offspring in the first place, right?
Yeah, of course.
And that's got to have a reason for it. Yeah, and that's what probably interested him in the first place. Because you'd say, why are people engaged in this behavior, especially women, especially engaged in this behavior that goes so contrary to what we would think of would be an evolutionary principle of behavior?
He lays out 3 reasons: deformity. It will risk other children that the woman already has because they don't have the resources to take care of another child.
Right.
Or children standing in the way of securing a stable mate.
And all those things have some logical sense to it that I would agree with. To my understanding, like, I know that back in the day, people would kill deformed children fairly often.
Yeah,
so I'm not
300.
Contesting that.
Like, yeah,
right. I'm not really contesting that one. I think that is probably true. But I don't think I wouldn't necessarily relate that to anything else like that. And that's not really controversial or even like a weird thing. Like, did people used to kill deformed children?
Killing,
yeah, right.
But killing completely healthy children because you have two kids and a third kid is going to put you over the line.
Right. That's the more like controversial claim that this was some evolved tendency to do that. Yeah.
Look, and just because it's evolutionarily advantageous doesn't necessarily make it right. That's
well, okay.
We got to make that clear
that
here.
Most things that are evolutionarily advantageous are not morally right.
Right.
Evolution is a highly immoral. Evolution exists through highly immoral means of killing and like just not mate guarding, but like mate monopolizing and murder. Like,
yeah, obviously.
There's nothing moral about the process of natural selection.
Well, obviously. I do think some people fall in the trap of saying, it's natural and therefore it's good. And,
right. And that was our big contention with Rollo and a lot of the red pill stuff, as it does seem to lean on the crutch of prescribing morality based around evolution, which is the literal worst thing you could ever do, in my opinion. Not the worst thing, but a very bad thing to do. So,
yeah.
But okay, listen, if you send me whatever evidence that he has in the book, I'll look at it. I mean, because I feel like if he were to include in the numbers people killing deformed children, I feel like that would be like 90% of these cases. Like back in the day, I mean, but that would have been like 90% of these cases of parents killing their children would be for that reason specifically.
Right.
So,
yeah, Andrew, interesting. So go ahead.
Andrew Clark for $4 says the ideal sponger life. I don't know what that means. Zenjiro Yamai, who is an overworked office worker in modern Japan, finds himself summoned to another world. The person who summoned him, Queen Ara, MILF type but virgin, wants him to marry her and leave his old life behind for a life of carefree extravagance as her husband and prince consort and provide an heir. It's full of political intrigue and interesting characters.
Sounds awesome.
The ideal sponger life. That's okay. I'll check it out. That's, it's funny. That sounds like maybe that's why I brought up what I was describing on Sunday about how there does seem to be a lot of these stories, these very kind of interesting stories that are of Japanese origin, where the male character is kind of feminized in terms of like kind of fitting, not feminized, but kind of fitting like the female role, the female, like, what's the word I'm looking for? The female, like the Belle Twilight situation of like, oh, all these women or some like beautiful, powerful woman are fighting over this guy for no reason. Like the guy isn't like great or charismatic or powerful or competent, but for some reason, all these women are just fighting over this like fucking schlub. That's kind of what this sounds like. So
that's a great storyline.
I mean, it's a great storyline for wish fulfillment. I'm not sure what it says about society as a whole, right? I'm not sure. I would think that would be a healthy society if that's like a very, not like criticizing anyone for liking it. You can like it. You can like something for wish fulfillment reasons. I mean, hell yeah. Who doesn't want to be like, marry some hot MILF queen who gives you everything you want, right? Who rescues you from your everyday job. But if that becomes like a common trope in storytelling, I think that's indicative of an underlying sickness or problem in your society. So, if that makes sense.
Sure.
Okay. The Love Doctor 69 all day for $2 says, Adam, if there are really deleted scenes in TLJ that show Luke training Rey, wouldn't that show that worrying about patriarchy wasn't why they didn't include the scene? TLJ sucks, but wokeness ain't close to the big reason.
I guess so. Yeah, that would be a point in favor of it. Well, it depends. I mean, maybe they shot the scenes and they didn't test well in front of the woke audiences.
Right. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. You'd have to know why they cut them. Well, first of all, I haven't even seen these scenes in the first place anyway. So
they do a test screening in Los Angeles, and everyone's like, "Oh my god!"
Right. Well, yeah, that could very well happen. That could be the reason. So
they do a lot of test screenings in Los Angeles, obviously.
Right. Okay. I'm not gonna read that one right now. I'll read something. Let's see. Slag Lust for 2 Canadian says, remember Vito said we. Never forget. I don't remember what that was in relation to. C. Pappy for $2 says, imagine your name having a dirty double meaning. That's very unfortunate for you, C. Pappy. Can you imagine if your initials are CP nowadays? God, it's gonna be rough. Adam leave. Adam left. I'm talking to no one. I'm talking to just you, chat. Adam just dipped out. Didn't even tell me. Terrible. Oh, look, just in time, Adam leaves and Vito comes back.
Hey, sorry. I had to talk to my doctor real quick to, I had an appointment, telehealth, but we knocked it out. Well, anyway, now that the chat hates me.
Yeah, you want to promote your stuff now?
I wonder if there's a way to get them back on my side. Probably not. I'd say this, guys. The important thing is that I'm just glad we're having this discussion. I don't think we have to agree. And I think that the answer is going to lie somewhere in the middle. I think you guys are more cautious. You guys think you have it nailed 100%. I'm even willing to say that I underplay it. I would say maybe you guys overplay it. Hopefully someday we arrive in the middle.
Right.
I guess at the end of the day, I just wish so much of the conversation, so much that I hear about every day is woke, woke, woke. Is it woke? How do we make it not woke? I find it exhausting. I don't know about you guys. Maybe you guys enjoy talking about it. I don't know.
I do. Yeah.
I just think that there's so many more fun topics, especially when it comes to like movies and storytelling.
Look, I look at it. In all seriousness, I do look at it like the Mormons taking over Hollywood. Like that is the story of.
That's how it feels.
That's the story of the century, though. Like it is. It really is. All these people are surreptitiously trying to shove their religion into movies and convert people to their religion secretly. Like, how can people not talk about it?
I just don't see. I just don't.
Yeah, but it is your religion, though. That's why I asked you about all those things.
But what is my religion? I don't even get it. I think society becomes more progressive over time, and you're going to see that seep into the media. But I think ultimately, if we're talking about Hollywood is controlled by the left, you know, what's new in the West? I mean, we've known this. You know, I think maybe it's more interesting that conservative voices are trying to, you know, push out and make their own media. I think that's something that is maybe happening. That we'll see where that goes.
I think what is different is kind of what we were talking about earlier, where I was saying, you know, the left has changed because, you know, if yes, Hollywood has always been left wing, but as long as they're still pushing for things that exist within the branch of liberalism, I'm okay with it, or at least I'm more okay with it. But I think it's when you start to get worried is when it kind of goes outside the branch of liberalism and sort of goes into the left, what I call leftism. That's when I get kind of like, oh no.
I get worried about the very blatant, stupid political stuff. I don't think the Transformers should be talking about being non-binary. There was even like some there's Transformers, exactly. I wanted to make cisformers who don't transform at all. That was the tagline.
You should do that. That's pretty funny.
Cisformers, they don't transform. They're just robots. I think, yes, look, there's always going to be some like hyper politically, but it has always existed, and we need pushback. When it becomes like really
this is stupid. What all the woke people say. It's exactly what they say. Politics politics have always been in TV and motion pictures and comics.
Yeah, they have though.
Politics have always been there.
I think the only difference is that the politics have changed with the time. That, like, you know, what was being put on in the movies in the 70s and 80s was probably seen, you know, just as radical and crazy. Like, oh my God, you know, there was one point where you're gonna have Captain Kirk kiss a black lady. You can't do that. And at that point in time, that was the equivalent, you know, of extreme leftist politics to show an interracial kiss. So yeah, as time goes on, things are more progressive, but I don't think that's Hollywood has changed what they're doing. Hollywood has always pushed, you know, progressiveness on people. It's just what is considered progressive now has changed.
Well, I don't think there's anything wrong with obviously interracial relationships. I don't think there's anything wrong with gay marriage. I think part of the problem
But if you were in the 80s, there would be a huge problem with that. You would not put that in movies.
Well, I think.
I mean, not the interracial stuff, but gay marriage would have been a huge problem.
Well, I think part of the problem is we've tipped over into kind of male bashing and gender ideology, which isn't really based in fact, I believe. Yeah. So it's a completely different thing. I mean, if you're pushing society to be okay with interracial marriage, I think you're on firm ground. If you're pushing society into a direction where every child gets to decide whether or not, you know, their own biological sex, I think you got problems.
Right. Well, so you said you wanted to move on, Adam. So I don't want to just loop into this again.
Okay.
But there was a couple of super chats I want to read before we move.
Yeah, if there was any questions for me that I missed, let me know.
Yeah. There was. Let me see if I can find them again.
And just to be clear, I think I'm with you 100% on the trans stuff. The only difference is that I go, you know, if you're an adult, I really can't tell you what to do. If you want to say you're a woman and you want to dress up as one, go nuts. I'm just always been of the opinion that, you know, a man cannot become a woman and a woman cannot become a man. And I don't think that should be a controversial take.
Yeah, I agree.
Right. Paul Fritz agrees with you for $10. Says, people complaining about the movie being woke are the new SJWs. I remember arguing with feminists back in 2012 who used to nitpick and complain about media just like this. So I guess Paul agrees with you.
No, I think he's saying that the way we pick movies apart for being woke is the way that feminists used to pick movies apart for being, Right. And thanks for agreeing. It's just as obnoxious. To me, anyway.
There you go. You don't like when anyone agrees or disagrees with you. You're just like,
no. I just...
I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying.
You know what I'm saying.
Okay. So Reefer for $20 says, ask Vito about the Rings of Power marketing and why they focused on making it, quote, for a modern audience, and why weren't the black characters in Tolkien's writing the representation? Hint, they all sided with Sauron.
So the marketing for Rings of Power was woke. Is that what I'm told?
No, they're saying that they supposedly, I don't remember this, supposedly they specifically said, this is Rings of Power for a modern audience.
Well, I'll say this is you cannot pick a Hollywood project out there and not find some sort of way to claim the marketing was woke. A lot of people in the chat were saying like, well, what about Top Gun Maverick? That's a huge not woke movie. If you go look at interviews with the casts, you're going to find the exact same buzzwords where they say, well, we wanted to make it for a modern audience, and that's why we have, you know, pilots of... Isn't there female pilots in Top Gun Maverick? I haven't even seen it yet.
Yeah, there are.
Yeah, so that, you know, the exact same marketing quotes, the exact same woke quotes are out there for Top Gun Maverick saying we wanted to modernize it and add diversity and all of that. And that, again, is why I say it's always retroactive. If Top Gun Maverick was a bad movie, we'd say, well, that's because, you know, they spent too much time casting these awful female pilots and whatever else.
I don't think just diversity is woke, though. That's why. I think that's a bad read of what woke is.
Right, but I think people can interpret it that way.
I think I don't. Well, I think people will point to it as, again, I mean, I have quotes from YouTubers who are specifically saying, you know, putting diversity in Batman would have been woke. So not everybody agrees with that, but some do.
Hentai OG Taitoku 310, what a name, says there are literally people trying to dislike and boycott Final Fantasy 16 because it doesn't have diversity. Well, there you go.
All right.
Mike Osborne says, Vito, if all the wokeness in movies is just bad writing, can you come up with one example of bad writing that comes across right-wing?
Well, I mean, like we said, I mean, if something is like pro business, you know, is that a right-wing ideology? If a movie...
I mean, generally, yeah, sure.
Sitch, can you turn your mic up a bit?
No, not really.
We're talking about like at
is
the
it
end
full blast already?
No, hold on, I can change something.
Lately you're just like, hey.
Well, I mean, excuse me.
Can I go to She-Hulk and I can say, oh, ultimately this woman who's supposed to be, you know, empowered, you know, the real moral is that she wants to be with a white man. Is that, you know, a right-wing moral that the ultimate object of her affection is that's the ultimate prize is white men? You know, I can make the same argument that that's conservative ideology. It's very easy to pick these things out of a hat, you know?
Well, first of all, is this better, Adam? Is it any different?
Yeah, it's way better.
Yeah, that sounds better.
Okay. No, so, yeah, but the question was, can you point to something that I mean,
that I believe
She-Hulk being involved with like Matt Murdock isn't necessarily. I don't think that's necessarily like bad writing. That's, I mean, I think they were in the comic. So they're asking like, is there some bad writing that you could point to and say, oh, this is bad writing, probably because of like right-wing ideology seeping into the story?
Well, I can give. Let's. This is going to be a bad example, but I think Death Note, the manga.
Yeah.
I think the creators of Death Note, I don't know, they don't fit the definition of American conservative, but the way that they treat female characters within that series strikes me as a conservative view of women, where female characters are very much sidelined in favor of the male characters, that they aren't really given the spotlight, that they're often used as you know what a good example would be actually is just like the idea of using like, I think if you look at the Zack Snyder DC movies, he really doesn't know what to do with female characters and almost inherently uses them as victims constantly. So like, whenever Superman is saving someone, he's not saving them. You never see Superman holding a man, coming down from the. He's always saving a mother.
Gay if he did that.
Well,
right?
That's the thing. It would be gay, right? So, it really is kind of a conservative. Superman is always saving screaming women. I think in Man of Steel, he saves multiple. Like Lois Lane is in a position of victimhood. Like she never has a moment of like being a strong female character. It's constantly Lois Lane being victimized and Superman having to swing in and save her.
There wasn't one of the bad people of a woman.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you can have, but I mean, she loses to Superman. Isn't that ultimately a white man triumphing over all adversity and saving all women, even the bad evil woman?
Well, does he just save her or does he beat her up? I don't.
Well,
I'm saying
Man
of Steel actually. It's like
he beats up a woman and he saves another woman.
Okay. Yeah, but I think it's interesting that like with Death Note, I sort of agree with you because the only the only woman that seems to do anything in the show is Ray Pembar's wife, who dies, obviously.
Yeah, who was a great character. Yes. And honestly would have been great to have her survive.
And what's funny? She was American.
She was American, and I think they even made a prequel novel where she was like a major character or something.
So, but that's...
And then the only other female character you get is Misa, who's an idiot.
Yeah.
You get
the
newscaster, who is easily manipulated by Kira because she's an idiot.
And also, well, she's not an idiot. She's just a simp. So
she's naive. All the women in Death Note are portrayed either as victims or naive.
Right.
There's never a primary female character who's given a chance to have any competency.
Right. But I think it's interesting because obviously Japan has a very different culture than America, so that would make sense that they have different.
Yeah, they have. I think they have Japan is very conservative. It's a very conservative country when you get down to it. They don't like gay people. They don't like tattoos.
Well, tattoos is for a different reason, but I don't.
Yeah,
the gang affiliation, but
yeah. I mean, they're even so xenophobic. They have like spas that no white people allowed in this Japanese spa, Japanese only.
Octasy for $10 says Sitch makes the only point that matters. All the bad writing just so happens to go in the direction of the political ideology of the writers with incredible consistency. True, very smart. Andrew Clark says obviously Vito hasn't seen any Maggie May Fish videos. You probably
that's true.
That,
I don't know who that is.
Wow.
You should check her out if you want to laugh at some hyper woke nonsense.
We should bring Vito in for the
Fight Club video.
The Fight Club video.
Maybe. She has a really wild take on Fight Club.
Do you think Fight Club is woke, Vito?
It's a good question.
Fight Club is like vehemently. Well, it's interesting. This would come up in our conversation about Hobie Brown because they're anarchists in Fight Club, but Fight Club is vehemently anti-woke. So
they definitely want to flatten hierarchies.
So
maybe it is woke.
The problem is that I've read the book Fight Club, and it's been a long time though, so I can't remember it.
I mean, the book and the movie are.
The author is gay. Is a gay man, right?
Chuck Palahniuk is gay. I didn't know that.
I believe he is. Yeah.
Oh, okay, interesting.
There is. I think Maggie
I can't like
May
that
Fish's,
movie anymore because a gay man wrote it. But
Maggie May Fish's take, I think, is that it's toxic masculinity, patriarchal.
No. Well,
no. Her take is much worse than that, Adam. Her take
is she saying it's bad for that reason?
No. She likes it, but she says that most people think that Edward Norton is the real character and Brad Pitt is the hallucination, and she's saying it's the opposite, and that.
Well, it is very clearly, at the end of the day, it basically does say that this toxic masculinity was the construct of, a madman bomber, and at the end of the day, he's saved by, the love of a woman.
Yes, no.
So you could make the argument that it's woke.
Toxic masculinity definitely is a huge part of
that's what's being criticized in the movie. So if that's enough to call it woke,
to me, the interesting part of Fight Club is that there's this age-old idea that if you have a bunch of young men who are disenfranchised from society for whatever reason, they're going to want to destroy society, and you have to be kind of eternally vigilant for this problem and deal with it. And that's why I think the important message of Fight Club. But anyway, Maggie's point was that basically she thinks Brad Pitt's character is the real character and Edward Norton is the fictional character designed by the story to make you sympathetic with the toxic male characters in the movie or something.
Right.
Which is insane.
Which is incorrect because there's sequels to Fight Club where we know that.
Yeah. Well, no, obviously, very literally, we all know that Brad Pitt's character is the hallucination. But spoiler warning. Become the Knight for $50. Thank you, Become the Knight. It says, you're conflating people saying the black female lead is why it was bad versus prioritizing representation over quality. That's why, quote, woke made it bad. Obi-Wan obviously prioritized representation over quality.
Obi-Wan,
this cuts to the very heart of it. You say they prioritize representation over quality, but you can only say that after the movie is bad. What if they prioritize representation over quality and then the movie was good?
Well, then they would
let's say
they would have prioritized quality, obviously, over representation.
No, why? Well, what if by prioritizing diversity and then they just happened to shit out a script, they didn't put a lot of thought into it, but it was just a great story?
If you're prioritizing quality,
the exception that proves the rule.
Look, if you're prioritizing quality, you have to have a quality movie. I guess maybe you could prioritize quality and still make a shit movie. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. And you could also prioritize diversity and make a great movie. There's no rule saying that by prioritizing diversity, the movie will be bad.
Well,
I think if you're not prioritizing quality, you're going to get a bad movie.
I've given you specific
on
examples.
Average,
I've given you specific examples of where...
You agree on average, right?
Give me a specific example of a movie that prioritized diversity over quality. That you proof
easy.
Of this.
Well, okay. Not diversity, but like the woke thing. I brought up the Ray. If you're worried about the cringiness of a young female learning from an old white male, and you're prioritizing those politics over the quality of the story, and it would be better, the story would be better if you had included that scene, then you are literally prioritizing woke politics over quality.
You're assuming they knew that.
Right. Well, yeah, but Vito doesn't think that's why that scene was cut anyway, or didn't happen, so.
If you could find me an example of a director saying I had a great scene, but I cut it out because we didn't have enough black people in the movie, I'd say, okay, you have a very good point there.
Sure, but you're never going to see something that specific, right?
You're also never, that's not going to happen. No director is going to take a good scene out of a movie because they need more room to show like a black guy.
No, but they might say, I'm not going to necessarily write the movie in this specific way because of that.
I'm just saying these are all based on assumptions. We have no proof of any of this. It's all after the fact justifications of, well, the reason it's bad, they must have prioritized diversity. You don't know that. It's very possible that they spent all day and night trying to write a great script and they just failed.
Right. So as I said,
equally possible.
Right. So to me, the proof, obviously I don't have 100% proof. We're not going to get a written confession usually from Kathleen Kennedy,
we're making assumptions,
or Rian Johnson or something like that. But to me, the reason that I think it's a safe assumption, or at least safer than the alternative, is the fact, as I said, all of the bad writing just happens to go in one ideological way.
I don't even think the bad writing goes in an ideological way. Like, again,
they're never sacrificing quality to conservative ideology, right?
Do you think Holdo smashing a spaceship into a bunch of other spaceships is a leftist scene?
No, but I think they're like, listen, we need this woman to like save everyone's life.
Do you think setting The Last Jedi a day after The Force Awakens was a leftist decision?
No, obviously not.
So at the end of the day, my argument is that more of these writing decisions are just bad writing decisions.
Wait. You skipped the first. Okay, so you said Holdo's a perfect example. Okay, there could be an ideological decision where they're like, we want, from an ideological feminist perspective, to have this one woman who's been shitting on Poe, you know, the whole time, to be the one person, the single lady boss that saves everyone. So how do we do that? Right? So then they have to construct some ridiculous reason that one person is going to like destroy the entire armada based on ideology.
Yeah, that's a great example right there.
I think that's just an example of somebody making a desperate kamikaze attack and the writer not thinking, well, that doesn't really make sense in Star Wars.
Yeah, but they didn't go for that stupid maneuver because they thought it would be cool. They went for that stupid maneuver because of politics, because they were like, this will be great if the woman saves everyone.
I don't agree. Again, I think that they created, yes, a female character in that situation, but I don't think because she's a female character they suddenly went, oh, let's make it so the rules of Star Wars don't apply to her because she's a woman. I think that's just a function of bad writing.
Well, no, the rules of Star Wars had to be broken in order to make the scene where
I don't
she
think Ryan
saves everyone.
knew he was breaking them. I think he's just an idiot. Like, I don't think it was an ideological decision to break the rules of Star Wars for a dumb spaceship
You don't
scene.
think it was an ideological decision to have the girl boss save everyone?
No.
Well, here's the problem. And again, everyone here, we don't know, like,
not to have them save everyone. You could say that having a scene where Holdo saves the day, you could maybe make the argument that it's ideologically driven, but she could have saved the day in a way that was not moronic. That's where the bad writing is the problem.
Well, she could have not saved the day. They could have done a scene that was actually good. And
but here's the problem. Okay, so we don't like when they write this, when he writes a scene in the script that says Holdo goes into light speed and destroys an entire armada. Okay, and then like all the people read the script, all the executives read the script. You know, all the million people that work on this movie read the script. No one at any point is like, listen, Ryan, that's a really stupid fucking idea. Because if you say that that's a thing that you can do in Star Wars, it's going to open like all these massive plot holes of why the fuck have they not been doing this from the beginning? It's like the most powerful fucking weapon or tool that's ever been designed in this universe, and just no one's ever been using it. Like, I don't know. It seems to me hard to believe no one brought that up at any point in production.
But you're saying that it got brought up, and the reason that the concern was not addressed is because Holdo is a woman.
They said, listen, no one's going to care about that except for the nerds. We want to have Holdo save everybody. And we want it to look really cool.
No, but I think, yes, I do think that at the forefront of Rian Johnson's mind was, this is going to look cool. No. I don't think at the forefront of his mind was, I need the pink-haired lady to destroy the Star Wars canon to put all the man babies in their place.
Wait, why'd they give her pink hair, too?
That was actually Kathleen Kennedy's idea, and she's the one that told Rian Johnson to do this. Otherwise, he doesn't get his balls back.
But I'm glad you brought that up. Like, what was the point of giving her pink hair?
I don't know, sir.
I mean, doesn't that seem... Tell me why. Well, I don't know. Just everyone... It seems like... I mean, are we going to say that they don't know that, like, having the pink or the blue hair is associated with, like, very specific people in a very specific ideological place in our society right now?
I think there's been a modern trend of just giving women like stupid hair color, and we've seen it in a lot of different projects. I'm not going to say. Well,
I mean, if you're talking about some cyberpunk thing, maybe, but in Star Wars, it was like very out of place. It was very weird, and it's hard for me to imagine that.
It's a fun theory. It's fun to theorize. Okay. That Rian Johnson said, "What if I had a pink-haired SJW save the day?"
Yes.
At the end of the day, I have to say I don't see a lot of evidence to support it, but it is funny to think about.
You.
All right. We move on. Nick Fu for £20 says, Vito, Amazon's diversity and inclusion policy. Quote, we seek out stories that amplify the voices of characters across races and ethnicities and bring underrepresented characters to life. Isn't that forcing the creator's hands?
I do disagree with Amazon's diversity hiring requirements. I don't remember exactly if they apply to the content of the stories themselves.
Well, they're claiming it does, according to this guy.
Right, and in that case, like, that's the specific thing that should be fought against.
Right.
Okay. Absolutely. There should be no, the Oscar diversity requirements or hiring requirements, or you have to have X number of black people, white people. That's a genuine problem. And if it comes out that any of these productions, I mean, if you come to me and you say, here's the rule list for Star Wars that said you had to hire one black guy and one woman based on this ridiculous document,
and she has to save the day at the end of the movie.
Yeah, I'd go, well, that's ridiculous, and that needs to be addressed. Well, right now I have to assume that most of the diversity hiring, again, is based on we want a diverse cast because we think it'll attract a wider audience because people are into that.
Because people are racist, and they can only go to movies if they see them on camera.
I mean, we've been doing this forever. You do a sitcom, you try to put in somebody from everybody, so everybody's got a character for themselves.
I don't look
at
the
racism. Burger King Kids Club. Why was there a disabled kid in the Burger King Kids Club? Hey, because you got to have one of everybody,
Right. So I found that in 2021, Amazon created an official Amazon inclusion policy. Okay. They had like a whole like goal book, and it said
that they're trying to get to by a certain year.
Right. It says each film or series with a creative team or 3 or more people in the above line roles, directors, writers, and producers, should ideally include a minimum of 30% women and 30% members of underrepresented racial and ethnic groups. This will increase to 50% by 2024. Casting actors who identify with gender identity, nationality, blah, blah, blah. Aiming to include one character from each of the following categories in the speaking roles with a minimum of 50% of these: women, LGBTQIA+, people with disabilities, and 3 regionally underrepresented race or ethnic cultural groups.
You can just say not white men, and you nail every category.
That's what's funny with like the Oscar thing. It's all just not white men.
Not white men, not white men, not white men.
It was, I guess it'd be too obvious if they just said that. Let's see. Seeking at least 3 bids from vendors or suppliers on productions, one of which must be from a woman-owned business and one from a minority-owned business.
Wow.
I'm actually legally a woman in the state of California, partially for that reason.
Oh, well, there you go.
You just go to the DMV and you get a female ID, and
right.
You can qualify for all sorts of wonderful things.
Yeah, I don't know. Just to me, like when you have all these, policies that you read, and it's so obvious that they're like really forcing in this sort of these things in the hiring thing. I can't imagine that's not making it onto the screen as well.
I think it does. Some of it makes it to the screen. I'm fully willing to admit that.
Right. Okay, that's good.
Again, I just need, sometimes it needs to be a better example than like a woman does something a man did in the previous movie. I don't know.
Sure. Yeah.
It's too convoluted.
Overdo it. I agree. People overdo it. Let's see.
We would never overdo it though. That's not our style.
We're amazing. We're the best. Let's see. Andrew Clark says he disagrees with your critique of Drinker. He thinks it's reductive and ill-formed. Drinker changed the title of the Predator video because people were confusing it for the movie review.
Oh.
There you go.
Well, I think Drinker is mentally handicapped, so agree to disagree.
How can you say that? I
just think he's a very bad critic, and he does a very bad job.
Really?
Yeah.
But you've only listened to a couple of his videos.
Yeah, I've tried to watch a number of them, and he always ends up making the same reductive points about some sort of message. It's not backed up by any real concrete examples.
We should do this again and watch a Drinker video, because I'm curious I'm curious where the choke point is, where you're like, oh god.
I think there's also a lot of guys who a lot of Americans mistake accents for intelligence. So a lot of these guys get popular because they have a British accent.
So you're basically just triggered by the British accent, is what you're saying.
No, I'm just saying the popularity comes from the idea of authority.
I hear I'm jealous. I'm jealous.
I can't be jealous of incompetence. I'm a good writer. He has a number.
You're jealous of the accent.
What born? I do wish I had a British accent. It's a shortcut to popularity.
I think Scottish. Or Irish, I'm not sure.
I think that Scottish accent has unfortunately tricked you into thinking that man has deeper things to say.
Well, I listened to his videos, and he does. I think he actually does, though.
What is a profound point that the Drinker's made about the art of storytelling?
Well, he does all the The examples that I'm pointing out, where
for instance, with Into the Spider-Verse, can I make a point that I watched one of his videos recently? Not to interrupt. He says in Into the Spider-Verse,
but that's okay.
Sorry, I know. I get really well because this is a good example of why I can't take this guy
seriously. I haven't watched his Spider-Verse video, so
and across the Spider-Verse, he feels the need to go, well, isn't it interesting that the white Peter Parker is a dopey dad and the comic relief and all the characters of color are competent and whatever else? And I went, this guy's an idiot. Peter Parker is shown having like a great family life. He's the most emotionally well-adjusted of the characters. He's literally like the only character in the movie that's like a source of wisdom and strength is the white Peter Parker. And all he can view him as is a dopey comic relief character. I went, this man does not understand what is happening here.
Could they do, let's say I'm a movie writer and I want to do like a really stupid black guy.
Yeah.
Can I do that in my movie? Am I going to get shit for that?
I think you can and you should do that.
I don't think you can.
I think I'll get tremendous shit from it and be branded a racist and the movie will be blacklisted.
Well, why is what is his stupidity? Like, how is he?
Let's say I want to do a black guy that is dumb and a criminal.
No, here you go. Just reverse the roles in the first Spider-Verse movie. Okay, it's Black Panther. It's the new Black Panther's gonna be white, and he has to be tutored by a different Black Panther from an alternate universe who's a fat, out of shape, Black Panther. I don't know if that idea is gonna fly with people.
Oh, can you imagine it?
Yeah.
Wait, Black Panther has to be tutored by somebody? Or are you talking about Spider-Verse?
I'm saying take the first Into the Spider-Verse movie. You make it about Black Panther, and you swap all the roles, right? So Black Panther in the universe dies, has to be replaced by a white guy, and then so the new white kid who's going to be Black Panther has to be tutored by a fat, out of shape Black Panther who's kind of a loser from another universe. I don't think people are.
First of all, the fact that Black Panther adds a lot to it. But if it was,
I'm just saying,
if it was the white Spider-Man being taught by like a schlubby black guy, but at the end of the movie, he has a great arc in that movie where he goes from being a loser to a winner. So that's probably not the example you want.
I think what I'm assuming, I haven't seen the review, but I'm assuming what Critical Drinker is referring to is that in the movie, even though I agree with you that Peter B. Parker is my favorite character in all the movies. And I think he does definitely have a positive, especially becomes a much more positive character in the second one because he has a child. He obviously has rekindled his relationship with Mary Jane. But in terms of like the visual aesthetics of the character, it's like everyone's like super badass and cool looking, and then he's like a schlub in slippers and a coat, or a bathrobe. And it is kind of interesting that like he's like the one white guy in the movie. So I don't know.
Again, so much of this criticism comes down to, well, isn't it curious? And I go, no, it isn't. He's still a great character. He's still Spider-Man.
No, but I'm not going to go. Not him. That's fine. It's like, why is he like? There's no other white Spider-Man that like have any prominent roles in this movie.
I assume a bunch of those Spider-Men, they didn't take off their masks, but I assume there were white ones.
No, but all the main ones, none of them are white except for Peter B. Parker.
Except for also, what do you call it? Ben Reilly, who's also a joke in the movie.
Right.
So you're right. They hate white guys. I just don't come out of the movie going, God, I wish there had been, one prominent, cool white guy in the Spider-Man movie. I'm just like, I'm just not thinking about it.
I don't go out of the movie. I didn't leave the movie thinking that either. But then when you
the drinker did.
That is kind of interesting.
No, it isn't. It isn't interesting.
Okay,
the story works so well.
Okay.
And it's only that when you get out of it and you start going, okay, how did the black guy act? How did the Indian guy act? And how did the white guy act? We saw that with Ryan Cannell did a review where he came out of the Batman theater and he went, well, what I really didn't like about the movie was that there was a lot of white guys who were bad and a lot of people of color who were good. And I'm like, Batman is the main character. He's a white guy. You have a white guy main character. You can't start being like, I didn't like that the mayor was black. He literally said, the mayor was black. That's a modern day Hollywood politics for you. Motherfucker, there's a lot of black mayors in America. Like, if anything, that's more realistic. We've had a ton of black mayors. The mayor of New York is black now. So, again, it's this constant.
Well, the old
you have to take it in.
Gay black woman.
Yes, you have to look at the movie as a whole. When you start pulling things out and going, well, in this scene, a white character was weaker than a black character. In this scene, a woman was stronger than a man. You have to evaluate the totality, and breaking it down into these little if anything, this is what SJWs do, is that they can only look at the movie through the eyes of race, through these little inner, like tiny little elements, and go, well, isn't it curious? And they don't examine it from a whole. And that's what I'm saying that a lot of these critics are doing, is that they're taking very small elements and they're trying to pigeonhole those as woke ideology and tainting the movie and ignoring the overall big picture.
So I don't remember exactly what that one YouTuber you just cited said. Ryan. Yeah. I do remember that on stream, we went and watched it, and I thought people were taking what he said out of context. And then I don't think that, so I don't know if that, I don't agree that's like a fair thing.
Essentially, that there was not enough good white people in the movie.
Okay, I'll have to go back, because I remember watching this and being like, I think people are out of context with this. Because I
was speaking off the cuff. He wasn't
like race swapped characters. I thought was his main position. So.
Well, he's saying that the movie's wokeism was by showing black characters in a very positive light, Catwoman, and having the bad characters be like the Penguin, a white guy.
Okay.
And I go, okay,
do you disagree that
I remember looking at this and I'm not coming to the same conclusion. But okay.
Look, do you disagree that progressives want to create role models for blacks and gays and positive stereotypes of blacks and gays and
I think that they want to create positive representation. Absolutely.
Right. Okay. So that's a goal of theirs. They're not interested in creating positive stereotypes of white people, correct?
I completely disagree with that. There's plenty of positive white characters.
Well, no, there is, but it's not a goal of their ideology, is to create stereotypes of white people that are good. Like the prominent stereotype I see on the left of white people is that white people are racist.
Okay.
Well, that's what's being activated in the movie. They're saying, look, the stereotypes that they're trying to create of white people is that they're schlubby, stupid, and incompetent. And the stereotypes that they're trying to create of black people is that they're smart, intelligent, and forthright and moral and all those things. So I understand what they're trying to do.
I just look at the Marvel movies and I go, Captain America seems like a positive white role model. Iron Man, obviously has his demons or whatever, but at the end of the day does the right thing.
Look,
so you're saying because they don't have to consciously think about making positive white role models, but they have to consciously think about making black ones.
This is why I brought up can you do a character that's a black criminal or a stupid black criminal? Because they're worried about that stereotype, and that stereotype has been prominent for so long. They don't want that stereotype to be in media anywhere. White people, you can go the entire diversity of behavior because they're not worried about this negative stereotypes of white people. But they are worried about negative stereotypes of gay people, black people, any sort of minority.
Well, are there any negative stereotypes of white people that you think are like drastically affecting the white community in a way that's really harming us?
White people are all racist.
Look, yeah, white people are all racist. If in Into the Spider-Verse, Miguel was a white dude and he's strangling Miles and he says, "You don't belong here," I'm going, I see what's going on here, right?
Well, that would be a Mexican guy strangling a black guy, and that's a whole other bag of worms.
Right.
Well, if it's a black guy, you're like, oh, maybe that's a little too... I think that they walked those landmines. They traverse those landmines very well into the Spider-Verse to avoid being political.
I think, yeah. I mean, obviously that there's certain topics that you don't want to create controversy, and some writers will shy away and say, well, it's just going to be easier for me if I don't have, a white guy beating up a bunch of black guys. And that is a failure of storytelling at the end of the day. And there are ways to try and avoid, that kind of bias.
Well, okay, so there are ways around it, and I do think different constraints can be helpful as a writer. They can act, forcing you to do certain things with a script can force you to be more creative and actually do better writing. Where I think it's a problem is if they come out and say, listen, we can't have an older male teaching a younger woman. Then you're like, wait a second here.
I'm going to come back.
That's the entire hero's journey.
Movies. I really do not buy this idea that Hollywood has a vendetta against men teaching women in movies.
Okay.
I mean, $1 Million Baby is not a good example because that's an old one. I don't know what recent films have come, and also it's made by a conservative director. So, films 2020. I don't know. So, I haven't seen enough films, but like, okay, we have the example of Ray. You think Ray?
Hold on, Vito. Just let me ask you: if you're writing a movie, and the producer comes out to you and says, "Listen, we can't have you look," and let's say it's Star Wars, where you're literally working with Ray and Luke Skywalker. And they say, listen, the only thing you can't do is you can't have like an older man teaching a younger woman. And you're like, well, wait a second. The hero is a woman and the tutor is an old man. What am I supposed to do here, right?
I don't think they would say that. And
well,
but first of all, Rian Johnson had complete control over that.
I'm asking you, would you be able to still write a good movie with that constraint?
Without the character learning from a man?
Yes.
If the pre-existing characters were set up that way.
I'm sure I could find a way to write around that.
Okay. Let me just say, regarding the Ryan Kindle thing, I can't find the original video. I found a video of him complaining about it. He said that he thinks people are not being fair to him because he gave the movie an 8 out of 10, and his complaint was just that he said that with the exception of Batman and Alfred, every other white character is evil in the movie. And he felt that casting decision to make all the evil characters white was rooted in identity politics.
All of them except the main character and the main character's
side. It is literally rooted in identity politics for the reason that I said. You can't create negative stereotypes of minorities.
Right.
He's also incorrect. There are other good white characters in the movie.
I don't remember, but it's kind of like, it's weird. It was in
the mayor's son, who was a victim, was a white kid. Who has to be saved by Batman?
Character, isn't he? Just
is the mayor a character in Batman?
No, really.
I mean,
but that was one of his examples of a good black character. Was the mayor? So he's talking.
Oh no,
about...
the mayor. Wait, the mayor. Yeah, the mayor is like the AOC character who's gonna like fix Gotham. Yeah.
But the kid that he has to save, because the kid doesn't have a bunch of lines.
A speaking line, just kind of like walks up to a coffin and then Batman saves him.
Yeah, but he's a major like emotional like Batman identifies with him. Well, because Batman identifies it with him because he's lost.
And he's white.
Well, no, because he identifies with the law. I mean, whatever. He's talking about like random.
I'm just messing with you.
Okay, at the beginning of the movie, do you remember the beginning of the movie?
Yes.
Batman fights a Latin gang. Not all the bad people in the movie were white.
Doesn't he fight the people with the Joker face paint in the beginning, right?
Yeah, Latin? But there was it was like a bunch of like, I think it was like a Mexican Latin mix of people with like. I don't know if they had Joker face paint. I can't remember, but it was definitely
they did. I thought that was the whole thing.
But it wasn't white guys.
Oh, you're right. You're right. Yeah, he does beat up a Latino gang. Could it have been a black gang?
I think it would have been a little hard. No, I think it could have been a mixed gang of all sorts of colors. I think it was if it was just black guys, they probably couldn't have done that.
Sure.
Okay, so we're making progress here.
Right.
I think you could beat up a black gang like 2/3. You can't open with beating up a black gang.
2/3 of the movie, then 2/3 of the way in.
After you've established that he also beats up whites and Hispanics, then you're good.
Right. Okay.
I mean, but this is always like we're talking about the AGT home security ads where it's always a white guy breaking into the house. Okay, we get it. It's uncomfortable for to associate black people with criminality, and sometimes. People try to write around it. Is it 100% the right thing to do from a storytelling standpoint? No. But we know why you're doing it is because you don't want the fight.
Well, I'm just saying, like, listen, like in that first scene where Batman beats up the Joker gang, they are about to enact some violence against an Asian dude. So if you wanted to be realistic, you should have been beating up a black guy.
Yeah, you should have been saving him from anti-Asian violence.
Exactly.
Black community is committing.
Yeah.
Do you think...
I don't know. If you have a black guy in white face paint, is that a problem? That could be.
That would definitely be a problem. Weren't all they were all in white face paint, weren't they?
I think the point is when you go into a movie like The Batman, where the main character is white and his co-host is white, and you're starting to you're picking it apart. You're finding little things. The mayor was black. Can you believe it? It's focus on what you got. You have a story about a white central character who's saving the day. How is that? A terrible anti-white movie, or the diversity is off, whatever it is, all over the place. I don't know.
Okay. I'm looking at the scene. I think the ethnic group of the Joker gang people is very. It's a
ambiguous,
mixed, multi-ethnic group of hooligans. So there you go.
I got a Hispanic vibe from it.
Well, that's your own internal racism and bias.
Oh yeah, those Mexicans are violent.
Yeah.
No.
Okay. Mark Twain's Revenge for $100. Thanks so much, our surrogate uncle Mark Twain, for the $100. Says when you come across some crazy concentrated wokeness in your day-to-day life where you aren't expecting it, it is totally alarming and pretty scary. In Connecticut, I have been hearing about woke stuff for years, but you kind of write it off as being sensationalized until TBC.
Until what? What happened?
Until I guess wait, they
I think it is sensationalized. I think it's all we talk about.
Until Mark Twain's Revenge for another $100. Thank you so much. It's incredibly generous of you. For $200, Mark Twain's Revenge says, until it hits you in the face. Most surreal meeting I ever had was with the Economic Development Office staff in New Haven. 3 white guys, 1 black woman, and the weirdest tense energy between them. To BC. So I guess he's going to write
To be continued.
Yes, but anyway, okay. CT wants you to know, CT, our editor, says for $2, says, my opinion is the most important, and I like you, Vito.
Thank you.
So there you go.
Cool.
I mean, we talk again, I'm against the progressive nonsense. I'm against like woke marketing. I think it's insidious, stupid shit. You know, being like, buy my Skittles because it's gay. It's stupid. You should buy a product because the product is quality, you know?
Right.
But at the end of the day, it's a lot easier to go, hey, clearly these Skittles are, you know, pandering to me. When it comes to movies, I think it's a lot more complex. And even if small amounts of leftist ideology might be leaking into the movies, I can't blame it for the failure of the movies. Because again, I look at Spider-Man, which has obviously a bunch of leftists are working on it. You know, they're putting trans messages in it and Black Lives Matter pins. And at the end of the day, they still made a great product. So how much is wokeness really infecting these projects?
Yeah, but I don't think I don't think Chris Miller and Phil Lord are woke. And I think part of, Hobie's character, which I kind of say, I think is kind of also very similar to the feminist robot character in Solo. I think they're almost making fun of wokeness.
Yeah, I agree.
So
yeah. Well, it's the other thing that I think people don't realize is that there are a lot of, lefties who don't agree with the extremeness that this has gone. I mean, that's kind of the position I've found myself in as I've been labeled a centrist. I thought I was on the left, but now, former leftist friends of mine go, "Oh, you're a Nazi." I literally I have an email from a lady telling me the next time a trans person kills themselves, they hope I feel bile in my throat because I'm partially responsible for their death.
What is your take that they label you this? Like, what did you say?
Well, I remember I went to the Dave Chappelle protest and I held up a sign that said, "I like jokes." Do you guys remember that?
Yeah, I do. That was great. Dave is funny.
Yeah, so I held up a sign that says Dave is funny, and now a former trans friend of mine says that I am literally killing millions of trans teenagers and profiting from their suffering. And I was like, man, I think I just like Dave Chappelle. I really don't have a problem with, if you guys want to cut off your genitals, if you're an adult, I'm not going to stop you. I think it's nuts.
But... Yeah, see, that's what I was getting. Like, we need a word to describe that behavior. And unfortunately, it was woke. Unfortunately, woke has been sort of oversaturated, as all terms are, so...
But yeah, I mean, I used to use the word woke when it showed up. I'm like, oh, this is a great little, because I never used the term SJW. I was always like, this is over, because everybody uses it so much that it loses any nuance.
That's true for every term, right?
I guess, but the same reason I don't call everybody a Nazi, I'm not going to call every movie woke because I just think it's reductive.
Okay. Oh my God! Thank you so much, our other surrogate uncle, Mystery Guest Year One, for giving us $500. Holy shit!
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Mystery Guest.
Very generous of you.
Says, hey, awesome. Guys, happy face. Well, thank you so much. That's incredibly generous of you.
Fantastic.
Wow. Thank you. Happy Father's Day. Happy Uncle's Day.
Father's Day. Happy Juneteenth.
Yeah. There you go. Happy Juneteenth.
Which is reverse Father's Day. It's funny that no Father's Day came before Father's Day this year.
Wait, why is Juneteenth reverse? Oh, you racist. I get it. Oh my God. Cancel Vito immediately. I was waiting for you to get that one. It took me a second. I was like, what? That's how not racist I am. I didn't even get it. Okay.
Right next to each other. Yeah. Did I steal your joke? As somebody in the chat says I stole their joke. No. I'm sure a million people.
That is a terrible joke.
Listen, like a white man, you stole someone else's
exactly.
joke.
That is a racist stereotype.
That's a good joke.
It's actually. Did you see the Twitter where I think it was like Time was like, actually, you know, lots of black families are fine. And then the correction tweet, what is it? The community note is like 69% of black families are a one family house or a one parent household.
I did see that. Yeah, that was pretty
funny. Like, ooh, those community notes really sting.
They are. Butters for $5 says, baseline question for Vito, what is right wing? That's a good question.
I don't like, see, this is why I don't like political labels, because they're terrible. It's like, the idea that we all exist on a line is the nuttiest, stupidest thing in the world. You know, if I really had to declare what a right wing, like conservative politics are, I mean, in the classic way, I think I like to think of politics. My politics are economic. So when I think of the difference between left and right, I think of right as we're all about business, tax cuts. It's going to trickle down, you know, more of a free market. The less regulations you have, that money will get out to everyone. Left is tax these businesses, the guys at the top. You know, the money does not trickle down. We need a welfare system. We need a safety net to reinforce things. So that's the clearest definition of left and right that I can think of. When it comes into like politics of like,
you mean like cultural social?
Yeah, exactly. Is that's where it's get way more complicated. Is that, again, I'm supposedly like a hard, you know, like a left wing guy, but even I go, you know, I don't think kids should be taught, you know, hey, you can change your gender, and it's the, you know, you at birth, your doctor randomly decided if you're a man or a woman. He just assigned it to you, and at any point you
that's ridiculous.
Yeah,
right. But I don't know, why is that? What does that have to do with the left-right schism? Why do people who believe in, you know,
because these people are oppressed? It goes back to the oppressor-oppressed narrative.
Well, what it really comes down to is ultimately politics have become our new religion. It used to be, we seek tribes. We really do as human beings. We want to belong to a tribe. For a while, our tribes, probably the most recent tribes were religious lines. You know, Christians hung out with Christians, Catholics with Catholics, Jews with Jews. But then we slowly, you know, melting pot away from that. Religion has kind of died off. So now our new tribalism has become this left-right schism, which is at the end of the day an illusion. Like we should not be aligning based on there's so many different issues, and you should have different opinions on them. There should not be a party line as to what opinion is progressive and which opinion is conservative.
The goal of progressives, though, is to fight for the rights of the oppressed. The goals of conservatives are to preserve the institutions and traditions that support society. I would say those are like the broad strokes of the goal of each ideology.
I don't think the right would want to say that they're not fighting for oppressed people, though.
Well, then why are they?
They don't generally. Like now, there is sort of this like, oh, white people are being oppressed, but that's not generally the right wing framing. Is not we're fighting for oppressed people.
Right. It's pull yourself up by your bootstraps.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting that you were talking about like the economic thing, because that was definitely, you know, since Reagan, that was definitely the economic position of the right. But right now, with populism and like the MAGA crowd, they're like pretty anti-business. So that kind of like flips on its head a lot of the old dividing political lines.
They're still very in favor, though, of relaxing taxes and regulations on business.
Yeah.
Well, certain regulations, right? If it's a woke company like Disney, you know, people are like, well,
then they want all sorts of regulations, of course.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And that is very interesting.
Okay.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it's this complicated net, and I hate that we have to divide ourselves into camps. And especially sucks for me as a guy who I can't align with the left on a lot of stuff, and I can't align with the right on a lot of stuff. I feel like completely disconnected. Like I have no tribe, I feel, because it's very hard to connect. People expect you. Well, you know, I have people who are longtime friends, and then they go, wait, you don't think that Kyle Rittenhouse is the greatest murderer of all time? And I go, they chased him across the parking lot and he shot back at him. It's self-defense. And they're like, I can't be I literally, a guy, like, I had to talk him off the ledge. He's like, we're not friends anymore. I hate you. And I'm like, bro, we disagree on a self-defense situation. It doesn't mean I'm, you know, a Nazi. He's like, you just want to kill black people. I'm like, that guy didn't even kill black people. I don't want to kill any black people. So, yeah, it's crazy.
Right, but that's sort of like the wokeness kind of infecting shit that like we're talking about.
But because, the right will do the same thing.
Sure. Listen, we're not we're not right wingers. We're not here to like censor right. But no, but like the Covering House to me is like a perfect example. And I think the news, and maybe you'd agree with this, the news is a lot better example of kind of like wokeness infiltration than even media. Because the Kyle Rittenhouse thing was so, to me, I call that the left-wing NPC test because it was just so obviously self-defense. And it's like, how rare is a situation where you have like all the footage that just very clearly shows you the situation, and yet people still saw it like your friend did, like, oh, he just wants to kill black people.
Yeah, a lot of people, it's crazy that like a lot of people who I expect would have greater sense. I mean, a lot of people just see a gun and they go nuts and they assume, and a lot of people on the left are the same way. It's like, it's just the fact that you're a gun owner means you're doing something wrong to a lot of people on the left. And the idea that you would bring a gun to a place where violence might occur, well, that means that you're a violent whatever. Meanwhile, they don't bring up the fact that one of the guys he shot had a gun on him.
Right. I was pointing at him.
Yeah, Gage Gauskowitz had a pistol with him.
Gauskowitz.
Whatever his fucking name is.
And
you go, well, you know, anyone who, they go, well, anybody who brings a gun to a protest, this is the argument they're making, you know, they deserve whatever happens to them, saying, you know, Kyle Rittenhouse deserved to be whatever. And I'm like, so it's okay, you shot that guy who had a gun then. And they're like, well, no, not that guy. And I'm like, okay, well, then you don't know.
That guy only brought the gun to protect himself.
Unlike Kyle, who,
yeah, exactly.
You know, honestly, what it comes down to is the Kyle's gun was bigger, and they go, well, you know, he should have had that gun's not for self-protection. I'm like, it's a gun. I don't care how big it is. It's whatever. It's his right to carry.
Well, I think it's really just, you know, Kyle's obviously on the more, you know, right-wing side just because he's at a BLM protest protecting property.
Right.
So he's an evil right-winger. And that's all. And then once the news kind of puts out that messaging, you know, it kind of assigns people that opinion, and then they're just not going to change their mind regardless of, you know, the facts. So
yeah,
free speech is important as long as you're on the right side. Otherwise, you're a murderer.
True. J-Mac, our surrogate father for $20 says, did not like your critique on Death Note. He said that you're not a serious person.
I think you guys can agree with me that there are no strong female characters, and the female characters are either naive morons or victimized throughout the whole of Death Note.
Listen, since J-Mac is our surrogate father, I'm not allowed legally to disagree with him on it.
And then if you read if you read Bakuman, it even gets like creepier the way that those two guys think about
I've never
women.
read that. So
that was their follow-up, and I'm like, guys, this is like infantilizing these women. Can you give them some amount of agency? Jesus Christ. But whatever, it's still a good story. I don't dislike Death Note. I do wish Misa was a more interesting character, though.
I love Misa's character because she's just the perfect foil for Light, especially in like the beginning of the series. Like later she becomes useless, but in the beginning she's just perfect because she keeps fucking up his plans, and I love it. But
I think she could have been naive without being like so bubbly and stupid. Like, because when they first tease her, I'm like, oh, this is gonna be cool. There's another L. And it's like, I'm a legit moron. And I'm like, oh, all right. I don't know.
No, I think Misa had to be like stupid because like she's like the inverse of Light, like in every possible
What if a stupid
way.
person found the Death Note? I can see the argument.
Yes, and just the fact that she's stupid constantly keeps fucking things up for him because he has to like deal with her. You know, it's like he needs to use her, but also she's an idiot, so she's gonna fuck up constantly.
Yeah.
Eat Toastin for $2 says Doctor Strange was cut from WandaVision because he's white. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. There was some comment about that, wasn't there?
I think he was cut because the explanation was that they didn't want Wanda's situation to be resolved by another
white
character. Man? No, just by it's Wanda's story. Wanda
they said something specifically about him being. They said they wanted. The director said they wanted to cut. They cut him because they didn't want a white guy saving the day. Specifically said that.
Well, I don't know if that's the reason, but honestly,
that's what they said. I mean,
but from a storytelling perspective, if the conclusion is Doctor Strange saves the day, then why the fuck did I watch WandaVision? You know,
who saved the day? Then
at the end of the day, Wanda
she just gives up, right?
Well, she defeats the evil witch lady, but then realizes what she's been doing is wrong and lets everybody go.
Okay.
Everyone's accusing me of lying. Guys, stop saying I'm lying. I don't remember every quote from Kevin Feige, okay? It's possible that I don't remember a quote.
Oh, no, Kevin Feige did. Yeah, it was Kevin Feige that said that. Yeah.
I'll look up the actual quote. Kevin Feige, white, Doctor Strange.
Let's see.
You can continue reading things.
Okay. J-Mac, our surrogate father, for $100. Thank you so much, J-Mac. Says Vito is being disingenuous or just blind. the language used by Access Media and most of Hollywood, all to the same progressive talking points. How is this even an argument? It's obvious. You're being contrarian to a fault. Bring back Katie.
Oh no.
Oh wow. Now that's a harsh cut. Jeez.
Let's be real. Everybody in Hollywood's playing a game. Okay. Yeah. So, but just because they're playing the game doesn't mean they. Again, talk about Top Gun Maverick. What did you guys want to do with Top Gun Maverick? You know, we wanted to modernize it and, you know, be more representation, diversity. No, they wanted to make a film about fucking planes flying around. It's not a woke film, but they know they have to say that because, you know, it's what the media wants to hear. Some people take it more seriously than others, but it doesn't necessarily taint a project.
Right.
Kevin Feige's quote. Says, we didn't want the end of the show to be commoditized to go to the next movie. Here's the white guy. Let me show you how power works. So he's saying he didn't want it to be a lead into the Doctor Strange movie. And again,
why throw his race and gender in it? I mean,
I think it's just off the cuff. I don't think it's
not
he
good.
does use
like you could say like, oh, I want Wanda as a character to solve.
Well, no, I think it makes perfect sense. What he's saying is that he's saying, you know, for a long time, Marvel has been completely focused on the white male heroes, that it would be kind of a disservice to Wanda to not have her clean up her own situation and go, oh, here's one of the white guys. You know, you can disagree with the way he's phrasing it, but
yeah, I think he should just say it from a character perspective. You know, it's Wanda's story. It should focus around her solving her own problems. Well, actually, even that doesn't really make sense because she's literally the villain in Doctor Strange. So she doesn't need to solve her problems because she doesn't need to have positive character growth.
Well, Doctor Strange was a terrible movie, so.
Well, that is
that second
true.
one.
Yes.
Yeah. I think he was making a joke.
I don't know.
You know?
I'm skeptical. Jokey. I'm skeptical that he was making a joke, but
I don't think Kevin Feige hates white guys. He's made a lot of money off white guys.
No, he might not hate white guys, but I'm sure he sounds like he buys in this idea of like we live in this sexist, racist society.
Well, yeah, white supremacist society.
Right.
I think the story would have suffered by just bringing in one of the main, Marvel cast and overshadowing Wanda.
I mean, I think after the first 2 episodes, WandaVision was bad anyway, so I don't think it mattered in terms of the story suffering at that point.
Fair enough.
Flasty Phoenix for 6 months says, what does Vito think of Mahler? Yeah, I mean, in Mahler and EFAP, they do like massively long critiques of movies.
I think Mahler's content was good, and they
don't really talk about like SJW stuff generally. So.
It's sad that he's fallen in with a crowd of dimwits. And he's forced to hang out with people who are much dumber than him. I think it's kind of a tragedy.
Maybe
it's funny. It's when they bring up like the wokeness, he always gets like a little bit quiet because I think he knows that he's too smart for that conversation.
He's been on our show a bunch of times. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but he doesn't. Mahler explicitly says he doesn't really want to like delve that much into the political stuff.
Yeah, so. He's a little too smart.
But
he
why don't
think it's being smart? I think he just doesn't want to.
No, I think it is. He is genuinely more intelligent than the idiots he is being forced to podcast with. Not you guys.
Mahler understands the woke
story. Mahler's a guy who genuinely cares about story and failures of story, and he's able to identify that those failures are not necessarily coming from a political place.
But he understands when they are coming from a political place. Definitely.
I think occasionally he makes some of those critiques, and I've made those critiques as well. Sometimes politics can infect a project, but when you're making like 6-hour reviews of these movies, I don't find him. I don't see him talking about wokeness necessarily. He's just talking about failures of plot and script.
Sure. Consistency's his inconsistency in the script is what he's looking for.
Yeah, and plot holes and that sort of thing.
Well,
character or whatever.
You get a positive review from Vito, except that you hang out with stupid people.
Mahler, I'm sorry that you have fallen in with such a dumb crowd, and I hope you find your way out.
Oh, Vito. That's so
terrible.
It is what it is, man. He deserves more than the people he's surrounded by.
Wow.
He deserves more.
Okay, jeez.
I just don't.
He could be writing. He could be writing like great movies.
What is different? What is different from what you're saying here about people who disagree with you being stupid and people who disagree with you on things like Kyle Rittenhouse saying you're stupid?
The difference is that I'm correct.
Okay.
There you go.
Thank you.
There you go.
The difference is I'm right.
Look, I think you can be wrong, and I think you can disagree and not necessarily be stupid. So,
sure,
yeah.
But I'm not wrong though. So
right.
That's the difference.
Some would disagree, but that's okay.
Right. And many in our audience, they would be wrong.
including maybe
that's
myself.
the thing.
Well, I mean, that is.
I don't think you disagree with me, Sitch.
I do disagree. I think you're right to say that people overuse it, but again, as I said,
well, that's all that it comes down to. Then
yeah, but I think you way underuse it. So.
But that's fine. You can say
Okay.
if you want to say I underestimate. I've even admitted I might underestimate.
I mean, like a lot of the critical drinker videos I've seen, I'm like, yeah, I think he's right about a lot of stuff, including his woke video, specifically about wokeness in movies. So.
I think he's probably hitting on again some of the things I identify. Where yes, sometimes the ideology goes too far. But again, I think he vastly overestimates it to the point where he sees Peter Parker being a stable, emotional character with a loving family, and he goes, "Can you believe they reduced him to a wuss?" I go, "This guy does not. It's not a good." Whatever. Hey, yeah.
Look, I don't know about some of these other examples that you're pointing out, and I do agree that some people are classifying things as woke that I wouldn't classify as woke. I just understand critical drinker's perspective, and when critical drinker is talking about woke, it seems to fit in with a certain ideology that he's completely consistent about. And when you're critiquing critical drinker and calling him stupid and stuff, it just makes me think, well, you don't understand the ideology that he's critiquing, or you're inside the ideology and you can't really see it from outside the ideology. So that is my take on what's going on.
Yeah, I think that if you think there was a problem with Peter Parker being a stable family man across the Spider-Verse, you're on some crazy train where you're overanalyzing media and you're not looking at the bigger picture. I haven't, again, I've only seen a couple of his videos and I haven't committed them to memory, but I've never gotten anything out of them that I found to be profound or useful in terms of elevating the art of storytelling, other than the blatant idea of don't get too political, which, yeah, I know that. And some projects do that. But ultimately, it's not as big a problem as people are making it out to be. In certain projects, yes. But again, when you can't, we're using it to criticize pretty much everything at this point. And it's become too much.
But I'm only focusing on critical drinker because I agree with you when you say we're using it too much and people are saying woke when they just mean there's like a black character in a movie. I don't think critical drinker is doing that, obviously. I think critical drinker is talking about the same thing Sitch and I are talking about how, obviously we don't want to forward negative stereotypes of certain marginalized people, and therefore we have to default to the white guy when we want someone to be bad or schlubby or stupid. And that's
I only know what pieces of drinker I've seen. Again, you see a trailer for a female-led Predator movie and you assume it's going to be woke. That's your assumption of Hollywood.
I mean, I don't think that's an unfair thing to think in our current climate.
I know it's not. It's totally not unfair.
Okay. I think it's very unfair to think that.
99% of these movies are woke.
I completely and that's where we disagree. Right. I completely disagree that 99% of these movies are woke.
99% of these movies are about creating positive stereotypes about marginalized people and forwarding a progressive message about flattening hierarchies.
I think all movies have been positive towards their main characters. More of the main characters may be diversity characters for the sake that they're trying to reach new audiences. There has been a big push to entice black audiences, Asian audiences, Hispanic audiences. But just because, a movie's coming out and it has a Hispanic lead and it treats them positively, how can I say
I don't think that's bad.
I know, but you're saying that 99% of these movies are woke by doing that.
Yeah.
No. Wait. No. That's not what Adam said. Adam said that the movie specifically forwards positive stereotypes or, quote, marginalized groups, while flattening hierarchies, but then also it seems like they're promoting, negative stereotypes for white people still.
Well, they don't mind promoting negative stereotypes about white people. Right, yeah. So. And the white people often come out and say, listen, why is that the case?
Yeah.
We don't want to be the bad guys.
And I don't know. As I said,
I just saw The Flash, and The Flash is a white guy. He was positively portrayed. Batman, Michael Keaton was positively portrayed.
There you go.
I don't see
make Superman a woman.
I don't see this white bashing.
Terrible.
I don't see it.
Well, to make Superman a woman though, that's woke.
I think that was actually cool.
Why didn't they give her the boob window?
Well, because that's super. Yeah, I guess that is the Supergirl.
It's supposed to be.
I don't
It
know.
says
Well, that's Power.
Jerry.
When she becomes Power Girl, she gets the boob window, right?
That's
Supergirl
true.
didn't have the boob
that's
window.
A good point. Yeah. Whatever.
Anyway, look, if there's, I tell you what, give me a list of the best critical drinker movies. I'd be happy to watch them and see what you guys are talking about. From what I've seen, there's only so many times I can watch J. Jonah Jameson laugh and that one Trump protester scream. And I go, I get it. Yeah, all right, good joke.
Okay. JD for $20 says the problem with woke is like nutmeg. You think it's good, but if everything you eat or drink is an overbearing flavor time and time again, you'll stop buying those products. Okay. Adam Unfriended for $5 says, ask Vito if he thinks anti-woke or people who disagree with him are pushing an ideology, and ask him why defines woke with definition.
Do I think anti-woke people are pushing an ideology? I mean, some people have used the anti-woke label to very clearly push conservative products and messaging. I think that's we've seen that obviously with the Daily Wire selling anti-woke chocolate bars.
Sure, but not like Daily Wire,
anti-woke
right?
beer.
Like, do you think Critical Drinker and Gary and all these other people that you're kind of criticizing, do you think they're pushing an ideology, or what do you think's happening there?
Yes. Not all of them, but I mean, if you look at Geeks and Gamers, I think both Ryan Kinnell and Jeremy have their own political channels that are very obviously conservative and conservative messaging, very much talking about stuff like DeSantis punishing Disney, that they're in favor of those conservative policies. So yeah, I think it very much is. I think the anti-woke side, I would think most of those people consider themselves conservative or right-leaning. Am I wrong in thinking that? I don't know Critical Drinker's politics. Yeah. I assume he's a more conservative guy.
I mean, I would guess just on the numbers more so than not. But I don't think, obviously I don't think they all are.
Whenever I tune into live streams with these guys, it seems to come back to a lot of conservative topics and Biden's an idiot and whatever else. And that's fine if that's how they lean.
Wouldn't
Gary tries to avoid politics. So.
Right, but wouldn't that by its, if all the people pushing anti-woke stuff are doing it from ideological, not all of them, but a lot of them are doing it from ideological lens, wouldn't it?
I think they have an ideological bias.
Right, an ideological bias. So it would be fair to say that the people, the opposite, what they're criticizing, obviously then would have an ideological bias in the other direction, right?
Look, I don't think they have an ideological bias.
Wait, stop.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
I mean, if you're asking if I have an ideological bias.
No, I'm saying if there's all these people that have an ideological bias towards the right, that are pushing anti-wokeness or anti-whatever these current things are, wouldn't it also mean that the things they're criticizing have an ideological bias to the left? And that's what's kind of like setting them off.
Okay, so are you asking me if I think most Hollywood projects are like leftist in nature?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Well, there you go. Well, there you go.
The question is how severe, like, is it impacting the storytelling? Like, let's be clear. Like, I would say for the most part, no.
Okay. Okay. Star Wars was great.
Star Wars is a very leftist. Like even the original trilogy, I would argue, has a very clear leftist slant to it. Do you disagree with that?
How? I mean, there's an authoritarian government.
There's an authoritarian government. Right. It's about overthrowing fascism. It's about, freedom fighters.
Whoa, hold on. The empire isn't fascist. They're just authoritarian. We don't understand what their political view is besides being totalitarian, right? They could all be fucking Lenin communists for all we know. Like,
sure.
So
strong female princess.
I think the Hollywood system, look, there's a lot of we also talk about, this joke that for a long time conservatives, again, they are very focused on, you got to get a real job, you got to be a whatever else, art is for idiots and communists and whatever else. And then it's like, well, did Hollywood become leftist, because of a concentrated move to that, or is it just that leftists gravitated towards the arts because they were considered, not real jobs, or
just leftists people on the left are more interested in artistic endeavors on average anyway. So you're going to have a collection of people. But it's funny because I've actually seen and watched leftists. When I say leftists, I mean to the left of liberal critiques of Star Wars specifically and other Western movies, where they commonly, one of the critiques always bring about is that they always kind of solidify the myth of like the one man hero who's going to save everyone instead of like the collective coming together to save everyone. And I've seen that levied at the original Star Wars, you know, with Luke and Han Solo and even Leia saying like, oh, it's all about, you know, yeah, there's a bunch of rebels in the background, but it's really like the one hero who comes in and saves everyone. So
there's a bit of woke politics in the first Star Wars movie where the classic narrative is, you know, the hero saves the damsel in distress. Whereas Luke frees Leia, she immediately picks up a blaster and starts kicking ass and talking shit back to Luke. Yep. So you know, Star Wars was a progressive movie, or at least, you know, was turning some of those tropes on their head.
But it was still, you know, adhering to a lot of the standard storytelling arcs and all
these
things. So.
Is respecting tradition something the left does, or there's something they're against?
I guess on average, I would say less respect for tradition. I don't know.
Okay. So I see a lot of the battle lines being drawn around respecting the source material and characters. So that would have a conservative slant to it, but I don't think it's necessarily.
When you say respecting the characters, this is a phrase that gets tossed around, or like respecting the fans.
So respecting the source material.
Respecting the source material.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. It's a very complex topic, because what you would think of as respect, someone else could very easily disagree and say, well, I actually think it's more respectful to this, this, and this. You know, my argument, I would say in Last Jedi, you know, it is disrespectful what they did to Luke Skywalker. But again, I don't think that comes out of a place of, I want to purposefully, I don't know, maybe Rian Johnson, honestly, with all his talk of subverting expectations, did he really want to piss off fans, or did he want to shock them into submission by having their hero be a loser? I don't know. But a lot of these projects, when people say, oh, well, it's disrespectful to do this with a character, or to change them this way, or whatever else, I have to go, it might just be a difference of opinion. I don't know if it comes from a place of disrespect, you know?
Okay.
Right.
Fondue for 15 months says, Vito, have you seen Critical Drinker's review of Arcane?
I have not, because I've also not seen Arcane. Okay. So
well, there you go.
Maybe I'll watch Arcane. Everyone keeps saying to watch Arcane.
Yeah, I tried to watch the first episode. I couldn't really get into it, so.
I don't like League of Legends.
Well, I'm assuming you don't. I've never played League of Legends either. I'm assuming you don't.
I've played it.
Know the game to.
Yeah, you don't need to know it, but from what I know of League of Legends and having played it, I'm like, oh, I don't want to watch a cartoon about this.
V. Marie for $10 says, I don't think Mahler is forced to do a weekly show with Drinker. I listen to them almost weekly, and they have a lot more interesting conversations than is something woke or not.
Drinkers, you know what? Maybe Drinker is smarter than some of these. Drinker's not the worst offender out of some of these anti-woke guys. I'll say that, and I'm sure he's capable of having. I think he's capable of having a.
Who is the worst offender?
Worst offender.
Yeah. Give us the names.
Jeremy, whatever his name is from Geeks and Gamers, is really bad.
Okay.
I don't know if I've seen.
I don't know much about video in my entire. I don't know much about Jeremy.
Well, I'll give you one of his takes for like Andor. Have you guys seen Andor?
I watched 3 episodes and lost interest.
Yeah.
Well, in his review of Andor, he goes, "Well, they have Diego Luna, the main guy, Hispanic." You know, so they're very clearly pushing diversity politics with this. And you go, I think they got Diego Luna because he was the guy from the movie, Jeremy. I don't think they put him in the TV show to push diversity politics. I think they were already kind of set on that path. And really was not even able to make a point. Just literally the idea that this character was Hispanic was enough for him to consider it diversity politics. For instance, and another one recently, you saw the new Star Wars game is starring a black woman. Yeah, and a lot of people, honestly, there was a thing where a lot of people are going, well, this doesn't offend me. That's fine. I have no problem with that. Jeremy and Ryan were on a live stream, or they just bring up a picture of it, and they go, oh, there you go, black woman in my Star Wars again. Well, that's all you need to say about that. And they move on. I'm like, wow, you guys are literally the stereotype that people are saying don't exist. They're like, oh, no gamer has a problem with this. I'm like, well, Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers does for some reason.
Right.
Yeah, they're clowns.
Soul for $2 says, to expand on the Final Fantasy 16 comment, Yoshi P made I guess that means whoever created it, made a comment that he wanted to replicate the medieval fantasy setting of an isolationist country. People called him an evil racist for not having enough black characters. That was the issue.
Which was this? What was this?
This was for Final Fantasy 16.
Yeah, I think it's fine to have a fantasy universe that is just, you know, based on Europeans.
Right.
That's fine. We need to get back to understanding. I'll say that's one of the left's big problems is, for instance, they're doing how to Train Your Dragon. They're doing a live action remake. And you go, okay, it's Vikings. We know what Vikings look like. They're Nordic. They're, braided.
No, are they going to make Hiccup black?
Not Hiccup, but the girl, Astrid, the blonde girl. It's the same girl who played, if you saw The Last of Us, who played the daughter of Joel in the first episode. And she's only a quarter black, but it's still it's a big quarter in terms of her overall appearance. People are going, well, she's 75% white. I'm like, yeah, but she doesn't look like a Viking. Come on. Yeah. So we need to get back to the point where if it's okay to have movies that are set in a fantasy African setting, it's all Africans, then you could also have fantasy Viking stories that are all white people. That should not be a problem.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree with that. Especially that one, because they are very clearly supposed to be Vikings.
Somebody in the chat mentions John Campia would hate me for this. Yeah, John Campia is another reviewer who's going, no, you're just racist if you don't want her to be Astrid. And I'm like, she doesn't look like Astrid. She should be a stupid blonde chick. That's simple. Oh, well.
Are you saying all blonde women are stupid?
No. It is weirder when it's the Little Mermaid, where I go, well, I don't know what race mermaids are if you really want to do black one. Although I'm upset, but now I'm upset that they're doing a cartoon Little Mermaid, and it's going to be the black one, but she's hanging out with the fish from the original animation.
Wait, wait, what?
So, Flounder, they're doing a 3D animated Little Mermaid cartoon. It's going to be multiple episodes, and all the fish creatures look like the ones from the original movie, like Sebastian and Flounder and whatever, but Ariel's black now.
That's weird.
And she has red hair, so I don't even know if she's the new one or the old one or a mix. It's really, I'm like, well, don't change the cartoon one. The whole point of the live action one was I was like, at least we still have the cartoon one. I can at least disconnect myself, but now you're changing the cartoon one. So we're all fucked.
Everything is awful. Rotisserie Protocol for $5 says Synthetic Man is the worst anti-woke creator. EFAP covered him, actually. I'm not familiar with this content.
Some guys are really on the fringe, but luckily those guys usually don't have an audience.
Okay, well, do you want to talk about anything else, Adam?
Well, I mean, how much longer do you want to stick around, Vito? We have a bunch of super chats from Sunday to read too. So, but
yeah, well, maybe I'll let you guys.
Well, I want to talk about the Eric July. I want to talk about the Eric July thing before you go. So,
yeah, we can do that for sure.
So, Eric July, I caught some of the drama between you and Eric July and Dick Masterson.
Yes.
And I saw a clip of Dick Masterson saying something about Eric July. Oh no, I think he was showing some fan art where they were George Floyding Eric July's character. And the look on your face, we talked about it on our stream. And now that you're here, you can answer for us, because I thought the look on your face was like, oh my God, Dick Masterson is literally costing me tens of thousands of dollars off of my comic book campaign.
You get it.
Yeah.
We have the full clip on our channel. Somebody took it and cut out all the parts of me going. So what happened is I have a comic coming out.
So hold on. Am I correct in that? Is that what was going through your mind?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm like, Dick.
It's actually really funny.
I'm like, Dick. Dick. Yeah,
Dick's, he's trying to get my goat. It's a comedy podcast.
Yeah, but it's like a friend walking into the casino and you've just got like $1,000 worth of chips that you're planning on playing with all night, and they grab it out of your hands and go put it on black and say, "Oh, let's have a bunch of fun here while we watch if you're gonna play tonight or not."
You've been validated, Adam, because when you gave that take, a lot of people were saying, "No, that's not what happened."
Yeah, but look, the 18.
Well, if people thought I was
reaction.
being racist, so what happened is that Eric July has a comic. Maybe have you guys talked about it on here? Does your audience kind of know about it?
Not really, and I haven't read the comic, so I don't know. But he has he has a comic called ISOM, and I think he raised like $3.7 million on the comic.
Yes,
so
he raised a lot of money,
a giant financial success.
Yes,
but Dick Masterson wants to say it's not a critical success. But I'll let you take over. You tell the story.
All right. Well, there's two things here. Let me let's just go right into it. So basically, Eric July is, again, he's one of these guys, very much an anti-woke believer, is constantly talking about some of this stuff, talks a lot about politics, and, he's a libertarian. He works for the Blaze. He works for, what's the guy who owns the Blaze? That guy used to work on Fox News, but basically, you know, he's a connected right-wing conservative kind of guy. Calls himself, he says he's not conservative, he's an anarcho-capitalist.
Anarcho-capitalist.
Okay, but he works for the Blaze. He works for Glenn Beck. Like, we know what camp he's in.
I mean, if you're an anarcho-capitalist, you're very far right-wing.
He's a taxation is theft crowd, definitely.
Right.
Taxation is theft, absolutely.
He's a sovereign citizen. He's not.
He's a guy that, you know, I've watched some of his videos, and I have some of the same complaints where I go, I think this guy is being very superficial in his criticisms. One of his big criticisms is he's one of these guys spearheading the idea that Miles Morales will never be a true Spider-Man. He will always be an imitation of the white Spider-Man. He doesn't count as a true black character. And I go, well, that's stupid. Comics have clearly existed. There's been multiple Green Lanterns, multiple Flashes, you know, superheroes. The idea is the mantle can pass down. Someone else can become Batman, can become Superman. I think that's one of the exciting things about comics. He says, no, Miles Morales is forever tainted as an imitation of the white Spider-Man. So I've disagreed with him on that. I've disagreed with him on some political stuff. He came out, said, I'm making a comic book. And, you know, as a guy who I consider him, you know, kind of a dummy, I was like, well, let me take a look at this. And I looked at the campaign. And honestly, I was like, wow, this is a really badly written campaign. The pitch does not make sense. Like, there's some weird, you know, grammar and spelling errors everywhere. And I was like, it is my belief. And I said, I don't think this guy has what it takes to write a great comic book. He's a first-time writer. He's never written anything before in his life. And most guys, when it's your first project, you don't knock it out of the park. But he has a huge fan base, and they gave him $3.4 million. And God bless his heart, he was able to put this comic out. So I read it, and I said on the show I do with Dick Masterson, Biggest Problem in the Universe, I said, Dick, there's this guy, Eric July. He just put out this comic, you know, and let's be clear, he had big news articles from Fox News that said, anti-woke comic book is tearing up the charts. From the New York Post, like, this man's anti-woke comic book is going to change the game. And I said, I think this is a book that a lot of people bought based purely on this anti-woke marketing. But when you actually read the book, it's abysmal. It's terrible. Dick Masterson is a right-leaning guy, and he goes, you're just a jealous leftist punk, Vito. You have no idea what you're talking about. I'm sure the comic is fine. Stop complaining about it. I went, no, Dick, seriously,
that's
it's not
interesting.
good.
That's interesting. So
he was
Dick,
on Eric's side.
That's
absolutely
crazy. Okay.
That's why when my character, somebody sent in fan art of my character kneeling on Eric July, or not on Eric July, on Eric July's character, he was like, see, it's your stupid character with a much better superhero or whatever. As somebody in the chat says, Eric has been writing music for years, Vito. Oh, yes, writing music makes you a great comic artist. All the great comic writers and script writers were musicians. Anyway, so Dick goes, I'm going to finally read it, and I'm going to put you in your place, Vito. And he reads the comic, and he goes, Vito, I have to tell you, that is one of the worst comics I've ever read in my life. And we went through, guys, look, we weren't, you know, it's a comedy podcast. We did a very biting critique. It was his review. You know, he had his notes. I just listened to him and, you know, was like, yeah, I see what you're saying. You know, there's no hook. The characters make no sense. It's a superhero who only fights security guards. The main bad guy is the biggest security guard out of all the security guards, which is not a good 100 pages without learning the hero's, you know, backstory, without learning what his powers are. Just a really bad first book, as you would expect from a first-time writer. But again, Eric July has a huge community that he is gaslit into believing that he is the next Stan Lee. They're literally in his comments going, you are the next Stan Lee. You are going to change comics forever. So we thought we'd put out this review and he would just ignore us. Because why would, you know, again, he's raised millions of dollars. What does he care? Instead, Eric July feels the need to, he hates any amount of criticism. He hates it. So him and his followers for the past month, anyone who like replies to us and they go, hey, Dick, your review of ISOM was like funny, or like, I thought this. Eric July will come in, these guys with like 12 followers, and be like, his review was stupid. You don't know what you're talking about. You're following a bunch of clowns. And we're like, Eric, you're a multi-millionaire. Like, don't even bother with us. This is not important. So that's been the drama, is that me and Dick firmly believe that this guy can't write his way out of a paper bag, and that he has a bunch of, you know, sycophants around him who are telling him you're the next best thing to ever happen to comics, but he doesn't have anyone to tell him, hey man, you got to sit down and learn basics, like 3-act story structure. Like, you have to learn, you got to read some books on screenwriting. You can't just wing it.
I'm trying to figure out why a guy who is willing to say that he's gay on his application to the studios feels the need to get involved in this battle with Eric July when he's got literally $3.7 million worth of comic book fans that could be buying your book? Like, why is this your fight?
Well, I'll tell you why. Because I'm an honest man. I'm not gonna lie.
You're an honest man that will write down "I am gay" so that you can get a studio gig. That does not ring as an honest man.
I'm honest when it counts. And let's be real. That part of the problem is that I'm on YouTube and I make reviews, and I'm a media critic, right? I review movies, I review comics, whatever else, and I give my honest opinion as much as I possibly can. I try to have it not be tainted by my politics or anything else. A lot of these guys who Eric July is friends with have videos on their channel that say anti-woke comic book has Marvel and DC running scared. Literally videos. The title of the video will be DC and Marvel Comics are scared of Eric July. And I go, that is a lie. You are lying to your audience.
It's good marketing. What's the problem?
It's great marketing.
Why are critics marketing for their friend when they are supposed to be objective critics who tell their audience the way things are? So are you only an objective critic, but if your friend puts out a movie, you're allowed to make, 10 out of 10, it's the best movie I've ever seen? No, then you failed as a critic. You have to remain objective.
I don't see why
you're friends with.
Look, you're a comic creator now. Why do you have to be a critic?
I have to call out the madness that is entering into these. Look, I want stories to become better. Yes, I'm a comic creator myself, but I'm also a person who deeply cares about media becoming better, that we tell better stories. And all of these guys have told us, all these YouTubers are telling us, well, the best way, trust us with storytelling. We know how to do it. Just take the politics out of it and it will be great. And that was Eric July's thing. Take out the politics, kick out all the leftist writers, get rid of all the gay and the trans stuff, and you're going to have a great story. And Eric has proven the exact opposite by putting out one of the worst comic books that I have ever read, 100 pages of nonsense. And I am deeply worried that people are buying into this idea that, we can fix media if we just take politics out of it.
Maybe,
it's like I keep saying, that's one very small part of the equation. You still need to understand basic script writing, basic characters, 3-act structure, character motivation. You can't just go, well, at least there's no gay people in it, so I know it's good. That's not how we criticize media.
Maybe, Vito, you just don't like it because it's not crammed full of these woke progressive politics that you just love in all of your movies and television. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe people do like it, but they have a different moral aesthetic than you, and that's why it's good for them. But
100 pages of a black guy stumbling around the city fighting security guards because he feels he's been insulted by Darren, the great comic villain Darren. Look,
I've met some Darrens. They're fucking.
I'm going to say this.
Any guy named Darren, I'm not a fan of.
Yeah.
I went into this book as objective even as a guy who hates Eric July. I said I'm going to be as fair as I possibly can. And there was a
can't be fair if you hate the guy.
I can. That's the thing, though. I'm an honest critic. There are guys. Let's put it this way. I made multiple videos about Ezra Miller being the scum of the earth. He's a psychopath and a weirdo. He's victimizing women and children. I have multiple videos on my channel talking about that. I went and I saw The Flash and I said, well, the motherfucker can act. I can't argue with that. Okay. I think criticism is all about being
You thought
objective.
His acting was good? The Flash's acting was good? Oh, man.
Yeah.
I thought it was horrendous.
Did you see the Flash movie?
I did, yeah. The acting was awful. All the acting was terrible.
Oh,
Except for Keaton. Keaton did a good job, but everyone else was like... I
really thought the comedy really worked from him.
Really?
I think he's a good comedic actor, especially when he was vibrating through the floor and whatever else. Like, I was laughing throughout
Some of those
movie.
jokes work, but not as many as could have. But anyway, side note.
Regardless... And I'm going to be reading any other books Eric July puts out, and if they get good, I'm going to have to go,
thank goodness. I'm sure people will love to hear your criticism on the next book.
Let me put it this way. I know guys in the comic industry, okay?
Okay. I know Eric July is in the comic industry. I think he's...
No, hold on. I know guys in these right-wing spheres who directly benefit from being friends with Eric July and being part of his social network, and some of them have come to me privately and it said... I'm glad somebody is telling Eric that his book is not that good, because frankly, he needs to hire an editor. He needs to step up his game. I have guys going. Look, I have other guys going, Vito, we know it's bad, but shut your mouth because we can make a bunch of money. And I go, listen, you do that. I get that that's you, and you can do that, and you can play it nice. I'm too honest. If I read a shitty comic, I'm not going to tell you, oh, it's fucking great, because I might benefit as a comic creator by elevating, the general idea of indie comics. Like, I just can't do it. I read the comic and it sucks. And the other thing is, I was perfectly ready to drop it after Dick reviewed, dropped his review. I'm like, I think we've said all we need to say about ISOM. We're done. Okay, we've reviewed the comic. We don't like it. We're not here to create problems for Eric. Maybe I'll put a tweet out being like, his new comic.
Look, I see Dick Masterson still go. I saw
because Dick does not. Yeah, let's be clear.
Dick Masterson was on Flashcast with Eric July, and I thought, thank goodness, finally they're burying the hatchet, and Vito's comic can sell some copies. And then I see the next day Dick Masterson on Twitter going round and round with Eric July. I'm like, what the fuck? Why is this happening?
All I know, I don't know who starts what. All I know is that Eric has done multiple live streams where, if we want to, he's not saying Dick's name, but he's saying that round-headed Mexican motherfucker. So we know who he's talking about. So I don't know who's continuing the beef. The beef is being continued. People on Twitter are sniping at me and sniping at Eric, and it's become a whole thing. At the end of the day, I'm ready to basically drop it. Look, all I can say is, if you want, let's put it this way. You can discount my opinion. You could say Vito's just, has these politics, so he has to hate the comic and it's not a real thing, whatever. At the end of the day, and I've confirmed this with our comic creators, they've said, we think the space is better if we can freely criticize each other. We should encourage criticism. Even if the criticism seems harsh and over the top, it doesn't matter, because at the end of the day, if we really want to have an independent comic movement that is legitimate and lasting, we have to be willing to take the exact same amount of criticism that we throw at Marvel, that we throw at DC, that we throw at Disney. Because again, all these guys, Eric July is the guy who every day is making a video about DC Comics did this wrong, Marvel Comics did this wrong. But all of a sudden, I go, well, Eric July, his comic sucks. And that's off limits. Why? Because he's a YouTuber, because he's only has this many millions of dollars. Let's be clear. Most of the guys writing DC and Marvel comics have not made as much money from Eric July at comics. Okay. Most of these writers are not getting paid the same amount that Eric July is being paid. If anything, criticizing Eric's comic makes a lot more sense than criticizing the work of some guy who got paid $80 a page to write, whatever shitty new X-Men comic came along.
Well, I don't.
But we need criticism.
I don't begrudge you guys the criticism, obviously. I just think it's weird that it's going into weeks later and they're still beefing on Twitter and stuff like that. It's like the criticism has already been levied.
Well, Eric is a guy who says, I benefit from fighting with my haters. And I think he wants to extend the fight. He used Dick's review, to say, I'm going to attack my haters, which is a way that he's built up his audience. I think the problem he's having is that typically when he's attacked his haters in the past, he finds, the stupidest, far right activist moron, and you can really take him to task. I don't think he thought, picking a fight with two comedians who have a comedy podcast, you kind of end up looking like an idiot at the end of the day. So it's been I don't think it's been a great fight for him, but I think he still benefits from it. And people, look, let's be real. People love drama. I didn't go into this saying, oh, we can build up our channel by, starting a fight with Eric July. But, I look at the YouTube numbers and I go, well, I don't know. The audience is interested in it. So whatever else.
Has it helped your comic book sales or has it hurt you?
I think at the end of the day, look, I'll say this. If I wanted to sell, 100,000 copies of my comic book, I would come on your show and I would tell you, we need to destroy the wokes. Wokeness is the worst problem in Hollywood. I hate wokeness. Conservatism, we need more conservative writers, whatever. I know what I could say to make money, but I'm an honest guy. I'm going to tell you what I actually believe. I don't think it's that big a problem. I don't think Eric July knows how to write. And I think a lot of these YouTubers are grifting to make money, and that's if that's how they want to make money, fine. At the end of the day, I can only make money by being myself. And the only message I have is I'm a guy who cares deeply about storytelling, story structure, cares deeply about comedy to the point that I went and protested it and almost got beat up by Antifa at a stupid Netflix protest. So I hope people see, and I hope people see what I'm about. Okay, that look, I don't think a lot of people are going to agree with me politically, but I think at the end of the day, if you tell me I don't care about writing a great comedy story, that I don't care about, you know, story structure and that sort of thing, I think you would know that you're lying. So at the end of the day, I'm putting myself out there. Maybe you disagree with me politically, but I think I'm a great storyteller, and I think I got a great comic coming to you. Well, and if you don't want to buy it because of my politics, that's fine, but I think that's a sad way to indulge in media. I buy a lot of media from guys whose politics I fucking hate. You know, there's a lot of writers where I go, holy shit, this guy was a fucking racist psychopath, but I still like what he put out, and I read it. So I'm hoping we can get back to that.
I didn't know anything about this drama at all. But I think what I've learned from hearing what you're saying here is that, Adam, when you're done with the comic, we definitely have to push that wokeness is destroying the comic industry, and that buying our comic will be this thing that saves it, okay? We're pushing back against wokeness in comic with our comic, Supervillains Anonymous. Right, Adam?
We are literally pushing back against
We have Robot
in
Hitler in our comic. The
Like,
woke would never allow Robot Hitler to be in a comic.
You should do this. Like, people are clearly there is a very, I don't know how to say it, I'll just say it. There's a group of very dumb people who believe that they can win a culture war by buying anti-woke chocolate and anti-woke beer and boycotting Budweiser and whatever else, and that's fine.
There's a bunch of
stupid people. These people are correct.
Yeah, there's a bunch of dumb people who think that they can't win by doing those things, Vito.
Right.
And you're in that group.
Yeah, Vito.
What is the win? That people stop buying Bud Light?
Look, they're going to put, they've already won. Wait. They're going to put Bud Light out of business. People are thinking twice before they put this woke shit in front of them. That's a win. Right. That's a giant win.
Wait, don't you agree that if there's companies that have some kind of, even if you disagree with that as well, right? But if there's some company, like, did you see the Miller Lite commercial where they're like, send us all your sexist ads we used to produce so we can destroy them, right? Like, so if there's a company that's kind of like pushing something that is viewed as overtly political or it's woke, and then people boycott it, and then they have to stop doing that, I mean, that is definitely a win for the anti-woke side in the culture war, because it's going to prevent companies or make companies think twice when they kind of try to do that in kind of political engagement, right?
I think that it's fine to vote with your wallet against companies that are unethical. The problem is when you have, and you know what, I'll say this, the Budweiser boycott was a bad example. But when the Daily Wire comes to you and they go, are you mad about Hershey's having, you know, a trans spokesperson? Well, the way to combat that is to buy our Daily Wire chocolate bar. I go, I don't see how that's a solution. I think that's just giving money to a different and again, it was like a $40 chocolate bar or something. I go, I don't think this pushes the culture war in any direction. I don't think this really hurts.
It does.
Hershey.
It literally does, because they recycle the money into content.
Into making more Daily Wire content.
Yeah.
At that point, just buy a Daily Wire membership. I don't know, just buy stock.
Yeah, but they want to make mainstream movies in the same way that Marvel is making mainstream movies that influence the culture.
And they need the money to do it.
Yeah.
Sure. Okay. Well, then just give them money then. Don't even buy anything. Just literally send them $1,000 a month until they have enough money to make a movie.
Listen, they want a product, okay?
You want a product. You want a
little candy bar that says, what does it say, like him nuts or something?
Here's the thing. I care about a great story. If I'm going to the movies, I don't care who made it, as long as it's a good story and it entertains me. I'm not here to try and win a culture war. Buying my comic book does not win a culture war. You just get a great story out of it. And I hope people enjoy it.
But I want to win.
Listen, don't listen to me, okay? Buying our comic book is both a great story and helps win the culture war.
It's a twofer.
It's a twofer, that's right.
I mean, I'll tell you this. The only thing I can get behind is that I believe independent media is very important. I think that is a message that should get out there. And the reason I think independent, if you care about what's happening in Hollywood, I think a good example is in Hollywood right now, you can't make like a good comedy movie because they're afraid of making jokes.
Of course.
Right. They're definitely afraid of making a joke that's going to offend anybody else. So I think the reason you support independent media is independent media that is willing to push those boundaries. If somebody said, I want to make the next great comedy movie, Or for instance, in my comic, I talk about, we have some jokes in here that I think are going to offend some people. There's some, you know, sexual jokes, jokes about the LGBT community, stuff that I probably couldn't get away with doing if I was at Marvel and DC. And I think if you're supporting projects, excuse me, that are, you know, pushing those boundaries and, you know, engaging in storytelling that the mainstream is avoiding, then not only are you rewarding that kind of storytelling, but the mainstream eventually takes notice of that. And they go, wait, this guy made a comedy movie and it's about a stupid black guy who falls on his face and gets AIDS and he raised $10 million. The mainstream will go where the money is. They will embrace that and they will start making crazy zany comedies again. It's the same thing I'm trying to do with the comics. I'm, you know, trying to push the edge a little bit. I'm pushing the edge. You know, I have sexiness in it. I have a tentacle rape cover for my comic. Okay, this is the kind of thing you can't really get away with in the mainstream. And I'm hoping that as more independent people have success, that it shows the mainstream, hey, we don't have to be scared of this. This is clearly popular. Let's get in on it. We can be a part of it.
Look, we have an orgy on the front of our cover with Sitch with 42 women. So
yeah, I think the problem though is that when, you know, Eric July's comic, when you get down to it, it's just a basic superhero story. It doesn't push the edge in any way. It's just a guy walking around with super strength, punching people, and they're going, well, just the mere fact that it doesn't have politics in it is a win. And I go, I don't see it. I don't understand. This does not, because this doesn't impact the mainstream. I guess the mainstream looks at that and they go, oh, I guess we can take the politics out of our entertainment. I just don't think it leads that way. I think it's much more revolutionary to put out media that pushes in the other direction very, very strongly and has this kind of, you know, sexiness, has the violence, has the comedy, and prove that those kind of stories are popular. And that's the kind of thing the mainstream should be doing. If that makes any sense, at least that's what I'm trying to do. You know, I'm a guy who's been out in Hollywood and I've pitched projects and they go, you know, hey, that's a little too racy. That's a little too much. Can you cover up her skin? And I go, you know what? Why don't I just do it independently? And they'll go, why did we ask for these changes? Because this is not what people want. You know, we have to show them what people want. We have to demonstrate it.
Well, Eric July, I think, has made his book family friendly, which is probably a step in the right direction. I don't think you can hit that 3.7 million mark without a family friendly book. So
I don't know if it's family friendly. It's still a black guy going around punching people to death. But
well,
sure.
It's not scantily clad women, though.
Violence
right?
is fine. What do you mean?
Violence is fine. You're right.
Yeah, you know how it is.
Do you think there's a lack of family friendly entertainment? Is that our problem?
Well, I just...
Spider-Man was family friendly.
Yeah, definitely.
I think we're doing fine for families.
But you were saying...
I'm missing the sexualization.
Right. In terms of getting like a shit ton of money, you want to have the broadest, you know, scope that you can. Right?
Well, and also there is, like, part of wokeness is avoiding attractive characters because they don't want, you know, any men getting a boner.
Turned on.
Yeah.
Yeah, we keep getting really ugly ladies in the video games, and that's driving me nuts.
Yeah.
I look at that, what's that game? Horizon. And I'm like, man, if that had a really hot chick, because she's like almost hot, but then I feel like they keep making her uglier. I'm like, if that just had a really hot chick, that game would sell much better.
Yeah. Well, see, but that's a good example of kind of like wokeness preventing, you know, success, isn't it?
Yeah, there was some lady who gave one of the Ratchet games. She's like, I specifically made the other Ratchet's girlfriend less sexy. I'm like, why'd you do that? I want a hot mouse lady in the game. Fuck you.
That's so weird.
Yeah, I was like, you think this is a good thing? We could have had a sexy mouse like Ratchet from fucking Rescue Rangers. You're killing me here. Anyway, am I able to? Can I show you guys the comic at all, real quick? Can you bring it up, or is that not a thing?
Yeah, you can share your screen on Zoom.
Let me share my screen real quick, and I'll show you guys what I'm trying to do here. Again, if I wanted to be a millionaire, I know exactly what I need to say. I can't. I'm not that guy. I think the woke stuff is it's interesting and there's some of it, but I can't apply it to every project the way some people can, that they see it in every single project. I guess is the problem.
More creative, okay?
I could see it in every single project, but then sometimes, you know, like Spider-Man, I could say, oh, why has it got trans stuff in it? And then it turns out it's not even woke. Let's see. Is this what I want? That one.
I made you the host so you can share your screen.
Can you see my screen now?
Yeah, it's great. Yeah. Popped right up.
Oh, did I just screw it up? Okay. Well, guys, Superkiller #1. I'm very excited about this project. We are currently at 920 backers. I'm trying to hit 1,000 before the end of it. and hopefully we're gonna get there. Basically, you know what? I'm trying to think the best way to show this. I'll just go through it real quick. So basically, it's a multiverse story, that the multiverse exists. But the idea is that, you know, new universes keep getting created. And if you just allow that to happen willy-nilly, eventually the entire system overloads itself and all of reality collapses. So at the center of it, you have this mysterious agency with a group of agents, and their job is to go from universe to universe, killing the central hero of that universe and unplugging it from the multiversal stack.
Am I supposed to give criticism as we go, or?
Yeah, go nuts.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm just fucking with you.
So
when you say unplug it, is it destroying the universe? They just disconnect it from the multiverse.
He's a world ender. Our main character is named Sam King. He assassinates the primary hero of the universe and just destroys that universe in the process.
Wow.
He does not like this job. It is a very dark and depressing job. He is responsible for ending entire worlds.
Right.
And he has, you know, a basic case of amnesia. He's like, I don't remember how I got this job. I don't remember who gave me this job. I don't know why I have this stupid suit. All I know is if I kill 100 superheroes, I get to go home. And that's what I'm going to focus on. Eyes on the prize. Mm-hmm. So he's a guy with this very fucked job that has to basically slide between worlds. You know, he might end up in like a fantasy world or a ninja world or we were talking about doing a Pokemon world, and have to kill Ash Ketchum. Got to find Ash Ketchum, shoot him in the head, end his universe, and leave, because that's just the cosmic way of things.
So does the way it work is that, like, by killing off the main protagonist of the world, is that the action that destroys the universe?
Yeah, so the way it works, and it's a little convoluted, is that each universe has a chosen one. The chosen one of the, you know, Star Wars universe would be Luke Skywalker. Right. The chosen one of the DC universe would be Superman. Universes are self-aware. You know, they're aware that they could be deleted at any point, and they go, well, as long as I have my central hero, I'm going to be fine. It can fend off any invasion or whatever else. Now, normally, if the hero dies of natural causes within the universe, that power would just transfer to somebody else in the universe. But these agents who are working for this multiversal company have the ability to disrupt that protocol. By killing the hero, it erases him from reality. The universe freaks out. They go, I don't know how to make someone else into a chosen one. I'm just going to shut down. And that's the end of this universe. So basically, yeah, killing the main hero destroys the universe. The problem is you're fighting superheroes, right? And our main character does not have any superpowers. All he has is a gun that can shoot superheroes in the head. But as we know, guys, we've read, you know, 100 years of superhero comics. How many times does Batman get shot in the head? Never. How many times does Green Lantern get shot in the head? Never. It is we learned that superheroes have this special unspoken of power where trying to shoot a superhero with a gun is actually the hardest fucking thing in the universe. So what it comes down to is actually having to come up with these elaborate Rube Goldberg type traps to get these superheroes into a situation where they are weakened or trapped or whatever else, so you can land the shot. The gun only has 3 bullets. If you miss with all 3 shots, you've lost. So you can't just go fire willy-nilly. You have to really plan this out and come up with how to kill these heroes.
Just a bullet?
Oh, it's a special, ray gun sort of thing.
Right. It's not just so it's not like, so if you're going to shoot Superman in the head, you need some magic bullet.
Right. The way we say it is it has 3 shots. 1 shot will kill your basic superhero, like a Spider-Man. If the hero has like a healing factor, like a Superman or a Hulk, that would take 2 shots. And God forbid you ever meet someone who needs all 3 shots to be killed. That would mean you're fighting against some sort of horrible god. So you have your main character against Sam King, who's the main assassin, just wants to kill 100 heroes and get home. All right. But one day he stumbles into a diner, meets this girl. It kills Superman in front of her, and then the universe starts to collapse. She's like, what the fuck's going on? He goes, oh, I just ended your world. Sorry. She's like, you just did fucking what? No, she's like, what do I do? And he's like, I don't know, man. Make peace with your god. I gotta go. Opens up his portal to zap into the next dimension. She's like, fuck that, and jumps in the portal. He's like, oh, you dumb bitch. No. Jumps in after her. What she doesn't know is that as a normal human woman, she cannot survive the portal between dimensions. And he's like, listen, bitch, that was the dumbest thing you ever could have done. You're about to get vaporized from existence. I'm sorry. And he's looking over at her as she's like being vaporized. She's like, oh God, it hurts so bad. He's like, all right, just no emotions. I am the emotionless man. I don't care. And he's like, fuck. And he goes to his little robot helper and he goes, can you register that dumb bitch as my sidekick? And he goes, you want a sidekick? I thought you said you never wanted a sidekick. He's like, well, just register as a sidekick before I change my mind. So by making her his sidekick, she's able to now, you know, survive to the next mission world with him. And he's now stuck with this dumb girl. He goes, God, why in a moment of weakness did I allow this stupid girl to be my sidekick? Now I'm stuck with her. She's completely useless to me. And he goes, well, all right, this next guy I got to fight. He's a speedster, like a Flash guy. I don't know. He's probably going to punch me 1,000 times in the chest, and it's going to suck. And she's like, oh, a speedster? Why don't you use like ice or like oil? And he's like, elaborate on that point for a second. And she goes, well, you know, I'm a huge comic book nerd, so I kind of have an encyclopedic knowledge of all these different heroes and all the different possible ways you could kill them. So he goes, holy shit, you're actually useful to me. So we now have this odd couple of Sam King, you know, the ruthless assassin, and then she's basically the tactician of the team, going, okay, we're going up against Sailor Moon. Well, how would you kill a Sailor Moon? Find them while they're, you know, in their high school class and blast them in the head before they have time to transform. You know, coming up with these different strategies to take down these heroes. And yeah, it's just going to be this fun Sliders universe, you know, going from universe to universe, but also trying to get to the heart of the mystery of like, who's in charge of what universe gets deleted? Are universes actually being deleted? You know, is there a way to change this process or bring universes back? You know, can they kill 100 heroes without becoming horrible monsters because they meet other agents who are just like, oh, I just love killing. I passed my 100 hero quota a while ago. I'm just still at it. Like, I don't want to stop ever. So it's a dark comedy. Again, we're going to have a lot of fun, make it a really fun, funny book. And I'm very excited about it.
Dark comedy, but both your mains are white. Are either one of them gay?
Well, my main character is actually half Persian, half Jewish, based on the illustrious Sarah Mostajabi, who is sadly no longer with us, but has served as the inspiration for our main character. R.I.P. Sarah Mostajabi. One thing that's great, though, so we have a couple different covers. This is the standard retail cover that you'll be able to buy in the stores. This is the crowdfunding exclusive cover. But now, are you guys anime fans at all?
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. Okay. Have you heard of...
I can see the tentacle cover there.
Well, have you heard of Le Blue Girl?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm positive, yeah.
All right. So for those of you who don't know, and I've gave this story before, but back in the day in the 90s, if you wanted anime tapes, you had to go to the flea market. And it was all bootleg VHS fan subs. And always the guy at the flea market would be like, hey, kid, you want to see something weird? And he'd pull out this weird bootleg copy of Le Blue Girl, which was about ninja women fighting tentacle monsters with sex. And you went, this is the most fucked thing I've ever seen. I love Japan. This is great. And that was made by this guy, Toshio Maeda. He's literally the reason you're aware of tentacle porn. He's the godfather of tentacle porn.
Wow.
The master of it. He's the linchpin. And I said, I want to do one of these sexy covers for my comic because I see a lot of guys do it. And I tried to think of like artists I could get. And I have a signed Toshio Maeda original somewhere in my house. And I said, I wonder if that guy's still alive. He's like an old Japanese grandpa. I'm like, I wonder if he's still alive and if he'd draw my comic cover. So I reach out through some convoluted translation app and I go, Mr. Maeda, I love how you've drawn Japanese women being split open by penis tentacles. Would you possibly lend your talents to my campaign? And he said, hi.
That's awesome. That is totally awesome.
I got Toshio Maeda, the guy who in the 90s I went, this is the most fucked thing I've ever seen. I can't believe the Japanese, what's wrong with them? I now have him working, did the cover for my comic. As you can see, our main character has some sort of alien monster coming at her from behind. She has some tentacles coming up from the bottom. The only problem was trying to get him to tone it down a bit because I was like, listen, man, I can't have like 60 penis tentacles on the cover. Like, it's going to be hard for me to... Like, I want it suggestive, you know, like they're grabbing her. He's like, okay, so they're shoving their way into their mouth and like jam. No. Or like 10 of them are going up her pants. I'm like, no, just like,
why are you constraining this artist? Vito.
Constraining genius, yes.
What are you doing?
Because in my mind, I go, look, at some point, I want to be at, Adult Swim pitching this as an animated series. And they go, okay, we need to talk about the cover where the female protagonist gets brutally raped by monsters. And then it's going to be a little hard to explain.
It's not canon. It's
not canon. I can explain it perfectly. I'm worried, again, you're going to have a pink-haired activist in there going, yeah, I don't think this is right for our network. But I think we skirted the edge just right. You got some tentacles very... lovely position. And this, of course, comes with a fold-out poster to hang on your wall and disappoint your friends and family. What is wrong with you? Why are you living that way?
The tentacles are respectfully gracing.
They're respectful respectacles, as we call them. Again, you can save if you want to get it recovered, $10 off. And then this is my $100 thing. Look, I don't want to go back to Eric July, but I have to. We're talking about the big thing we talk about is respecting the customer, right? Eric July has a $100 foil cover. That's it. All you get is a comic with a foil cover. I've asked people, I'm like, what does that cost to print? $5. It's a $95 markup. And I go, I don't know, man. It seems like a ripoff to me. To me, I think respecting the customer is trying to give them as much as you can for their money. Yes, you got to make a profit.
You sound like a communist to me, Vito.
I know. I'm such a commie. But for me, with $100, you get this beautiful lunchbox. You get the foil cover, art book, pins. We got Pogs. Pogs are back, folks.
Wow. Holy shit.
Come on. You don't need Pogs. And what use is Pogs without your metal slammer token?
Oh, wow. That's cool.
And, of course, an electronic yo-yo for the kids as well. All that for $100, which is great. Every order, you're going to get the trading cards. These are great. All a bunch of different indie artists, friends of mine. The more tiers we unlock, you get more cards. We've already unlocked 9 of them, which is fantastic. And then these I'm very excited about. Guys, I love tchotchkes. I love toys. The only reason I do these things is so I can make stupid toys and things to amuse myself. So we have the plush toys, and they look awesome. I'm very excited about those.
Wow, that's pretty cool.
There's a bunch of other stuff on there. You can get a copy of my card game. This was my previous Kickstarter. If you've played Cards Against Humanity, this is like Cards Against Humanity for smart people. And again, get the shirt and the hat. Lots of fun stuff on there. But guys, this is a passion project. You can, I don't know what even to say. I'm very excited about this, and I take it very seriously. I'm not here to just make money. This is not a fly-by-night operation. I'm pouring my heart and soul into making this thing and getting as many people involved as I can.
You're here to make it possible for Japanese artists to draw tentacle dicks. That's what I like about this project.
Toshio Maeda, hey man, this guy, he's not getting work. I helped out this aging Japanese artist. He probably needed a little something. Who knows? So we're helping out the elderly Japanese community. We're helping out again independent artists. We got some great guys on here who have helped contribute some cards, some cool guys.
No, this is great. You're almost up to 60K, so that's that's respectable.
My ultimate goal.
I mean, you'd be at 120K if you hadn't gone to war with Eric July. But
well, here's what I believe is I believe my weakness is that I can't play the political game as well as some people. I can't shut my mouth.
Hold on. This is what
I can't shut up.
This is what's strange to me because you're literally playing the political game. You just talked about how you don't want the blue-haired feminists in your face about all the tentacle dicks. How is that not the political game?
There's a bit. Look, I'm an honest guy.
Look, you're playing it.
The thing is, I could play it much harder. I could tell you right now that if you want to win the culture war, buy Superkiller #1. We're going to D3 Hollywood. We're going to destroy DC Comics. We're going to destroy Marvel. But I don't believe that, and I don't even want that. I don't care about Marvel or DC. I don't.
Right.
I want to make my own thing.
Right.
I believe in. And I think everybody should be making their own thing. I think if you have the ability to create, you should be going out. And if you hate the media that's out there right now, stop looking for a savior. Be the savior. Go make something. I know you can do it.
Make something with more tentacle dicks. The more tentacle dicks, the better.
I can't tell you that by buying my consumer product that the political needle is going to move one way or the other. I don't fucking know.
Well,
I can tell you is I want to make. I hope
more tentacle dicks. Sticks it to the matriarchy.
I'll say this. If you believe in comedy, if you believe in sexy women, if you believe in, awesome, stylish manga violence, all those, and if you want to see more of that, that's what you're going to get. And if you buy this, will more of that show up elsewhere? I don't know, maybe more people will say, hey, this is cool, and I love Superkiller, and I want to do something like it, or, maybe it's part of a growing trend. I want that to be true, but I'm not gonna sell you on that. I'm not gonna say that's going to happen explicitly. All I can tell you at the end of the day is I think we got a great thing here we're doing. Me, my artist, Keter LeBeau, the most beautiful man in Mexico. We got a Mexican artist, very diverse. I get woke points for that.
Right.
We're trying our best, and I'm very excited about it. And I hope people will check it out. Guys, if you hate my politics, I'd say this. Go listen to me over on The Biggest Problem in the Universe, where I talk with my co-host, Dick Masterson, who is a right-leaning guy. And I think we find a very great common middle ground. I think that we don't have to divide things into right or left. I don't think you have to buy, right-wing products, left-wing products, boycott, whatever else. I mean, yes, speak with your wallet, whatever else. But at the end of the day, all I want to say is focus on quality. Don't buy something based on the politics. Buy it because it's a good product. And that's what I hope people are doing. And I'm sure most people are doing that. And I hope that that's what we understand.
You almost up to 1,000 backers, which is great. Totally respectable. You're pitching it on your podcast. So, I mean, you have somewhat of an audience already there, right?
Yeah. No, we have a great audience over on Biggest Problem in the Universe. And again, I mean, that's why I pitched that show. If you want to listen to me get my stupid liberal ideas dunked on every week, if you enjoy Adam and Sitch telling me I'm an idiot, well, we have a podcast where you get that every week, courtesy of Dick Masterson, telling me I'm a disgusting commie. And I think that's been kind of my thing, is that I want less division between, I don't know, you're right, guys like me, where I have some woke politics, but then I also, am against this kind of activism and against some of this politicization of media. Again, I'm more focused on the people they're hiring and the people who are making decisions rather than the context of the story themselves. But I just want to be able to discuss it. I don't think it needs to be as polarized as it is. I want lefties to be, like, I know a lot of lefties right now who also feel the same way about some of this trans stuff and some of the stuff they're showing to kids. And they go, it makes me really uncomfortable, but I feel I can't talk about it because I'm a lefty. And I'm hoping we get past that idea that we can't talk, everybody should be able to talk about everything.
Yeah, I agree. I like your story, and I'll probably end up getting the book.
Cool
so.
Thanks, man. It's a long pitch, but whenever I give the pitch, people like it. So
no, it's great. It's great.
We got a lot of cool ideas of where to go with it. And I'm always honestly, every time I go on these shows, I get more ideas from people. So
nice.
I'm very excited.
I would say, though, I would think I agree that people, if someone writes a bad book, it's a difficult situation, because if I'm friends with somebody and they wrote a bad book, I'm not going to criticize it publicly.
And I think that's fine,
especially if they've already done it and it's in the bag. Like,
yeah, exactly right.
People always want me to critique their independent movie, and I'm like, well, it's already done. Shouldn't you have asked me?
Right. But
I think it's perfectly fine to be friends with Eric July and say, well, he's a friend and I support anything he does.
Right.
Again, I think the problem is when you are, as a YouTuber, have a reputation as a media critic, and you make a video that says DC and Marvel are scared of Eric July. That's where I really think you're crossing an ethical line.
Yeah, you could
if
have
you made a video that says, check out Eric July's new comic, it looks great. There's no problem.
Yeah, but you could have a situation where you do have, the Comicsgate community or the anti-DC woke comics community, whatever you want to call them. If they're selling all these books, I do think that's going to cause some heads to turn at Marvel and DC and say, well, what's going on over there?
Yes, definitely.
I disagree, though, because at the end of the day, Marvel doesn't look at ISOM and go, oh, I wish we had published ISOM. Or I wish we had published a book like ISOM, because the reason Eric July's book is selling is because it's by Eric July.
I understand that, yeah. Right.
Yeah, but they're making the argument, no, the reason it's selling is because there's no politics in it. I'm going to go, I think they could take the politics out of the books, and I still don't think that's going to, give DC or Marvel a massive hit. I think they even have books that don't have a huge political agenda. Not every book they put out has that.
No,
and there's plenty of
yeah. I agree on so when we kind of very specifically and obviously at the end of the day, Marvel and DC, they make most of their money not from comics but from the movies and all this other shit. But I do think if there was this big anti-woke, anti-political push on YouTube that was making lots of money in comics, I do think people in Marvel and in DC that are on the comics division would take notice of that, and it could change their behavior.
I'd
Even
say
if individual
that
comics are not the best or whatever.
I think that there is value to making comics that are devoid of hyper political messaging as independents. The thing is that I think there are people who are doing it much better than Eric July.
Okay.
I think it's kind of, it's the way of it's an influencer made a vanity project and everybody loves the guy. It's the same for my book. Look, my sales are coming from the fact that I have made myself a popular guy and people like me and want to see me succeed. I totally get it. But at the end of the day, I don't want anyone to gaslight me. When you read the comic, tell me to my face. If it sucks, I can take it. And I want to be, and the big problem with Eric July is anyone who gives him any criticism, he dismisses them as a hater and a lunatic and a leftist. Somebody even asked him, they're like, well, do you think there's any have you heard any valid critiques of your book from anyone? And he said, no, there's not been a single valid critique of ISOM. I nailed it. It's perfect 100% of the book. And I go, well, that's just not how things get created. As a writer, especially, you need to be hypercritical. You need multiple eyes on your stuff. You need people telling you what you got wrong, what you got. And that's why I'm
sure they had multiple eyes on that Holdo maneuver.
Yeah, well, they needed honestly, I think that is an example of, I think Ryan Johnson was not given a lot of oversight. I think Kathleen Kennedy just kind of handed it to Ryan Johnson and let him make decisions without a lot of people, talking to him and telling him what was wrong. She just kind of trusted him completely. I think you need a team telling you what to do. But I'll say this, and here's one thing about Superkiller, and maybe I even hurt my sales by saying this, but the digital comic, when it is available, it will be free. Okay, so if you want to buy the comic and you want a copy to own, and you want what is, a collectible and something that might accrue in value, I don't know, or you just want to support it and make it get done, let's be clear, your money is going towards making the book happen. Okay, but if all you want to do is read it, I'm going to put it up for free at some point on a website, and we'll be completely open to criticism, and you can have the harshest criticism, and I will take it to heart. I want to know what people think, because
more tentacle dicks.
More tentacle dicks. I only want it to get better. Let's put it that way.
When does he go to the tentacle dick world and have to fight the tentacle dick protagonist?
Yeah, exactly.
Stop spoiling my comic.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Now everyone's gonna know.
I'm so sorry.
But if you guys, again, support all independent creators, guys, buy Sitch. Is your comic still available right now?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, on In Demand.
Yes, we're working on it.
The important thing is, if we want to see change in media, yes, we do have to support independence.
Well, you can just support it because you like me and
or just support it because you like.
No. Sure. You have to support it because, listen, our book is explicitly anti-woke. I mean, it actually kind of is. Now that I think
we kind of make fun of woke.
To be anti-woke, but it is anti-woke. So.
Well, everybody who's super chatting you guys, like, I don't think people realize how much this money does push, culture. The money these guys are super chatting to you. You guys are influencing culture. You have an influential show. So yeah, you can speak your wallet and you can get things done. And I hope the audience recognizes that. Someone's asking how many pages of the comic. Right now, it's looking to be 52 pages. That number may increase as we go through it. But minimum 52 pages for Superkiller.
Wow. I'll just say critique as long as you just don't make it like Wanted. Okay, the comic.
I don't think it'll be. It's been a while since I read Wanted. Honestly, people keep saying, "Oh, it looks like Invincibles. It looks like The Boys," and I go, "It's actually based on Boku Ranu, a manga nobody read back in 2003." So there you go. And Gantz, if you ever read Gantz. You never read Gantz?
I know what it's. I've seen like things about it, and I wasn't interested. I'm like, this looks too dark for me.
Oh, so. Gantz rules, dude. It's awesome.
It's so
top
dark.
Inspirations: Boku Ranu, Gantz. And a Daniel Clowes comic called The Death Ray, which everyone should read. Okay. Those are my 3 top influences for this book.
Nice. Yeah, well, it sounds interesting. I'll definitely check it out. Definitely.
Thanks, guys. Well, actually, I think I got to get off. I think you guys were going to read some super chats. But I want to say thanks for having me. I hope it felt like a fairly productive discussion.
Yeah. It was fun. It was definitely a blast.
Yes. And I'll say this. I apologize to everyone I called stupid. I'm just inflammatory for the sake of it. I'm just having fun.
Good. Listen,
except for Geeks and Gamers, I hate those guys, but I'm allowed to hate them because they wrote a very nasty article about me. So fuck those guys. Everybody else, whatever. I don't care. Critical Drinker is probably a great guy. I'll find out.
There you go. Nice. Very nice.
One of the greatest. One of the greatest.
Thanks for coming on. It was fun talking.
Thanks, man. Thanks for having me. Once again, guys, superkiller.org. You can check out the comic. Biggestproblem.show, my podcast with me and Dick Masterson. You're going to love it. And, of course, youtube.com/Vito for all the fun videos. Have fun, guys. Bye.
Bye. Okay. I was worried that when he would leave the call, since you made him host, it would automatically end.
No, I reclaimed the host. But I do think I put the wrong link into his comic. So let me fix that.
Oh, fix that, yeah.
Damn.
Okay.
How did
Okay, so let's read Super Chats for today. And then we'll go back to the ones we didn't get to on Sunday.
The fuck?
And let me read the ones related to what we were just talking about. Spooky Scary Saladin for $5 says Vito straight face said he's honest but lies, saying he's gay for a studio. is a woman at the DMV for benefits and plays dumb the Disney agenda. I don't listen. I don't think as you're being fair. You can disagree with Vito's positions on things. I mean, I disagree with his positions on some things. I don't think he's being like intentionally deceptive. He doesn't really
except about being gay, obviously.
It's about being gay. No, but I mean in terms of like his view on politics. Because here's the thing, like if Vito's plan was to be think about it this way. If Vito's plan was to be intentionally deceptive about politics, okay, he's literally the dumbest person on the planet because he's putting himself in this like position where no one's really gonna like him, right? He's like, I don't like some woke stuff, but also I think the anti-woke side is like too far in the other direction, right? So if you're gonna lie about your political positions, I mean, you presume the person doing it for some benefit, right?
Yeah, of course.
So like you think like I think if someone's gonna lie about their political positions, they're gonna choose one side and they're gonna stick firmly to it, right? I don't think they're gonna do what Vito does. That doesn't seem to make sense, you know, from a financial standpoint. So no, I don't think he's being dishonest. But I mean, obviously in these conversations, everyone gets debate brained because it's kind of the nature of having a conversation with someone where someone disagrees with you, you know, especially if the conversation is taking place in public.
Look, it was a great talk. I thought it was good. Yeah.
V Marie for $10 says, I thought even Van Sciver had some good critiques and Eric handles criticism very poorly. Can Vito explain the pull-up comment thing? Watching Eric explain how that was hilarious.
I don't know. I don't know what the pull-up comic thing is.
Right. Sorry, V.
And
did Ethan criticize Eric July's comic?
I didn't hear Ethan criticize Eric July's comic. I did hear Ethan criticize Dick Masterson's criticism of Eric July's comic, which I thought was right on the money because it was basically the social intuitionist model. It's like if the guy hates your guts, like he's not going to take your criticism seriously.
Right. It'd be it'd be difficult. You know, like if Vosh comes out with a comic book, it's going to be hard for me to like. I mean, maybe I could do it, but it'd be hard. You know, it's hard for people to like put that aside and be like, oh, I mean, give this a fair shake, right?
Well, if Vosh criticized our comic book, would we think, no, this is some good criticism here?
Yeah, right.
Like even if it was good criticism, you'd assume that, you know, this guy's a moron. Why am I listening to this guy?
Sure.
Yeah.
Eric told them to pull up on him, which is like an invitation to fight in the street. Did he really say that? It's ridiculous.
Well, this is like an interesting
Ethan and Eric
thing.
had a whole stream.
Did they? Okay. Well, I'll check it out. Send me a link. Someone DM me a link to that. I'd love to check it out. It's interesting because what we talk about often on the show is honor culture and dignity culture. And when I was hearing the criticism of Dick Masterson, I kept thinking Dick Masterson's criticism is coming from a dignity culture perspective. And I was curious if Eric July's book is from an honor culture perspective, because it like Dick Masterson was really super upset that the character was monomaniacally focused on how he was disrespected. And if his audience is mostly honor culture, that's going to really hit for them because disrespect means something completely different in an honor culture. So, but I mean, that's a little too complicated, I think, to bring up in the conversation with Vito. But you understand what I'm saying, right?
No, like, I think Vito understands that is, I think it's an interesting idea. Yeah.
Yeah. So I haven't read the book, so I don't necessarily know. And, you know, obviously if someone told me, Adam, I want you to write a book, but you have to make it appeal to someone in an honor culture, I would go in a completely different direction, right?
Yeah. Are you saying the book wouldn't have some talk about swallowing jizz on the first page?
Probably not. Yeah. Because that would be, that might play differently to an honor culture.
Darth 360 No Scope says Eric July recently made a video demanding future debaters have to be physically fit like him. Is that true?
I've been on one live stream with Eric July. Eric July, I mean, obviously we're both content creators, but Eric July has always been kind of cold towards me. Never really like a warm. I don't know that he's generally a warm person though. I know he does And is this a secret or something? I think he has a relationship with Ethan Van Sciver, but I saw a clip going around.
Like a gay relationship?
No, obviously not.
Oh, the way you said that was I was like, what?
Like I think
I don't know if I should talk about this, but Ethan and Eric are like.
Look, Ethan has obviously had a lot of success with his campaign and with Cyberfrog, and I think he was telling Eric July Eric July was asking him how he could be as successful as him, and he was imparting whatever knowledge he had. So
I see.
Yeah. But Ethan has kind of done that with me as well. I mean, Ethan is really good about other content creators, you know, answering advice type questions. So, I mean, I've sent a couple advice type questions towards Ethan, and he's always been super helpful with me. So if that was going on with Eric July, then that's fine. My question is, because it is in our situation, it's a bit weird, and I understand what Vito was saying about how I'm a movie critic. I'm a critic, but in some ways we're also kind of like a celebrity endorsement for a project. So I would rather not read a book that sucks and give it like a negative celebrity endorsement. I just rather keep my mouth shut as a courtesy to another content creator, because I would hope they would do the same for me. And, you know, maybe that's political or greasing palms or whatever you want to call it. But I would rather do that than like I would have a tough time coming out and saying, oh, yeah, this book is great if I totally thought it sucked. So I would just keep my mouth shut.
I mean, I wouldn't, you know, if someone I knew, you know, like Mahler or Carl or someone, you know, made a comic or a movie or something, I didn't like it, I would not criticize it, you know, publicly, because I think that's kind of fucked up.
Right.
But I wouldn't necessarily go out and praise it, but I wouldn't criticize it publicly. So that's just my feeling on the matter.
Well, our book is very good, obviously, because Sitch and I beat each other up in the creative process in the same way. Like that's the advantage of working with a partner, is that you have two sets of eyes and can see things from multiple perspectives.
Right.
So sometimes if you're writing something solo, like you can think it's great and you give it to somebody else and they're like, ugh, what's going on here? So
Claptrap the Destroyer for $5 says YouTube content is criticizing everything. All fan bases have made up their mind on where they stand with drama, be critical, and they lose their mind. Yeah, I agree with that. Toxic Mix for $20. Thank you. Says, I weirdly agree with Vito a lot here. You could replace all the woke stuff in these IPs and they'd still be storytelling nightmares, TLJ especially. There are more serious critiques out there than he thinks, though. You mean against wokeness? Yeah, well, that's the thing. Like, I kind of half agree with Vito because, like, I'm not 100% sure I agree that a lot of the stuff that's bad, like, at the end of the day, I don't know for 100% certainty, like, the idea to not have Luke train Rey, like, was that a conscious decision because they're like, we can't have an old white man train a woman? I think that's definitely possible, right? And I think the fact that you have Kevin Feige say something like, we don't want a white man saving Wanda, blah, blah, blah. To me, I think it's definitely possible. I don't know 100% certainty. Like, Rian Johnson could just be a fucking idiot. And if he's obsessed with, you know, subverting expectations, right? Well, subverting expectation would be to have, you know, obviously she's going to go get trained by Luke and he doesn't train her, right? So I could see it. I can see both movies here, okay? I can understand both scenarios. I don't know which one is true, but I do think that wokeness is a problem in our society, and I don't have a problem, you know, I think we should call it out, even though there are people that over generalize and over criticize wokeness and tack it onto everything. To me, I think it's a problem. I think the way to really help us fight wokeness is to pin it down to anti-liberalism and just attack the sort of anti-liberal leftism that is kind of trying to infiltrate our society. So
I do think this idea that kids can pick whatever sex they want to be is a dangerous idea.
And of course,
if they made a very popular movie in the same way that they made popular movies in the past to say, you know, it's okay for there to be interracial marriage or it's okay for there to be gay marriage. If they had the kind of, what was that movie back in the 80s, like Philadelphia, where they, you know, basically introduced a gay couple and said, you know, this is just like a normal way of being, and made you super empathetic towards the gay couple. So it kind of made being gay okay in society.
Right.
I think that those things push society in a direction that we're okay. But as soon as you're doing the Philadelphia equivalent of teaching kids that they can, any kid can pick their biological gender or their biological sex, like all of a sudden it's a completely different thing, don't you think?
Of course, yeah. No, I agree. Like I would, if one of the main characters in Spider-Verse 3, okay, is a gay spider person, right? I don't have a problem with that. But if they make like one of the central persons trans, I do have a problem with that. And I have a problem with that because, as we talked about, I do think that there is a social contagion element to people believing they have gender dysphoria when they don't, right? So I think that's causing a very tangible harm in the world.
Right.
So no, yeah, I definitely agree with that specific.
And they literally pitch it in the same, they pitch it as, well, the conservatives were against the interracial marriage when it happened. And I think, well, I mean, we had more information about whether or not interracial marriage would destroy society or cause some sort of tangible harm to individual people.
I think you're being too overly fair here. I mean, obviously people were against interracial marriage back in the day because of racism. I don't think there's some other way to really look at that.
Right. Well, I just, the arguments, obviously they're racist, but they would come out and say interracial marriage will destroy society. I think that's the worry that they had. Look, we're
whatever, but that's based on racist reasons, right?
Right. But we're making the, look, I think there are significant differences between the interracial marriage idea and every child can pick their own biological sex. It's like a giant difference. But the people on the left don't see that difference. They see it as
that's the problem, right?
Yeah.
That's the problem. People don't see the difference, right? Yeah.
Right.
No, I agree. That is the issue.
They just look at us and they're like, you're just stuffy old conservatives that just need to get with the times. And nowadays people pick their biological sex. And I think, not really. I mean, there are a small number of people that have persistent gender dysphoria that lasts into adulthood. But most people don't have that difficulty.
No, it's like, when that. So I made my tweet some time ago about how Star Trek wasn't woke because woke is anti-liberal and Star Trek is like peak liberalism. It's all emphasized on individuality, colorblind society, race blind society, gender blind society, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Like, there's no episode where they're like, Jory LaForge, let's talk about your trials and tribulations in the Federation as a black man, right?
Yeah, they don't. That would be out of place.
Here, like, there's no scene where they're like, Jory LaForge, you need to watch this episode of Roots, which you also happen to star in. There's no weird scene like that in the Star Trek stuff. So to me, yeah, it's all peak liberalism, right? And when I made that tweet, and when the guy who I was quote tweeting then eventually, for whatever reason, retweeted, quote tweeted me again recently and then blocked me, so I couldn't even see what he said. And all his like idiot like followers started filling up my replies. Like the number one thing they'd say to me is like, "You're just a racist, sexist, homophobic conservative. And if you were alive back in the day, you would have criticized Star Trek for being woke, back in those times."
Yeah.
And you're only saying it's not woke now. And I'm like, I mean, these people are delusional. I literally lay out in the first tweet, I say, it's not woke. Here's how I define woke. And here's how Star Trek isn't it. I lay out my entire argument and no one just addresses that. They just take this very like dumbed down, you'll just hate the left-wing gays and the transes and boo, 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 boo. I mean, that's everyone looks through the world through the first lens of tribalism first, unfortunately, and it kind of makes everyone a moron. So
yeah.
But what can you do? What can you do, right?
Block them.
There you go.
Block their crazy asses.
Moondog for $10 says, I had to look back on multiple streams. Dick literally trashed Eric before even reading the book and got in a tiff with Nina, who didn't read it either. These guys called Eric a scammer. They went personal. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, I felt like some of that stuff was going on too. So
right. Fondue for $5 says, Vito spent 4 hours saying no one is telling artists to alter their vision while doing that very thing himself.
I know, that's what I was like, oh my.
Oh no, okay, wait, okay. So to be fair to be good faith Gary to Vito. Okay. He's saying now I don't agree with him. I think this is happening. But he's saying he doesn't think people are telling artists to alter their vision for political reasons. Which I do think is happening.
He's literally he is altering his vision for political reasons.
No.
He literally said he's worried about the feminists seeing too many tentacles.
Right, for the cover. Right.
Yeah.
That's not what Fondue was referring to, though.
Oh, okay.
He's saying, oh, maybe that is what Fondue was talking about. Yeah, okay. Well, fair enough, if that's the case. Yeah, never mind. I agree. Fair enough.
Well,
that's true. That's a good point.
We all have, certain cutoffs, obviously.
Right.
So...
Yeah, I misread the tweet. I misread the super chat. I thought you meant like he was telling other artists to alter their vision, but you meant no, he's altering his vision because he's afraid that he wants to make his thing more palatable on the off chance it becomes a Netflix show.
Look, you
said to him in the conversation.
We had this conversation. Sitch and I both had this conversation over. There was a joke that Sitch really wanted, and it's super easy to misinterpret the joke and to call us like racist pieces of shit. Ultimately, we put the joke in because it's funny.
I want you all to know that S-Class fought for the racism jokes to be in the book. Okay?
Yes. And then the artist A-Team took him up even further. So, yeah.
I mean,
once we went with it, we went both feet.
Right. I mean, we've literally explained this before. It's not like it's a secret.
Yeah, totally.
So there might be a scene.
Well, it's on.
There is a scene.
It's actually on. Those pages are on the campaign. Yeah, we published.
Yeah, there's a scene where Sitch and Adam appear to be wearing KKK outfits.
Yeah, exactly. Fighting robot Hitler.
There might be some burning crosses.
There is some burning crosses.
Listen, who doesn't want the image, of what appears to be KKK fighting robot Hitler with burning crosses in the background? I mean, that's just beautiful, right?
It is.
That's how you really destroy racism, is it not?
Of course.
Yeah.
You make fun of it until it's gone.
I was like, Adam, this is my favorite joke I wrote into this. We can't remove it. Okay. I refuse.
I took it out in one draft and Sitch was like, oh man.
I was like, no, unacceptable.
He was so demoralized.
Yes. But no, there was a thing that you did take out, which I think you're right for. Because originally I was like, Robot Hitler should have a giant swastika on his back.
Oh yeah.
And you're like, I don't think we should have like the swastika like plastered across so many pages. I was like, okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Well, it's interesting too, because like I think, say Vito's comic is very successful. Say our comic does very successful, right? Some magic happens and it gets made into some like Netflix show. I don't think anyone's gonna care that there's like a cover of a buff Sitch with a bunch of naked women. Like I don't think anyone in Netflix is gonna care that exists, right? I don't think anyone would care that there's some alternative cover of the comic that has like tentacles going into like a woman's vagina.
There is a lot of busty.
Like, I don't know.
One of the characters that we have is very top heavy, let's say. And I mean, she's in a lot of the books. So.
Right. No, but I'm just saying, like, I don't think in terms of like wokeness, like even like, I don't think people would care about it. There's an alternative cover that's got like,
oh yeah. I don't
sexual things in it. So
yeah. I mean, I would like to work that cover into the story in book 2 though. Book 2, we did We did a meeting in book 2. In book 2, I just am like, I can't stop thinking about some of the images that we came up with for book 2 that are just like, oh man, that's amazing. So
we'll worry about that once we're done with book 1.
Adam needs to draw faster is what it comes down to. So
yeah. Nilo for $2 says, I'm a big influencer on Sitch with my $2. That is true, Nilo. That is true. Sammy G. Hey, Sammy G. Sammy G. For $10. Says, the more I listen, the more I'm glad I'm an anime manga person and don't have to deal with the drama of arguing if my content is bad writing or wokeness. Hopefully y'all had fun arguing what's what. LOL.
We did. Yeah. It was a great
we
time.
Did. Is there like, I mean, there isn't a lot of wokeness in anime. At least not yet, right? It hasn't necessarily reached. So.
Yeah. Which is good.
Dr. Diddler for $2 says, do the pokey rap already, Adam. Now.
What's that?
Why? I mean, I know what the pokey rap is. Why do you want Adam to do the pokey rap? What's the context here?
I don't know that I can do it. What is the pokey rap? There was one.
The pokey rap is the rap about all 150 original Pokemon.
Oh, I can't do that.
No, you can't. Okay.
I don't know how to do it. There was one.
You don't know how. Do it on your harmonica.
Recent super chat that was aimed at me. Or was that one? Some question for me. Oh.
I don't
know. Paul Sanessy for $5.50 Canadian says, Adam literally goes above and beyond to defend every anti-progressive thing. He never gives progressives any grace. What's that all about, Sitch? I feel.
Why don't you ever give any progressive grace, Adam?
I feel attacked.
Yeah. I give grace.
I mean, I am against racist stereotypes, so I agree with progressives on that. Like some of the mission I do agree with. I don't think certain things you can't actually do because they actually stand in the way of doing a good story. I mean, that was kind of the argument I was trying to make with Vito. I don't know. Like, if you drop Star Wars in my lap as a writer and you tell me, listen, the one thing you can't do is have Rey learn anything from Luke Skywalker, I'm going to be like, what the fuck?
Yeah, like, it's going to be rough. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm going to be like, what the? That's like 90% of the fucking movie. Yeah. How am I supposed to have a satisfying ending?
Right.
How am I supposed to respect the character of Luke Skywalker? Like, I want people to cheer at the end of the movie. And I don't think that's possible if I can't do that, right?
Right.
There's certain steps to that final scene where you look at Rey and you look at Luke and you're like, oh my God, they're like best friends. It's like Mr. Miyagi looking at the Karate Kid and you're like, look, he's taught him everything. You can't have that scene without some sort of consistent setup. So I'm just like, if Vito doesn't understand that, then okay.
I mean, I guess in theory, you could create, it would just be, the story would be so different. Like, you could, in theory, craft some story that doesn't require Rey to be trained by Luke, but I think you'd have to do a lot of creative thinking to get around that.
Well, you're saying goodbye to half your audience because men relate by doing things together. So on screen, they're going to be most engaged when Luke Skywalker and Rey Skywalker are doing things together.
No, I agree with you completely. Yeah.
And if you can't have those scenes, then there's none of that bonding that takes place. And if there's none of that bonding that takes place, how do you have a satisfying ending where they're both like, you know, you understand that they have a relationship. They've been through the ringer together.
Well, like, you know, as I said, you know, in the past, the way The Force Awakens should have been was really Rey and Finn both being basically like, Rey being like borderline feral and Finn being like a brainwashed stormtrooper.
Yeah, no, that's an amazing
Han Solo
story.
essentially like civilizing them. But I don't think that didn't happen because of wokeness. I mean, if that did happen, I think woke people would have complained because they've been like literally a white man teaching a woman and a black man to like be civilized, right?
Yeah, totally.
Like people would
they
have
would draw that
complained
comparison.
about that.
They'd be like,
Yeah.
look, racism. Ah!
Right. People would have 1,000 if that was the movie, which would have been great. People would have 100% complained about that. But I don't think that's why it didn't happen. I think it didn't happen because they were trying to make a very light, general audience action fantasy, adventure movie, and they just made Finn and Rey like standard action adventure, protagonists, sort of, which is a mistake. Which is a mistake. Well, I mean, you could do that, but the story should be completely differently then. So it was such an interesting setup for something a lot more dark and complicated than the story ended up being, obviously. So sad. Okay, let me start from the beginning. Okay. Oh, Dr. Dealer says, apparently I kept saying in the past that you should sing the Pokey Rap.
Oh, really?
Well, there you go. You should sing the Pokey Rap at.
Okay.
I guess I forgot about that.
Pokemon, 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 Pokemon.
Keep going. That's pretty good.
Actually, I was the song that popped in my head was a Digiman song. Hey, Digiman, hey, Digiman, hey, Digiman.
Oops, I tried to type in Pokey Rap on the Google and I accidentally typed in something different.
Hey, Digiman. Oh, did you?
Okay, let me fix that.
What is the Digiman one? Hey, Digiman, hey, Digiman.
I never watched Digimon, so I can't.
Digital monsters in an animated world. Hey, Digiman, hey, Digiman.
Wasn't the song like Digimon, Digital Monsters? That's what I remember.
They might have had multiple.
I remember Hey Digiman.
The Butter Anvil for $5. My problem is well-meaning liberals thinking woke means left and
I read that one already.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And not socialist, racist. Love both. Love both of your shows. Keep it up. Must be Vito and our show. So sweet.
Can we do a name that Pokemon? Sure. CT, send Adam a Pokemon. A Pokemans.
Cameraman 502 is
I read all these.
What?
Yes.
All of them? Even the
all
Libertarian Trap? What are we up to?
I read that one. Astro La Vista for 9 months. Says clearly the bagel was trans, so the film was woke. True. The bagel that was thrown at Spot that turned him into a supervillain was trans.
The bagel. Ouch.
I'm glad. Listen, that was one of my favorite jokes in Spider-Verse. Was not only him selecting a bagel, but then him throwing the bagel at the guy, and it says bagel on it, like a comic book.
Oh, that was great.
And I'm glad they brought that back. I'm glad that was the guy. That was the villain. They brought it all back.
Yeah, they did.
Remember, Spider-Man, remember that day you threw a bagel at me? Like, what? I mean, vaguely, yeah.
That's so good.
Huck Finn, thank you so much for being a 15 months Free Will Seeker. Thank you, Huck Finn.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Says, I haven't caught a live show in ages because I'm backpacking through Europe. How have you guys been? We've been great.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Backpacking through Europe. Hope you're having fun.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
Yeah. That's got to be fun. I've never been backpacking through Europe.
Nor have I. JP Mexican says, we've been over this. Adam is thinking of the movie song. Oh, I do remember having this conversation. Yes. Let's see. Read that. Cameraman 502 for 4 months. Thank you so much. Says Spider-Verse is political, but not woke. Miles' Brooklyn is a post-racial world where his race identity is an important part of him, but far from paramount. Yeah, the only time in the movie that I remember his race being brought up is the one scene making fun of wokeness in the guidance counselor's office.
Yep.
I don't remember it ever coming up at any other part in the movie.
Right.
Do you remember like where him being black or Hispanic is like brought up?
Nope.
I mean, in fact, you can even say there's like another joke where they're making fun of the fact that he doesn't speak Spanish well, which would be another kind of, liberalism kind of forgetting or not caring about your specific cultural identity. So
yeah.
So yeah, I don't think Spider-Verse was woke, except that it just had a lot of diversity. So, and I think it's fair to point out, and I think it's fair for Critical Dream to point out, and I did notice this when I watched the movie, none of the main Spider people, except for Peter B. Parker, are white.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I was glad, like I said, when Miguel was choking Peter Parker and they did the thing. When they set it up, I was a little nervous because the mom said, you're going to be in a place that people don't think you belong.
You mean when he was choking Miles, not Peter?
Oh, yeah, Miles, obviously.
Right.
Because do you remember the mom setting it up?
I remember that. I didn't perceive it through a racial lens when she said it, but I could understand someone seeing it that way.
Well, if he gets into college and that's a situation in the college and it's like all white people, then obviously,
right?
You're
like that doesn't make
woke
sense.
as fuck.
Right.
But it's obviously the Spider City because he literally says, "You don't belong here."
They say, "I heard the new Spider-Man is Puerto Rican," and the Miles says, "Nah, I think he's Dominican." That's true. They did say that. But that was more like a joke about him trying to deflect, away from suspicion that it was him. So I like when the mom's like, "I'm Puerto Rican. I'm American. We're not immigrants."
Yeah.
Let's see. Brick Nose for $5 says, "I agree with Vito. Anti-wokeness is often more like nega-wokeness. Just as Kryn is woke in reverse. Why are wokesters such bad writers, though?" Yes, the thing, as long as well, I guess, listen, I'm glad that we were able to get some ground on Critical Drinker a little bit, because, I haven't really watched Geeks and Gamers content, so I can't really say anything about it. I haven't really watched anything Eric July's ever done, so I can't really comment on it. But I have seen a lot of Critical Drinker's videos, and I generally think that I agree with most of what he says. And when he talks about something being woke, he generally, I feel like, gives a more in-depth criticism, not just saying it's woke, it's bad. Like, he usually talks about something very specific. And so some specific element of the story that's bad that he thinks kind of wokeness kind of led down that pathway. So.
And it's something that, as someone who's done a lot of movie criticism, thinks these are conventional things that should be in popular movies.
Right.
And he's saying this conventional thing that should be in a popular movie isn't because woke is standing in the way. That's kind of his critique. And I agree with that critique.
Mm-hmm. Matthew Newman for $5.50 New Zealanders. Thank you. Says, those woke bad critics point to released/leaked industry feminist/DEI writing content standards. A-Team reigns supreme.
Yeah,
sometimes they
constantly.
Do. Right. Yeah, that is true. CT for $2 says, Black Phillip sends his regards.
Wow.
With a goat emoji.
He's the greatest of all time.
Who's Black Phillip?
I don't know.
Black Phillip is the main antagonist in The Witch. I've never seen it. And he's a goat.
Oh, he is? Sweet.
So there you go. Death by Sloth for 15 months. Thank you so much, Death by Sloth. Says the social circles in which big Hollywood creators travel all agree on their politics. The taint of conservatism can lose them friends and contacts. True. And even like what Vito was saying, like he almost lost a friend just because he had a different take on Kyle Rittenhouse. So
I ran Deadline Junkies for 10 years. We had one guy out of the hundreds of actors and writers that went through the writer's lab. One guy was conservative.
Right.
Yeah.
But I do think there's just a natural tendency for left-wingers to care more about like the arts than right-wingers.
Openness to experience, right?
Yeah, it's personality stuff. So TT says he's just a goat. Let's see. Planes Escape Quarter for $2 says Fast and Furious, a Christian series confirmed. True. Is he wearing like a cross throughout the whole movie?
I don't know. Is he?
CT for $2 says, I sneak Sitch faces into other projects. Nice. As you should. As everyone should.
Yeah. That stuff. I don't think it makes a movie woke or anti-woke.
If you put a Sitch face in anything, it automatically becomes anti-woke, right?
Oh, wow.
Listen, if there's any animators out there, Hollywood animators out there, okay, you got to sneak a Sitch face into into somewhere. This is like one frame of a sticker. That's a little Sitch face. Okay.
Spider-Verse, man.
Yeah, put it in the next Spider-Verse movie.
You got all those Spider-Men. You got to have a Sitch Spider-Man. Why not?
There you go. There you go.
It'd be great.
Jonathan Smith for $10 says being woke simply accepts the woke perspective as the norm without preaching it. The audience rebels because they recognize the viewpoint presented in wokeism and they don't agree with it.
True.
Nice.
Yeah. Very true. That's what we're saying.
Right.
But Vito's like, but it's fine because, it's my politics.
Peter Tosin for $2 says, didn't Ring of Power have a, quote, they took our gerbs episode? And they did. Now, wait, well, I'm trying to remember. Who were they complaining took their gerbs?
They took
It was when they were in the Numenorians, right? Who were they saying?
Oh, they took our jobs. Yeah, you're right. That's
what
when you guys said it wasn't woke. I was like, wait, the Numenorian stuff was all woke.
Who was going to take their jobs? Immigrants?
The elves. They were like, the elves are going to take our jobs.
I mean, listen, the elves probably would take their jobs. Let's be real here.
Right, yeah, but why is that
the valid critique?
Why is
no, okay.
Why all of a sudden have you made this about capitalism and wage labor?
Well, but so I said it's kind of it's annoying because it's difficult to talk about because, as I said, in Ring of Power, if it wasn't for wokeness, I don't think you'd have a Ring of Power TV show where Galadriel's the main character, right? So deciding to do that is part of wokeness, right? But just having a woman be the female lead is not ideologically anti-liberal.
No, of course not.
Right. And I don't know if
Ripley
the show,
was a
and again,
lead.
I mean, she's wrong. She's wrong in the show. She's proven to be wrong in the show. If she just shut the fuck up and listened to the men, the main problem of the story would have not happened, which is what I predicted from the beginning. Now, I do think, and maybe this is where, and I think this is where you can say the wokeness comes in. I think if it wasn't for wokeness, I think the story itself would emphasize the fact that she was wrong because the show doesn't really rub that in your face.
Yeah, they need to really rub it in your face.
Yeah, you just get that she's wrong because you just think about it logically. But they don't really rub it in her face.
Yeah, most people don't get that.
Right.
Because they didn't make it obvious. They didn't have some character come up to her and go, you got everyone killed.
If only you had gone across the sea, you dumb bitch. None of this would have happened.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I guess you could say, yeah, there's a wokeness, but let's see.
Paul
Sansui for $5.50 Canadian says, Vito is right. The way people like Critical Drinker critique art is reductive and useless. I mean, I don't agree with Critical Drinker, maybe some other people, but I think Critical Drinker's commentary is usually pretty good.
But I do thank you for the super chats, Paul.
Well, thank you.
I think Paul might be a Vito fan, which is welcome.
Right. Let's see. Mr. Ubercross, thanks so much, Mr. Ubercross, for the 10 gifted memberships. Thank you, Mr. Ubercross. Chitachi, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, Chitachi. Chitachi, thank you.
Super nice of you.
Thank you. Junebug for 3 months says, I believe Vito is a dishonest hypocrite. He is so two-faced. He thinks he's a good man, but will sell out his friends in a heartbeat. Damn.
Really?
Damn.
Hope he doesn't sell us out.
Well, we're not his friends, so we're safe, right?
Well, I mean, we're acquaintances.
We're friendly, right?
I'm not going to send him a review copy of Supervillains Anonymous, that's for sure.
There you go.
You keep your reviews to yourself.
True. Sean Sullivan for $2 says, Star Wars being woke is my receipt. There you go. The Truffle Shuffle. Thank you so much for joining the Free Will Seeker.
Truffles are delicious.
I don't think I've ever had a truffle in my entire life.
Really? Oh, I
I've
get
had
this
things
truffle cheese. It's so good. It's like to die for.
Yeah, I've had truffle cheese, and I've had things that say they're cooked in truffle oil,
Yeah.
and it does have a good flavor to it. But I've never had like here's a truffle, and I go,
Well, I've never had that either. I've only had
okay.
truffle cheese and truffle oil and like truffle butter. So
Do you eat truffles like on their own normally, or do you just
I don't know
make?
that you do. It's
Oh,
like a
okay.
seasoning, I think.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, it's a mushroom, so I
Maybe
assume
you
like a
do.
like a
I don't
mushroom,
know.
you would just eat it,
Yeah, I don't know.
So, let's see. I read that one. Slag Lust for 5 Canadian. Thank you. Says Vito, when the left does something, it's just fringe extremist. And the right says a movie is woke, it's all of the right and all popular YouTubers. Yeah, I think Vito's just in a bad headspace with some of this stuff. Because there is an oversaturation. But I think it's also because of the water that he swims in. Because and I should have asked him about this. I would guess that Vito doesn't watch a lot of like leftist film media critique content because it's out there.
Yeah,
And I think
definitely.
I think if he swam in that content, he could have a very different view of things. But truffles are expensive. That is true. Um, Templar 1005 for $5 says, you guys keep trying to assign intent to individuals making these movies. Quote, I was told to make the lead black to get my show faster. Okay, why? Because ESG and DEI. Yeah, we didn't even get into that, but that'd be a whole nother conversation. But yeah, I do think that definitely has a plays a factor here. Yeah, I agree. Though I do think that Hollywood is also just so I think Hollywood is so naturally progressive that even if there wasn't ESG or DI or any of that stuff, I don't think that has a huge impact on Hollywood. I think it has a bigger impact on like other private companies. But
Yeah.
Nilo for $2 says She-Hulk was clearly in love with herself.
True. Yeah. Narcissist like every SJW.
Right. Sci-Fi's Life for $2 says, what causes bad writing, Vito? Seriously, don't dodge. Yeah, I mean his position is he just thinks bad writing is just bad writing. He doesn't think it's wokeness causing the bad writing. So, which I think it's a combination of these things. I think wokeness causes bad writing, and some bad writing is just bad writing. Though I think with Disney my theory again with Disney is that I do think whenever there's a female lead, they try to make every story Frozen.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's why you get Captain Marvel, Mulan, Rey Skywalker, all these things. Let's see. Rotisserie Protocol for 4 months says, first of all, thank you, Daddy JMac, for the membership. Secondly, can you guys please explain the breakfast question? I can't crack it. Sad face. I can't tell if you're joking or not. I can't tell if you're joking or not, or if you don't honestly understand the reference. Adam is.
Well, I'm trying to. This one is so. I'm going to go with Ghost Tree for this Pokemon, but I think everyone's going to get it in like 2 seconds.
Oh, you're looking at a Pokemans?
Yeah.
You went with Ghost Tree. You already said it, so that's what you're going with.
Yeah,
right?
Ghost Tree. There you go.
Ghost Tree. Let me see this one. Ghost Tree. This is a Pokemon I'm not familiar with.
Seems pretty easy to get, though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I should have brought up, there was those panels, those like openly feminist Thor panels and some openly like there's a lot like a comic specifically that we didn't really talk about comics. We're really talking about more like movies and TV
Didn't
shows.
They do Superman's son as gay or something?
I mean, there was a lot of stuff in comics where they'd be openly like attacking sort of the nerds and stuff. So
right. They pitched
did anyone
Jordan
get the
Peterson
Pokemon yet?
as a right-wing provocateur.
I saw someone in the traps.
There it is.
I
Hayden
saw
Gill
someone
got it.
in the chat got it. Hayden Dill. Was Hayden Dill the first one? Phantump?
Yeah.
There you go. Phantump. Good job, Hayden.
Excellent work, Hayden.
Anyway, to
you get an emoji for that.
Right. Anyway, if you were asking sincerely about the breakfast question, not a joke, there was a meme, I believe it started with a 4chan post, where someone said they were kind of like criticizing prisoners, saying that like the majority of prisoners, they said they claim that they worked at some prison. They did some sort of like psych evaluations at a prison or something. I think they were like aggressive or something. And they claimed that most prisoners couldn't understand. I forget, what is it called? Like when you don't understand something that you're not personally experiencing.
They can't engage in hypotheticals.
Yeah, there's some other name for it that I'm blanking on.
That you can't when you can't engage in hypotheticals.
Yeah, but anyway, and so basically one of the questions they would ask these prisoners would be, "How would you have felt last night if you didn't eat breakfast yesterday?"
Wait,
right?
That's not the breakfast question. I actually looked it up.
What was the specific breakfast question?
The specific breakfast question, I believe, is how would you feel if you hadn't eaten breakfast? It's that simple.
I thought it was more specific than that.
No. And they say, what, I did eat breakfast.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, okay, if it's that simple, it's just to say like, can you literally understand a hypothetical and engage with it
right
on that level? And this guy was saying that people literally just couldn't do that. They lacked the cognitive ability to engage with a hypothetical. So like a meme now.
How would you have felt if you hadn't eaten breakfast? Yeah, that's the question.
Okay.
How would you have felt if you hadn't eaten breakfast?
Right.
Well, I mean, I'd be tired and cranky probably.
Right. Well, no, actually, no, I'm right. So even though people shorthand say it the way you say it, which is probably better, the original question was, how would you have felt yesterday evening if you hadn't eaten breakfast or lunch? That was the original question.
Oh, it was?
Yes. In the original 4chan post, they said, I did IQ research as a grad student and involved a lot of this stuff. Did you know that most people, 95% with less than a 90 IQ, can't understand conditional hypotheticals? For example, you'd say, how would you have felt yesterday evening if you hadn't eaten breakfast or lunch? And they'd say, what do you mean? I did eat breakfast and lunch. And you say, yes, but if you had not, how would you have felt? And then they say, why are you saying I didn't eat breakfast? I just told you that I did. And then I say, I imagine you hadn't eaten it though. How would you have felt? And then they say, I don't understand the question. It's really fascinating. We did research on convicts in San Quentin. They're absolutely fucking something. It's blurred out, at least 50% illiterate. So there you go. That was the meme. So anyway, the meme is a joke is that when you're talking to someone and you think they're stupid, you ask them, how would you feel if you hadn't eaten breakfast? So that's the meme. Okay. Let's see. Solo for $5 says, Critical Drinker has said that woke movies can be good in theory in his Mark Miller interview.
Well, there you go. Cool.
Critical Drinker interviewed Mark Miller? That's interesting. Like Mark Miller, author of Wanted, one of the worst comic books ever made in human history. Edgelord Supreme Mark Miller? All right. Breakfast is the tool of the patriarchy. True. Nilo for $5 says, is rewriting Jay Jameson as Alex Jones attempting to stereotype the right? JJ was always a typical hard-nosed newsman. This is clearly political plotting. Yes, I would agree with that. I would agree with that, yeah. Though I don't know, do most people think of Alex Jones like, do most people on the left or like out in the world, do they think of Alex Jones as like a right winger, or they just think of him as like a conspiracy theorist?
They think of him as a right winger.
Do they really?
Most people on the left do, but I mean,
no, I feel like political people view him as like a right winger. But I feel like the average person, if they are aware of Alex Jones, are like, oh, that's a conspiracy guy, right? Like, I don't know if they think of him like specifically political in one direction or not. But the people that made him in the movie probably thought of him as right wing. So that's a fair point. Idiotosin for $2 says, man makes prediction off trailer, more at 11. Yeah, and if he admitted that it was wrong, I mean, I give him credit for that. Joe the Make for $10 says, Vito is genuinely dishonest. You cannot possibly deny the changes made to Mulan between the cartoon and live action which were overtly woke and made the movie absolutely terrible. I never saw it, so I can't comment on that. What were the changes they made in the live action Mulan? Like, did she not? I mean, I assume they took out the best song in the movie, right? I'm gonna make a man out of you.
Oh.
Didn't they give her like superpowers? She had like super chi powers or something because it was like Frozen. They had to make her like Frozen. She had to discover her true powers through the power of emotion, like Captain Marvel.
I don't know. I haven't seen it. I haven't seen Mulan. I was watching the new season of Black Mirror, and it's like every single couple is an interracial couple.
Yeah.
And I mean, I live in Los Angeles and I don't see as many interracial couples as I see in Black Mirror.
Right.
Sometimes I wonder if these writers just, I mean, do they live in San Francisco and they're like in a social circle of all?
Well, they're probably not writing couples? The ethnicity in the script. It's probably in casting people, just grabbing all these interracial couples for political reasons.
Right. I mean, I don't mind interracial couples.
But it's weird if everyone is an interracial. Like, then you notice it. You're like, what the fuck's happening here?
Yeah, exactly. I just notice, you know, in my daily life, I mean, I know some interracial couples, obviously, but I don't know like 50 of them. Right?
Yeah. Well, it's the same thing. And I said this was the same thing with Sandman. I noticed that almost every couple in the movie was either interracial, or in the show was interracial or gay.
Right. Well, they do that too. There's a bunch of gay couples in there.
Right. And the only white straight couples were generally like evil or fucked up in some way.
Yeah.
And I was like, that's so noticeable and weird. Like, what the fuck? Like, yeah, there's interracial couples, there's gay couples, but there's not like that many, right? It's like 80% of the population is not interracial or gay. Okay. And that's what makes it weird, because your brain says, where's this person live? Like, what the fuck's happening here?
Your brain says I'm being propagandized.
Yes, right.
Yeah. It's kind of like if they did a Christian movie where everyone is talking about Christianity, like in the grocery store, at the park. It's like you're going, well, I don't.
Every building has like a Jesus.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
You're going, is this a sci-fi thing? Like what's going on here?
I guess we could have brought up the Vito, what about the BBC having Cleopatra be black?
Oh yeah.
It's kind of bizarre. Clockwark for $3 says, Wark. Thank you, Clockwark. Spooky Scary Skeleton for $2 says, get Drinker on and let's see Jabba talk shit then. Ouch.
Somebody sent me a clip. They had super chatted Critical Drinker to ask if he would ever come on the show. And he said he doesn't really watch us and doesn't know, but he'd be open to coming on the show or whatever. So
Matthew Newman for $5.50 New Zealand, thank you, says, is feminism woke? House of the Dragon, they called it woke because of a female rant in the trailer. Little M, Triton's arc is removed because man can't save the day. A-Team reigns supreme. So that's where sort of you get in this like complicatedness of talking about this. Because like, yes, the idea that a woman can be in a position of power is not inherently anti-liberal, not inherently woke.
Well, the idea that all the men in her life are trying to hold her down, that's where it starts getting into the woke realm.
Well, it's kind of complicated because like the problem is whenever you take these shows, you take these movies, you have to look at them through the political lens at which they exist at the time of their creation, right? So you say, okay, well, having a story about a woman who exists in a society where women can't rule, right? And she's trying to fight the society. That's not inherently anti-liberal. It's not inherently anti-woke, but it's created in a time period that is heavily woke. And so you're saying, well, was the message of the story that they're trying to say this is how it still is for a woman now? Because if that's the case, then it is woke, right?
Right.
And so that's kind of the difficulty with, talking about this in kind of shallow terms.
Yeah, because if if it's a piece from the 1960s or whatever, you're like, okay, I get it.
Right.
But if it's current year, you're going, like, that's why it's so ridiculous when She-Hulk is complaining about all the men holding her back in the law firm. When now I feel like law firms are just killing to get women partners in the door.
Right. Right. Exactly. That's a great point. It's kind of like with like there's a famous movie, Sidney Poitier movie called Guess Who's Coming to Dinner. And it's about a liberal progressive family in the 60s who say they're all in favor of equality for blacks, having to cope and deal with the fact that their white daughter is bringing home a black man that she wants to marry. And it's like, how does the family deal with this? And I don't think that's woke because it's like 1960, right?
Of course,
People are super fucking racist. But if that movie came out today, I'd be like, that's really woke, right?
Of
like,
course.
Even though maybe the ideology of like interracial marriage isn't woke, like the fact that are they trying to make a broader societal point about everyone based on the story, that is sort of the woke element in it. So
the dad comes out and says, look, no one's going to accept you in an interracial relationship. And the guy says, what are you talking about? I just saw Black Mirror and there's like 50 interracial couples on the show.
Exactly. Right. But then in the movie, they try to pretend like that we still live in the 1960s.
That Black Mirror doesn't exist, right?
Right. Yeah. Yeah. It's right. Yeah. Like in Umbrella Academy, one of the main characters is black. It's like never brought up in the first season. But then there's a season where they go back in time and it's like, the civil rights era. And so obviously like them being black is like a big plot point. I was like, okay, but that's like very specific to the time period that they live in, right?
Yeah, I got no problem with that.
So yeah, I don't really have a problem with that.
But I do, if they're like they did that in Doctor Who, with the female Doctor Who, they went back to like Rosa Parks' time period.
Right.
And I was like, okay, well, they're doing this for a reason.
Right. Well, in Umbrella Academy, it was more because they were trying to go back to, it was supposed to be a time period where like the Cold War, like at its height, and, there could be some sort of nuclear apocalypse. So it just happens to kind of co-line with that time period, through missile crisis and all that stuff. So, Moondoggy for $10 says, I'm getting sick and tired that these people clearly have a problem with the quote fandom menace side, as if they are this influential cabal, ironic, but won't take the fight to them. I agree.
Well,
Glass for 550 Canadian says, all Vito has done is prove he doesn't know what woke is.
I felt like there was a little bit of that going on. The fandom menace, I do think, has had some impact. I definitely think they've had some impact.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard to say, but I feel like the first season of Mandalorian was kind of good and took some of the Phantom Menace criticism to heart. I don't know that they actually watched Phantom Menace content, but I feel like someone was listening. But then it all obviously fell apart. I don't know what happened there.
Right.
Vito gave a definition of woke that was not too different than my definition. Like, he did seem to think it's about fighting for the rights of the oppressed and flattening hierarchies. I can't remember the definition that he threw out, but I was like, okay, well, that's kind of close to what it is.
Mm-hmm.
So, but then he would go on to say, it's just a race swap.
Right, but see, so again, this is like literally my first ever YouTube video was about this subject. It was like, what is it about the race swap that's bothering people? Is it that they're just racist and they don't like the race swap? Or is the race swap represents something else?
Right.
Right. And I think it's that the race swap represents something else.
Yeah. Represents getting rid of white characters.
Right. Well, people project a lot of meaning onto what they think the race swap means.
Right.
So
you don't like
Asif
Peter
Artsy drew this
Parker
picture.
anymore.
There's Adam saying, hey, Sitch, how many fingers are you raising? And I say, I told you, Adam, Boy Scouts don't count.
What does that mean?
So Asif said that he just like heard he didn't know what the context meant, but he heard me say this line. This was in context to me saying, I think everyone should have to serve in the
Oh,
military
yeah, you're
or
right.
civic
Yeah.
service for 2 years. And then you said, do Boy Scouts count? And I said, no, Boy Scouts don't count.
Right.
So
You're holding up 2 fingers and doing the Boy Scout salute, right?
right. So I guess Asif disagrees or just didn't hear the context, but
Well, cool. Thanks for the piece of art.
yeah.
Credo sent something, but I need to. I don't know if it has sound in it or not.
It does. Credo, is this song is this a copyrighted song? Because it's really cool. And I like to play it with music, but is this song copyrighted?
Yeah.
I don't want to get struck.
We'll let him weigh in.
Yeah.
That cringe for $5 says in Ghostbusters they kill off an old main character, then say that he was not fit to be a Ghostbuster. Oh, really? That sucks. Doesn't sound like they treated the old main characters with a lot of respect.
Right, it wasn't like the bad guy supposed to be like a nerd or misogynist or something. I don't know.
Oh, really? I don't know.
Somebody took Sammy G's picture of her as Tifa.
I saw those.
They put it through the AI art filter. It looks pretty cool.
They look great. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Let me get off Twitter and start looking at super chats again.
Look, I'm doing fine. Paul
Sansui for 550 Canadian says, Sitch, your definition of woke is good, but you're projecting it onto all the other people that use the word. They literally just mean anything diverse. Well, first of all, thank you for saying my definition is good. But no, I mean, I'm not projecting it. I always say, whenever we have a conversation, I mean, I always follow it up by saying, I, however, agree that the term is very often used not the way I mean, but just to mean anything that smacks of progressivism.
And this is where I think, if Mahler's accused of getting quiet when people start talking about woke politics, this is kind of, I think, what's going on. Because I do think Mahler has the same kind of perspective that we have. And when somebody does start saying, that's woke because there's a black lead, I'm like, no, it's not.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. I mean, we did a whole video on Spider-Verse. And we personally don't think Spider-Verse is woke. Like the whole conversation with Vito is basically, he thinks Spider-Verse is woke, and we disagree. So,
it's the song "Sicko Mode." I don't know. Are we gonna get hit? Are we gonna get struck for having a clip of "Sicko Mode"?
I don't know.
Maybe we'll play it at the end, just in case.
Well, I mean, we can't really play it at the end either because it'll get struck either way. So,
I mean, it's cool.
Send us one without music.
Or a song we can play. Kind of, because the music kind of makes it.
Oh, it does?
If it goes with the music.
Okay, here, we'll put a link to it in the chat. Put it on Twitter.
We'll have to, you put on Twitter.
Okay.
You download it and put it up on Twitter. I'll keep reading super chats.
Do it up.
Okay. Let's see. Nilo for $5 says, if the new Spider-Verse movie had not had a Nazi sign instead of a trans kid sign, would you still think it was a great movie that didn't promote any ideology? I mean, that'd be fucking weird, right? That'd be super weird if it had a Nazi sign. I don't think it's comparable because my problem with like the trans flag and the way it's talked about is people like they don't really understand what it is that they're supporting. It's not very like it's not clear the way like a Nazi flag would like literally be a very clear indication of what the person is supporting. So I don't know if that's a fair one-for-one comparison, but Sicko Mode is public domain. that true? You're just fucking with me. It's a pretty popular song. There's no way it would go down, though. Oh, there's no way it wouldn't go down. Yeah, that's what I thought. Get out of here. Okay. Fondue for $5 says, my friend has a theory that Kathleen Kennedy is tanking Lucasfilm so Lucas can buy it back at a premium. Well, there you go. CT for 15 months. Thank you so much. CT for 15 months says, happy anniversary. What did you get me? We got you. There you go. You get a heart Sitch emoji. Thank you, CT.
Oh. I think she did that emoji. We got you your own emoji.
I got you your own emoji. There you go. We got you, CT. Stop spending money on us on the channel. That's what we got you. Okay, stop it. Well, I'll have to show a picture of it. I don't want to take a picture of it just yet. So, Harker, friend of the channel, Harker. So you know how we had a conversation about how I, being an ultra alpha Chad, can defeat a horse-sized duck, but you, being a soy boy beta, cannot.
Me?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm a realist.
Okay.
A soy boy beta cock.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. But anyway, so Harker got me this like 6 foot tall duck plushie that she sent me in the mail.
No way.
Yes. It's so gigantic, but it takes because in order to send it, they have to vacuum pack it. So it takes a couple days to fully fluff back up again. So I want to wait before I take a picture of it and put it up for you guys. But
it's hilarious.
That's from DOS? I thought it was from Harker. Wait, who sent it to me? Is it from DOS or Harker? Or from both of them? Whatever it is, it's pretty fucking incredible. So thank you, Harker or DOS, for sending me that giant duck.
You got a 6 foot duck, huh?
I have a giant 6 foot. I don't know what I'm gonna do with it. It's from DOS. Harker was the proxy. Wow, look at Harker. She didn't tell me that. She's just taking all the props herself. For shame, Harker. For shame. Well, thank you, DOS.
What does a proxy mean?
Well, DOS doesn't know how to send me something.
Most
people don't have my address.
Okay. Oh, okay, I got you.
Right, so I guess DOS would send it to Harker or whatever she sent to me, but
sweet.
But anyway, but thank you, DOS. It's a super awesome. I didn't know DOS sent it to me. Thank you, DOS. It's an awesome giant duck. I really appreciate it. Whenever I eventually come on camera, you'll see a gigantic duck in the background. It'll be the slain skin of the duck that I've defeated in combat, that Adam was afraid to fight.
CT sent me a little duck. I have a tiny little duck.
Yeah, I have. She sent me that duck too. I have that duck.
Oh, okay.
Duck bros.
Yeah, we're duck brothers.
The Chad Father for 9 months says VP Harris will be on with Joy Ann Reid at 7. That could be some good live react content.
Hell yeah.
Probably gonna be boring.
Hell yeah.
I'll check it out. It'll probably be boring. So
Harris is the worst.
I saw it was interesting. I saw right wingers, not left wingers. I saw right wingers who were very pro DeSantis. They were saying that Donald Trump, in a recent, Donald Trump had a Brett Baer interview.
I saw it
yesterday. Yeah. Which obviously he didn't do very good in. I did that should go without. So.
I had some papers. I hold up some random papers.
I had some papers.
It was locker room talk.
Also, he had a really weird haircut that was very distracting. I don't know what the fuck happened. Did you notice that?
No, I didn't.
The side of his head looked like it was shaved. Like he was like Gwen Stacy. The first movie. I was like, what is happening here? It was very weird.
I saw some pictures with him like a real flock of seagulls type hairdo, and I thought, wow.
Well, I was wondering.
He got the curling iron out.
He has the super comb over, so I was wondering if they had to switch whatever side the comb over was from or something. That's why it looked weird. But no, anyway. So yeah, obviously Trump does really bad in the interview, as wouldn't be expected. However, some people were saying, some DeSantis people were kind of sending around on Twitter, oh my God, Trump just admitted that he lied about lying in the subpoena for the classified documents. And I was like, really? And I watched it, and Trump did not say that. So I feel like people are blowing that out of proportion. Trump did not actually admit on television that he lied in response to a lawful subpoena that is fake news.
Well, they were saying that the lie was he said that he didn't send the boxes back because he didn't have time to go through them, and he didn't.
That's not quite what he said. So, and Brett Baer actually kind of softballed this. If Brett Baer was going to like be strict,
I mean, I felt like he was playing hardball. Jeez,
he did, but he totally dropped the ball here where it's important, I guess. Which is that he asked Trump, "Why didn't you just send the boxes back?" When he first asked it, he meant like from the beginning,
right
before the subpoena. And Trump's response to that was, there was a lot of stuff in the boxes.
Yeah.
That were personal belongings.
He's like, I had some dirty condoms in there.
Yes. I had dirty condoms. I had naked pictures of Melania.
He's like, I couldn't just give them over.
I had half chewed KFC sandwiches in there. Like, he's like, I had to go through these boxes and like get all the junk out first, right?
I had a swimsuit that I forgot to wash.
But then Brett kind of interrupts him and he asks him like, why didn't you give back all the boxes after they subpoenaed you? But then Trump keeps talking, but he's still responding to originally because he keeps saying, I had stuff in the boxes that I needed to sort through.
Okay,
right?
I get it. So he's responding to the first question, not the second one.
Yeah, he's not saying I lied in a subpoena because I had to go through the boxes, right? He's just saying the same thing regardless of whatever Brett's asking him. So so Trump is not admitting that he lied,
But they did. He did ask him about the recording though, and Trump is kind of changing.
Was a bizarre answer. Yes,
he's kind of changing his story. He's like, I just held up a handful of papers. I thought, wow, the attorneys. It's finally sinking in with him that he's in big trouble, because he's kind of changing his story a bit.
Yes. He said, I held up a handful of non-classified papers, which wouldn't make sense because that's not what he said in the conversation.
Well, if he's going with it was just locker room talk, and I was just, gaslighting this guy for effect, he should just come out and say that.
Right.
I think the guy is probably going to be like, well, I did see it said classified on the document. Like, they probably already have that.
I mean, you don't even need it. It's literally Trump in the audio supposedly says it's classified.
Well, I know. But if he's going to say, listen, I was just saying it was classified because it made it sound cooler, and it really wasn't classified. It was just a bunch of shit. If I might gaslight you just to think, look, I have all these classified documents, Sitch, how cool am I? Right?
Yeah.
But they're not really classified. But if you can see that they are classified, and you've already testified that you could see classification markings on the documents that I'm holding in my hand, I can't say that because then they're going to get me for perjury.
Right.
Like he's probably worried about getting caught for perjury. This is the thing. You just don't fucking talk to the feds. They'll string your ass up, man. You start breaking laws, you don't even know our laws.
It's going to be interesting whenever they eventually get around the trial.
I do think, look, they're supposed to have prosecutorial discretion, and I do think it's a giant fuck up to even be doing this. I don't want America to be a banana republic, man. Just let this get worked out in the election. You can disagree, but I mean,
that's interesting.
I thought you might disagree, but
yeah,
I just.
Well, I mean, this wouldn't preclude him from running.
Here's what I am.
Mm-hmm.
Here's what I am worried about.
Right.
And why I think even bringing this case is just a huge fucking gamble.
Mm-hmm.
We could literally live in a universe where Trump wins the election from jail and like pardons himself. Mm-hmm. That just makes America look fucking terrible. That's terrible. Oh man.
Yeah, but here's the problem. Can you have a situation where a former politician just so blatantly says, fuck you about, having top secret documents or whatever. And then the government just says, well, for the greater good, we're just going to shrug and say, okay, doesn't matter. Like, just for the greater good, we just let it pass.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Look,
I don't know about that. It depends. I mean, obviously, it depends on what the action is.
But we're trying to work through this situation and maintain America as like a first world democracy. I mean, this is banana republic territory. It is.
But wait, it triggers me every time you say this. I don't know why you say this. Because when you understand that when you say this is banana republic territory, what you're saying is that you think the charges are like fake or not real or something, right? Is that what you mean when you say that?
This is the thing. They are very real, okay?
Yeah. Okay.
But what happens in banana republics is, to my friends, everything, and to my enemies, the law, which means the people legitimately are breaking the law.
Right.
But other people are also breaking the law and getting away with it.
Yeah, but okay, here's the problem. And I sent you this in a DM a while ago, if you recall. Okay. I said you can't make this claim that them looking into the Trump thing is the political based on your gut. Okay. And when people's response to that is, well,
that's not my claim.
Look at Hillary, right? That's the common thing. Look at Hillary.
That's not my claim.
Well, then what's your claim?
I just said, look, we went back and forth.
You said to my enemies, they get away with it. No, you said to my enemies, you hold in the strictest sense of the law, and to my friends, I let them get away with it.
To my friends, everything. To my enemies,
where's your evidence that that's happening with this Trump situation?
I literally said, we went through the back and forth. He had the documents. They stumbled upon the documents. They were like, oh shit, we need to get the documents. Look, he's broken the law. He totally has broken the law. I'm talking about prosecutorial discretion.
But the problem is
people break the law and they weigh whether or not it's better for society not to prosecute.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I've said very famously regarding both Donald Trump and anyone else, and I said this specifically about Donald Trump for past. I said you have to be very careful when bringing criminal charges, especially criminal charges against ex-presidents.
Right.
And I do agree with that. But the reason, in my opinion, that they're bringing charges against Trump isn't just that he broke the law, it's that it's just so blatant. The evidence for it is so incredibly blatant.
It doesn't address my prosecutorial
I understand that. So you're just saying that you
claim.
Just let him, you just shrug it off.
Hillary Clinton's email stuff, he said we should let this go to move past. And I agree, because
Trump didn't say that. What are you talking about?
Trump did say that.
No, he didn't. He said the exact opposite of that. What are you talking about?
Trump wanted to prosecute Hillary?
Yes.
And why didn't we prosecute Hillary then?
That was a big thing in the Mueller report, was that he was trying to push. Remember, there's a whole thing, I maybe forgot. There's a whole thing where he wanted Jeff Sessions to kind of like push into the Hillary Clinton stuff. And he didn't want to. And that was part of the reason why he fired Jeff Sessions. He fired Jeff Sessions for two reasons: because he recused himself from the Russia investigation, because he wasn't pushing into Hillary. And every time he got someone in the Justice Department, he brought up going into Hillary, and just no one wanted to touch it because they felt like that would just be so obviously politically biased, if that was, or politically tainted. If they did that.
Every single person that he asked to go after them used prosecutorial discretion and didn't pursue it.
But here's the problem, and here's why, people. This is why this kind of annoys me. So people's big evidence for the fact that it's biased against Trump is that they bring up, well, why didn't they go after Hillary, right? But here's the thing. They did go after Hillary. Everyone just forgets it because it didn't amount to anything. And I looked this up because I vaguely remembered this, and I was blown away by this. There were 4 different investigations, 4 investigations into Hillary Clinton's emails and what she did with the emails, okay? There was an FBI investigation under Obama. There was a State Department investigation under Donald Trump. There was an Inspector General investigation under Donald Trump. And there was a Justice Department investigation under Donald Trump. There were 4 different investigations.
All these found her innocent?
3 under Donald Trump, and none of them could find evidence that Hillary Clinton maliciously deleted her emails in order to not hand them over to the government. None of them can find this evidence, okay? So if we have 4 investigations, 3 literally under Trump himself in Trump's departments, what are you supposed to do at that point?
Well, I'm glad they didn't find anything. I don't think they should have prosecuted her either for the same reason.
Well, no, if they found something, then 100% prosecute her. But if they don't find anything, don't prosecute her. But that's the problem. That's what I'm saying with Trump. It was just so blatant.
Do you not think we're going to get in this cycle of tit for tat going after politicians, and like the next 4 presidents we have are going to probably get prosecuted after they leave office?
Here's the problem. You could be right, but it always goes back. Who started the original tit for tat in modern history? It was the Republicans.
Okay. But that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter to my
it does matter.
Somebody has to stop the tit for tat.
I understand that. But who started the original tit for tat? It was Republicans. And you know what it was? It was the fucking Clinton impeachment, which was insanely ridiculous. Because the Clinton impeachment was, we're trying to get Bill Clinton. First of all, we're trying to get him because we don't like him politically. But we're trying to get him under the guise of the fact that we believe there's some kind of crazy property tax evasion conspiracy thing or something going on with the Clintons, right? And so they get this guy to investigate it. He can't find any evidence of it, but he does, through the process of his investigation, find out, I think Bill Clinton had sex with someone, an extramarital affair. Well, that's not a fucking crime, right? But, we're going to ask him under oath whether he fucked someone or got a blowjob under oath, just to try to get him on a perjury trap. That was the original tit for tat. That was insanely bullshit.
None of this is relevant to what I'm
saying. Wait a minute. No, it is relevant. Because you don't get this, because you're saying, well, we can't, or the Democrats can't, or someone can't go after a politician for breaking the law because it's going to, for something that you think is bullshit, because it's going to cause a tit for tat thing down the road. And I'm like, people have been doing that since the dawn of American politics, and going after politicians and presidents for bullshit things.
Okay.
And this isn't a bullshit thing, as you acknowledge yourself. This is a real thing.
So your argument is it doesn't matter if Trump is incarcerated and wins the election from prison and pardons himself. That's not my point. My point was specifically about your tit. I'm saying the tit for tat thing is going to continue on regardless. Okay. So you're saying, but the tit for tat is irrelevant.
Well, this is what drove me crazy. I listened to Tim Pool's commentary on this. And literally, I had any shred of respect I had for Tim Pool was evaporated. He had literally the most stupid, dumb fuck, destructive to the country commentary.
Yeah, he had one woman on there that was saying we need a fucking authoritarian regime so we can just stay in power forever. And I was like,
woman, yes, nobody's that was saying that she
nobody's gonna clap back at that.
Right. He had some woman that was saying that she's not opposed necessarily to fucking Trump being president for life. Tim Pool gives no fucking pushback on that.
Yeah, that was disgusting.
Yeah, I was like, what the fuck? No pushback. But then when Ian gives a tiny bit of pushback on
they're all over him. Yeah.
Yeah, when Ian gives a tiny bit, Trump made some comment about he wants to root out and completely demolish I've read the deep stater. He makes some comment.
Yeah, he wants to disband the FBI and
or
CIA and all these agencies.
Right. And Ian is like, well, I think you have to be cautious because, what does that mean exactly? That could have very broad-reaching implications. You obviously can't just delete the FBI from existence or delete the State Department from existence. And everyone jumps down his throat oh my God, Ian, what the fuck, blah, blah. I'm like, what? This is, I don't know. It was one of the most disgusting things I've ever seen on YouTube. I couldn't believe it. And Tim kept giving this dumb fuck, they broke the seal. They broke the seal. Trump gets to do whatever the fuck he wants because the Democrats broke the seal. This is
that's kind of the argument you're making, insane. Though. You're saying that they started it and therefore...
No. I only brought up the Clinton thing because you were bringing up the tit for tat. And I'm like, the tit for tat thing is the thing that's always been happening.
Yeah, but my argument is we got to turn the ship around, okay?
There is no turning the ship around, Adam, in terms of the tit for tat thing.
Well, can we at least stop before it's incarcerating every ex-president?
Okay, that's a different argument, right? That's a different argument. In terms of the break the seal tit for that, all those arguments are bad arguments because here's the thing, here's the problem. every politician, Democrat, Republican, doesn't matter what party it is, okay? They're going to try to, and if you don't believe this, you're in tribal bubble land. Every Democrat, Republican is going to try to generally, there's a spectrum here, right? They're not going to do anything, but they're generally going to try to use political power against their political opponents to their advantage. This happened with Bill Clinton, with the whole impeachment thing, which was obviously bullshit. And we just saw this happen with Obama, with the Supreme Court picks, where they're like, oh, well, you know, even though you're still president for a year, we have to let the voters decide, right? But then when Trump has like, you know, 2 weeks left in office, oh, suddenly the voters don't get to decide. We have to quickly get someone on the Supreme Court, right?
We'll fill like 6 vacancies.
Yeah, right. So like
ridiculous.
it's like, okay, obviously there's not like an ideological thing here. So basically the Republicans were just literally lying about Supreme Court. Everyone who's a Republican didn't care whatsoever, and you know, fine, whatever. You know, Democrats will do the same thing. Fine, but just don't pretend that some ideological thing is happening here. And then that's why the Democrats are all like, oh my God, we should have, you know, Biden, you know, like stack the court now, which I disagree with. I think it was a stupid idea.
Hold on a second. I got to pee super bad here. So
okay, you go pee super bad. Anyway, okay. Andrew Clark for 12 months says 1 full year, A-Team reigns supreme. Also read my Streamlabs before I have to go, please. I thought I did. Yeah, I did read your Streamlabs, Andrew. Jonathan Smith for $5 says tribal society, you're actually owned by your family typically. If a family decides to kill you, it's not murder. This was the norm for the modern age. Jesus Christ. That's pretty fucked up. Andrew Clark for $5 says the society is very patriarchal, so they have to navigate politics so that he isn't pushed to take over the country, a challenge to overcome, not solve. Oh, you're talking about House of the Dragons. Yeah, that's a fair point. Janie Cat for 2 Canadian says, we never see Vito and Adam in the same room. Sus. That's true. That is very sus. Born Stellar for $10 says, no, I'm not saying the Halo show is woke for hierarchy. Miranda had very personal reasons not to be a doctor like her mother. That's the woke part, not just bad writing like Vito likes to say. Oh, okay.
All right, great. I'm back. I hope you're not arguing with the chat.
No, I was just reading super chats that had nothing to do with what we were talking about.
Oh, okay.
So
it's a crazy, crazy world. I'm just worried we're like dipping into. You understand what I'm saying about the Banana Republic charge, right?
Okay, like so. I understand what you're saying. You're saying
like every single leader in a Banana Republic is a fucking criminal.
Right, but it puts us in this weird spot, and I understand both sides of this argument where you're like, okay, you don't want a situation where a bunch of dumb fucks in one party make this literally the dumbest broke the seal argument ever. Okay, you don't want that world because then people will do fucked up shit. Ron DeSantis said something the other day that made me think maybe I'm not going to vote for Ron DeSantis. He said he wanted to, if he was elected president, he would disband the entire Justice Department and recreate it in a different state. And I was like, what the fuck does that mean? Does he want to set up like a personal Justice Department in Florida? Like, that's insane.
Yeah, that's
completely fucking batshit insane to me. And it immediately soured me. I'm like, shit, like, okay, I guess I'm just not voting again. Like, what the fuck? That was like the craziest shit ever. And I do worry. Like a lot of right wingers say like a lot of fucking authoritarian shit nowadays, and they're totally fine with it. Like the woman that was on the Tim Pool podcast. And the problem is that it's very easy for people to fall into the trap of they say, well, I'm a victim. And this is funny because this is what we've been complaining about with wokeness for the entirety of this channel's history.
Yep.
Is that, you know, what the woke people do is they say, I'm a victim, so therefore I get to do something fucked up, right?
Yep.
That's how it always goes. I'm a victim, so I get to do something that's fucked up and authoritarian. And, you know, it's annoying to see right-wingers now starting to fall in that trap with the Trump situation. So I am sympathetic to say, like, okay, well, if you're going to charge Trump with something, you know, you have to be careful because it's going to promote more of that mentality in people on the right, which it does and obviously has. But the problem is, like, we're in a situation where Trump is such a cult of personality. Like, I don't think it really would have mattered. I don't think it matters what he does or what he's caught doing or how blatant he's doing anything. Like, just there's a massive part of the population that just will never care. It doesn't matter what he does.
Yeah, authority
doesn't matter how
on both sides.
Right. But so do we just say, well, I guess you just have to let it go then, just for the greater good? Like, I don't know if you have a crystal ball and like Trump, losing this case and getting arrested leads to the destruction of America, then yeah, obviously it wouldn't be worth it. But if you don't have a crystal ball, I don't know what you do.
It's scary fucking time, Sitch. Hold my hand. I'm frightened. I'm frightened. Damn it.
I mean, I don't think it's gonna be that crazy, So
look, cities are falling into chaos. Crime is everywhere.
Okay.
There's a lot of fucking crime going on in Los Angeles that is making
True.
I'm like, what's going on?
And that hypes people up too for a more order-driven authoritarian society.
Yeah. Maybe I want Trump for president for life. How bad's the crime getting here?
Right.
Yeah. I'm not sure. I think there's a good chance Trump could be incarcerated, which is just going to be.
Well, I said I don't even know. I thought they said they weren't even going to try this before the election.
Yeah.
So this all could be for naught. This entire like fear conversation. So
after the indictment, Trump's poll numbers went up 8 points.
Mm-hmm.
So
that's not surprising. Will Trump be tried before the election? Yeah, and they're not saying they don't think it will be. So I don't think it will be. So this conversation could all be moot anyway.
We'll see what happens.
Which woman on Tim Pool? I don't remember. I don't even know what her name was. It was whatever the Tim Pool was where they were watching the Trump speech after he was indicted. Brick Nose for $5 says, is that true that modern progressivism is no different than the past? I'd like to hear someone much older give an input. Adam, your thoughts? Wow.
Well, that's okay. I don't mind.
Damn. Son.
Is that true that modern progressivism is no different than the past?
Well, I thought, did Vito say no different? I thought he agreed.
I'm not sure. Did he?
I don't remember what he said.
I feel like progressivism from the past was more rooted in things that you could make better arguments for than today, obviously. Like I said when Vito was here, I think progressivism in general is about fighting for the rights of the oppressed. Who those oppressed people are tends to change over time. So right now, the fighting for the rights of the oppressed means fighting for children who should be able to pick their own biological sex. And I don't know where that ends. I don't think it ends in a good place. Right? I think if we're dealing with a progressive movement here that's fucking bonkers. Crazy. Yeah. If you're talking about fighting for the rights of the oppressed and we're talking about, couples that want to get married, interracial couples that want to get married, well, okay. That seems fine to me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
True. Born Stellar, thanks so much for being a 5-month free will seeker. I think that's why, I was tired of talking to, now obviously Vito's and leftists, but I'm tired of talking to leftists. They keep denying the anti-liberal nature of wokeness. And so that's why I'm starting to now ask this question. Do you acknowledge that the left has changed at some point in the last 10 years? Right? Because if you just say no, then obviously you're just lying at this point,
I don't know how you can fill out that form and literally say you're gay and not think, oh, this is kind of like discrimination here.
Sure.
That's just that's totally illiberal.
Were you able to message Sam yet?
Well, was I supposed to?
Then I sent you a DM.
Oh, okay. Let me
Did
look.
you not see that?
No.
So deontological Sam, who we've talked to in the past,
mm-hmm.
he had a
Oh, yeah. I haven't messaged him yet. No.
Okay,
I know what you're talking about.
Well, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah. He had an insane conversation with Wisecrack Guy, which someone sent to us. I forget who it was. A lot of people send me things, and I go, "Oh, I should respond to this person. Thank you for sending me this," and I don't because I'm a fucking piece of shit and I'm antisocial. But so Deontological Sam had this insane conversation with the Wisecrack Guy, and then the Wisecrack Guy had two like super hyper woke videos immediately after that. One on wokeness and one stoling the praises of fucking Marxism. And it was like this like fucking insane conversation. Like the entire conversation was James Lindsay and Jordan Peterson are wrong about cultural Marxism. It's not happening. ... But if it's happening, it's amazing. Like it was like, what the fuck? Like that was the entire conversation. I was like, what is this? What is this? So we'll watch that at some point. But I was like, this conversation is wild.
I said, hey, saw your talk on Wisecrack. Are you interested in talking to us about it? Is that good?
Sounds good.
I'll message him right now.
Okay. So I want to talk to, I mean, since we already talked to him, I want to talk to him about it because that conversation felt like, the conversation felt very suspect to me. So, because the entire conversation we had with Sam was about whether CRT was anti-liberal or not, and he played the kind of dancing game with us. So,
I feel like it was the other guy that did more of the dancing, and Sam just seemed like an open book. I actually tried, because Sam is a notorious James Lindsay hater.
No. I think you have it backwards. Because remember, Sam was all like, "Oh, I have this." He sent me this book from his teacher. He's like, "Oh, my teacher's, he's trying to be liberal and CRT." Remember, he was the one like really pushing. Yeah.
But I didn't get the impression he was like hiding his power level or anything. Seemed like he was an open book.
I think he was just dancing around the conversation. Because even the thing that his teacher sent me was all like, it seemed like his teacher was like begging for lefties to not get rid of liberalism, and I was like, this kind of proves my point, Sam. I don't know, like what you're talking about.
He's like fighting with his teacher over
no,
whether
his teacher
or not
wrote an
liberalism
entire
is
book.
good.
His teacher wrote a book that was kind of like begging the left to not throw away liberalism, and I'm like, that proves my point. That doesn't like disprove it.
Oh yeah, that's hugely proves the point.
He did write. Apparently, Sam has written some massive blog post debunking critical theories or cynical theories. So maybe you should read that.
I tried to. I guess James Lindsay doesn't want to have anything to do with Sam, but I tried to entice James Lindsay to talk to Sam because Sam is. I felt like a big pushover as soon as you get him on stream, and he's just like this huge dick on Twitter all the time.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes. That's a lot of people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't think James wants to deal with him, so
well, I don't blame him. I mean, I don't blame him, But
James did say, because I guess James Lindsay gave a course and Sam took the course. Yeah. And James verified that yes, Sam is a giant pushover in person, because I guess in the course he was very nice and polite.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is kind of funny, right?
It is kind of funny. Van Holio for $10. He needs $10 for his beehole. Says people like to point to Aragorn as race swapped, but I think Theoden is way worse. They made him just like Corlys Valerian from House of Dragons. Surprised legal allowed it. Also, S-Class is the best class.
Wow.
They race swap Theoden in Magic the Gathering? Wait a minute.
I thought that's House of the Dragon.
There's a Theoden in... Theoden was...
they made him just like Corlys.
Yeah.
And
they're saying just like Corlys. You're thinking of Theon, not Theoden. Oh, wow. You're right. He literally looks just like Corlys. Like, like the old black guy with the dreads and the beard.
Oh.
Why? And they made him black, too. That's fucking bizarre.
Yeah, I don't think they understand the left. I don't think they understand the science of melanin. Melanin is like natural sunblock.
Yeah, it doesn't... Well, I mean, and this is fair to say, like, in Lord of the Rings, obviously... J.R.R. Tolkien was written based off of European, specifically British, like mythology.
Yeah.
So, or with that in mind, obviously. So
You have a black Viking, and that guy's going to die of vitamin D deficiency, right? I mean, it's like all fog up there and shit.
When Theoden, King of Rohan, or another human enters the battlefield, under your control, target creature gains double strike until the end of the turn. That's not bad. It's a 2/3 for 3. Red-white. That's not bad. Not a bad creature. But they did make him black, so that's bad. Because we're racist.
Mm-hmm. They might be going on under the melanin gives you superpowers science.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, being able to go out in the sun is kind of a superpower, if you ask me. So
and not get skin cancer.
Yeah.
Why can't the Brits have lore and culture? Because they're white. And we all know white people don't have culture.
Oh, that's another one of the Black Mirror is about I guess it's got a Indian protagonist, but they completely touch on immigration in Britain.
Mm-hmm.
And I could just see Carl watching this and being like, just fuming. Fuming. Oh, God. It's so in your face.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, that's why I was like, I thought it was offensive that they made Hobie black. Like, you finally have a British Spider-Man.
Oh, I know.
Make him black.
I mean,
I understand people were saying he's black in the comics, so it's not a race swap, but still, it just seems weird to me. So
they picked a great time to respect the source material, didn't they?
Yes. Yes. Vegs for $10 says, I'm a bit late, but if feminists in 2012 were criticizing bad media for perceived sexist reasons, I don't think anyone would have cared. The issue is that they went after beloved media. That's a good point.
Excellent point.
You know, we could have brought up too with Vito is if it's not political, how come it was like became political? Like, how come the defense of Star Wars was maybe we missed a massive thing to bring up with Vito? If it's not political or people aren't perceiving it politically, why is it like defended by people on the left then?
Yeah. Exclusively.
They're viewing it as political too. It's not just the anti-woke side viewing things as political. The woke side obviously views it as political too because they defend it with like their dying breath.
Right.
Blaine's Escape Corner for $5 says, 10 years of traveling to Japan. I have been welcomed with open arms every time in spas. There you go. Death Note is goat. Weren't you supposed to find bad examples? There you go. Mason Jordan for $5 says, have you seen the anime Bakano? 16 episodes. It's amazing. I describe it like Pulp Fiction plus Snatch plus Memento in the 1930s.
Wow.
Spread the word after watching it.
Wow.
I mean, that sounds fucking amazing.
Yeah,
so maybe
sounds
I'll check it out. But no, I'm not familiar with it.
A lot of goodness there.
Vegs for $10 says they may not delete a good scene for ideological reasons, but they'll sure as hell add a bad scene for ideological reasons.
Of course they will. Isn't that the casino planet? Wasn't that all ideological?
I think it could have been visual. I'm not sure if it was ideological. PC for $5 says, Vito asks for examples, receives examples, says, quote, I don't agree, then says you have no examples. There was some of that happening in the conversation. That's true. Sir Reefer for $10 says, the proof is the actions that these creative takes outside of the creative process. We judge based on actions. True. Rotisserie Protocol for $10 says, oh, what were you saying?
Many times there's like interviews and stuff.
Yes. Rotisserie Protocol for $10 says, quote, doesn't matter if it makes sense in the universe it takes place in, it looks cool, whatever, end quote. That is so disrespectful for the work and the IP. Write your own thing if you don't care about the universe. True. True.
Yep.
Canvas infinitum. Hey, Canvas for $2 says the Hodor the Hodor maneuver. It's 1 in a million, guys. Yeah, you remember that?
Didn't they do that in the next movie? They were like,
yes.
Somebody comes up to him and says, well, why don't we just do the Hodor maneuver?
Hodor maneuver, yeah.
Why don't we just do the Hodor maneuver?
It's 1 in a million. You know what's so funny? They said it's 1 in a million, but they don't explain why it's 1 in a million, right? They're just like hand wave it away.
Well, she's also supposed to be this brilliant general. And if she's this brilliant general, why is her move the move that has, you know, literally almost zero chance of working.
Well,
that's brilliant.
Listen, she's so brilliant, Adam, because she knew that at that moment was the one in a million moment. Okay.
I don't think so.
She knew the stars aligned perfectly for her to just magically destroy an entire armada.
That line,
her grit.
That line basically reduces everything she did to luck. And she's not some super feminist. Like, she's basically just a high stakes gambler. The same thing she accused the guy of being the whole movie. Oh, you're just a high risk piece of shit.
You're right, and she did the most high risk bullshit shit ever. That's a good point. Yeah. Yep.
Look, all men want to do is take higher risks and risk people's lives. Here, let me do a maneuver that has almost no chance of success. Aren't I special?
It is baffling to me. How did someone at some point had to say, Rian, this is a dumb fucking idea.
Yeah.
You understand us, right? Like, this totally destroys every Star Wars battle before and after. And he must have just been like, I don't care. It looks pretty. Right? Like, someone had to say that at some point. How did no executive say, you can't do this? This is stupid.
They don't know shit.
Do they just not care? They say, listen, audiences are stupid. They'll just see the pretty picture and they won't think about it and they won't care.
I mean, I think we could do a pretty good Clerks style video.
Yeah.
From the perspective of the production assistant that was telling them the entire time,
right,
just being shit on.
Right.
By all the higher up and execs. Oh no, it'll be great. It'll work out fine.
I mean, that's just so fucking stupid.
Somebody was telling them. There were probably people who were Star Wars fans who were muttering under their breath, like, oh my God, this is the worst thing ever.
It's not even Star Wars. It's like, it's not even a question of it like violating the rules of Star Wars. It's a question of like, wait a minute. If you introduce some like massive thing to like Star Wars that makes everyone before it look stupid and everyone that doesn't do it afterwards look stupid, that's terrible storytelling, right?
Of course. Yeah, but it's like it damages a Star Wars property.
Yes, it does. Well, it's like with fucking, I can't believe like with Loki, that was insane. They're like, oh, we're going to introduce this like plot point that every time someone randomly does an action, it could potentially create an entirely new universe. And then that universe gets destroyed. So there's literally only one potential outcome for anything that ever happens in the Marvel universe. Right? Thus saying that every time like the heroes won,
takes away free will.
Right. So it's like, oh, every time the heroes won in a previous Marvel movie, well, it's because all the times they lost, those realities still happened, but they all got deleted from existence.
Wow.
It's so dumb. You know, and I think that's actually a big problem that Spider-Verse has now tied itself into that canon with all the multiverse shit. Because if you saw Loki and you saw Doctor Strange, it kind of disproves the main conflict of the Spider-Verse movie. So
we should put a multiverse in our comic.
There you go.
No, that's not.
We should not do that.
That's a way. I think people are about worn out on the multiverse shit anyway.
Yeah, and it's, as I said, it seems like people only do one of two things with the multiverse again and again and again. You know, so it's like, how many times can someone go to the multiverse to find a version of themselves that had a better outcome that they want to supplant? You know?
Right.
Like,
yeah.
Okay.
I do want to do the time travel gender swap though.
We are doing that. Well, no, we're not doing that. We're doing
it'd be amazing.
We'll eventually do school where everyone's a female schoolgirl.
Oh yeah, yeah.
In the high school, but not the time. That's stupid. Stop it.
I think it would be cool.
Okay. Adam wants some idea where we can time travel, but every time we time travel, it changes our gender.
Right. It changes our sex.
Or
so you go in as a man and you come out as a woman, but in a different time.
That's a terrible idea, Adam. No one likes that idea.
I think it'll work.
They listen. They want to see hot Sitch and Adam that they can whack it to, but they don't want to whack it to knowing that we're still men. Okay, That's not what anyone wants. Or let's say there's a very select audience that would want that. All right. Ouch. Sammy G says there's a universe out there somewhere where Sitch and Adam start on time and are never late. True. There was, but they got deleted.
Yeah,
they got deleted
goodness.
for being wrong by the TVA. Okay.
We deleted them.
Yes.
And they all deserve to die.
Hang the Conqueror. I watched for the first time. I watched Ant-Man Quantumania the other day.
Oh, it's pretty weak sauce.
I mean, it's pretty mid. I'll give it that. It's mid. I don't know if I'm just saying that because like, it's like when I say like awful Marvel movie, I think of like Doctor Strange 2 or Captain Marvel.
Isn't the daughter protesting at like a Black Lives Matter rally in the beginning?
No, she's that part. The beginning, it was so weird. That actually was the worst part of the movie. The beginning, I really thought like the first 5 minutes I liked a lot. It's something you very rarely ever see in a superhero movie. It's Paul Rudd's character. Everyone just likes him because he saved the world. Right. And I was like, we never see this. Why do we never see this in a superhero movie? He's just Paul Rudd just walking down the street. Everyone's just super nice to him because they know he's an Avenger. They know he saved the world, right?
Right.
I'm like, I love this. This is great. But then immediately after that, he finds out his daughter is arrested because the police were trying to get homeless people out of a park. She was protesting against it, and she used Ant-Man technology to shrink a police car.
Wait a second. Okay. That's not woke, is it? Fighting for the rights of the oppressed?
It was super woke.
Okay.
But then it was super weird because then like the next 5 or 10 minutes of the movie was literally everyone shitting on Paul Rudd's character, even though he was correct. And I was like, what the fuck is this? What the fuck is this movie? Oh my God. And then the rest of the movie, then afterwards, it kind of goes away. But it's so weird. They added this whole like plot arc to Paul Rudd's character that he never had in any of the other movies about how he like gives up too easy and you have to learn to like stick through it. I'm like, when has that ever been his character? That was never part of his character in the first 2 Ant-Man movies, that he would give up easily. I was like, what the fuck is that?
What characters need a flaw?
Yeah, but you can't add it. You can't like magically add a flaw to a character in the 3rd movie they never had before.
Yeah, I know. It's awful.
Insane. I was like, what? But it felt very, I think someone who wrote Rick and Morty stuff. It felt very Rick and Morty when you're watching it, which is, that's fine, I guess.
Well, they brought in another character that was basically like the mom's movie. He was a secondary character in his own movie. I fucking hated that.
They brought in Michelle Pfeiffer. She had a big role in the movie, but I don't know. It didn't really bother me so much.
I hated that.
There's like this weird thing where you find out that the mom was like in a relationship with Bill Murray when she was stuck in the quantum universe, and they're having this conversation in front of her husband.
Right.
I was like, this is pretty cucky and weird.
About how she fucked Bill Murray like
and I was
6 ways from Sunday.
I was like, this is really hitting Sitch's anti-cuck senses. I was like, holy shit. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Like, all right. Like, what the fuck?
And Michael Douglas is totally cool with it. He's like, look, I understand you have needs. It's not a big deal.
He does say that. He literally does say that. But then he does say that, well, at first I was like, oh, it's okay. He says that he was like banging some chick when she was gone too. But then he said it didn't work out. I was like, oh. Like if they both said that, like the scene should have really been.
This is too cucky. I'm against all of this.
No, I agree. It shouldn't have been in the movie at all. But if you have to force it in there, because the scene takes place between Douglas, Michelle Pfeiffer, and I forget the actress who plays their daughter. Okay.
Oh yeah, she's
the scene should have been after that scene with Bill Murray and Michelle Pfeiffer talking about how they had a previous relationship. They're in a spaceship, they're flying away, and the mom, who's the daughter, should be saying like, "What the fuck, mom? You like fuck some other guy on round with dad?" And then she is like, "Well, I was stuck in the quantum universe. I never thought I got back." And then the father's like, "It's fine, honey. I also fucked around with like someone else when your mom's gone." And then the daughter's like, "What the fuck, dad?" And like they just get like both mad at both their parents being like kind of like degenerates.
That would have actually been much better. Yes.
Like that would be the joke.
And they could milk it for comedy, which
exactly. You'd be like, "What the fuck? Both my parents are like fucked up."
It was more painful than comedy. Just
it was just weird. So, but see, it's I don't know. There's a lot of weird stuff in these movies. You're like, there's like half a joke there, and then just never complete the thought. So
awful.
But yeah, no, obviously it wasn't as bad as Doctor Strange 2 or some of these other things. So I was like, it's kind of mid. I was like, whatever.
As soon as you heard that she was arrested for helping homeless people in the park, you were like, oh my God.
That was the worst part of the movie, was like the second 5 minutes of the movie when they had that. And then they all just shit on Paul Rudd, because I was like, Paul Rudd's right. He's like, fuck you. You shouldn't be doing that shit. You shouldn't be fucking with police officers that are trying to get homeless people out of here.
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up, daughter. And then everyone gives him shit for it.
What? Look, why didn't she just shrink the homeless people down to go live in the quantum realm? There's plenty of...
there you go. That's
look, a good point. They'd be happy, live happily ever after. They're all homeless in the quantum realm anyway.
Right.
Yeah. Shrink down the police car, shrink down the homeless.
And then, I don't know, I just think Kang is so not an interesting...
Oh, he's the worst, yeah.
Or threatening villain. Didn't
that guy like beat his wife or something? And
well, that's what's funny too. Yeah, they're gonna have to replace the actor because he's like in jail or accused of assault or something. So
some wife beater. Ooh.
Right. His nose is so big, it like distracts me the whole time he's on the screen.
Oh, okay.
He has a massive nose. I'm like, shit. I can't look away. But he's just not a cool villain. I don't know. Thanos was cool. Kang is just not. He doesn't have presence. I think it's I don't know if it's the writing or if it's the actor. He just doesn't have that like presence of being like some threatening, scary guy. He just seems like a dude. He seems like some dude.
I despise this trope that they use again and again, where the person touches something or someone and then sees their plan in their mind.
Oh, you have seen this movie?
Yeah, I've totally seen it. Yeah.
Yeah, that happens. Yeah.
That fucking trope. Every time I see it, I just want to fucking spit. It's so ridiculous. How did that become a trope?
Is that a trope? I'm trying. What other movies does that happen in?
It happens quite often, yes.
Does it? Oh, I don't know. Yeah.
You don't you haven't seen this in other movies?
I feel like I have. I can't recall what I have seen it in. I haven't seen enough that I would like think it to be bad. Oh, Unbreakable. Yeah, that definitely happens in Unbreakable. But they establish that he has that power in Unbreakable from the beginning. So it's not like it's like in Ant-Man, it just happens once, right?
It happens in Independence Day with the alien.
Yeah, but even that's set up too, because like they have to, in order to communicate, don't they have to like jack into
but it's like
people's minds and shit?
But all of a sudden, you'd think if you're communicating, you could cut off so they don't see your whole fucking plan. It's like, oh, we did the mind meld thing and suddenly he figured out everything. Like, why would you even jack into someone like that if you knew they could find out your entire plan? That makes no sense.
Well, because they don't think it matters. They're so, like in Independence Day, they were so technologically overpowering humans, they didn't think it made a difference.
Oh, okay. Still, I don't like the trope.
But also, the alien did it he was trying to just save his own life, right? It's like, release me.
It's particularly bad in Ant-Man.
Yeah, there's a scene in Ant-Man where, well, I like the first part of the trope. I don't like this. I agree with you. I don't necessarily like the second part. I like the idea where, so basically what happens is Ant-Woman mom, stuck in the quantum realm alone. All of a sudden, Kang crash lands wherever she is. She doesn't know anything about this guy. Seems like a chill, cool dude. They spend like years trying to fix his little multi-dimensional ship so that they can leave. And she doesn't know that he's like a psychopathic, evil, like killer.
Yeah, that he's been banished to the quantum realm as like jail.
Right, by other Kangs.
Right, which is completely ridiculous.
Oh yeah, it's very
this movie's so bad.
Yeah, very Rick and Morty. So she's helping him like fix his ship, and she doesn't know he's evil. And I kind of like that trope. But then right when she finishes fixing the ship, she like touches the ship that works by reading his mind, and she sees all of his past misdeeds, and then she realizes that he's evil. Right. I don't like. I mean, it's lazy. Right?
And he looks at her like, "Oh my God, you saw into my mind."
Yes.
Like you're supposed to be the super villain, and you can't keep like someone from seeing in your mind.
Yeah.
Like that's just completely ridiculous.
You know, it would have been more interesting. And the thing is, the movie has a lot of fluff. You know, I think it would have been more interesting if it's like slowly through talking to him and
She
learning
figures
about
it
him.
out.
Like,
Yeah, exactly.
yeah, like they spend like years fixing his fucking ship. You'd think they're having some conversation over time. She slowly realizes, like, oh, this guy might be kind of fucking crazy. Like, it's kind of hard to hide the fact that you're like trying to destroy entire worlds. You know, when you have like year-long conversations with someone, you think that kind of creep into the conversation eventually. So,
yeah, that would have been much more interesting. But they went the lazy route.
yeah. Yeah, because they just wanted to be like a plot point. They didn't want it to be like character. So I agree. I agree. What's your first thoughts for Loving Canadian says in Star Wars The Last Jedi, when traveling light speed, you're actually traveling so fast, you were traveling into a different dimension. You'd never be able to touch anything in 3-dimensional space. Yeah, I mean, usually in most science fiction, whenever you quote go to warp, I thought it's like you're entering some kind of alternate dimension where you're not like crashing through everything. Because like if you didn't do that, I would assume, unless your shields are amazing, like every tiny particle, if you're going faster than light, when it like touches you, wouldn't it cause like some kind of like catastrophic explosion or something?
Of course it would.
So, yeah. Idiotosin for $2 says drinker literally plays a slurring drunk. Well, yes and no. Yes and no. Harrison Jodit for $2 says, are there any movies without enough black people? There you go.
Menace to Society.
No, in Star Trek, it's a barrier. What is, when they go to warp, aren't they? I thought they were entering some kind of like, I thought it was some kind of like alternate space or something. I don't remember exactly.
White
chips. Did they ever
chips.
even explain how it works? I know, like, don't the Borg, they use like subspace, don't they, to go to warp or something?
I don't know.
Whatever. They probably don't.
I thought warp literally means bending space time.
Yeah, I mean,
that's why warping it.
Right, that's why it's called warp. Yeah, so they go faster. The idea when they go to warp, they go faster than light, or they. I mean, they do something. They're going faster than they're traversing distances faster than light speed as possible, even if they're not going faster than light. Yeah, I don't remember exactly how it works, but. Andrew Clark for $7 says Ryan's point was that the movie was racist. The who is good and bad is decided by the character's skin color, with the exception of Bruce and Alfred. Also, Ryan said it was a minor point, and he gave it an 8 out of 10.
Well, there was a time when the bad guys in movies were always the Russians, and then there was a time when they were always the Middle Eastern terrorists. But now it's like the white people are the bad guys exclusively. It's like, what do we do?
Right. Well, because it's all that's like, it's safe. It's not safe to have like a non-white villain in a lot of these movies.
Well, it was safe when it was the Russians and the, but now you're exactly right.
Well, it was like you remember the Addams Family Wednesday show that all the people were jonesing about, which was hyper mid-tier and not really that good. There were all these woke people complaining because one of the bullies against her, the main bully, was black.
Really?
And they were all complaining like, "Oh my God, they made the main bully black. What the fuck? How dare they?" And he was like a rich jock bully too.
Wow.
So it wasn't even, it wasn't like a stereotype. It was like, instead of like the rich preppy jock kid being white, whose family owned the town, was a black guy. So, okay. Fondue for $10 says Vito understands its woke ideology to view movies based on race. Also agrees that leftists have taken positions of power, but critics pointing that out are bad for doing so. Yes. Harrison Jodit for $5 says, how would one determine what, quote, drastically affects the white community? There certainly are negative white stereotypes. I mean, I would say that positing negative white stereotypes would do that. Sure.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, I don't know. Like, how would you determine it, right? There's no like scientific way to determine that. So
I determine it when I go to the grocery store and I feel like people are looking at me like, that white guy over there. He's probably racist.
Probably. Paul Sansui for 5 Canadian. Thank you. Says, oh, I read that one. You read that one.
I did,
Contrast for 2 Aussie bucks says, haven't seen mixed race gangs since Captain Planet. There you go.
It is kind of funny. Most of the gangs are not very racially diverse.
Yes. Except in movies.
Right. Yeah.
There's always a very racially diverse band of criminals. Andrew Clark for $7 says, Vito, let's do a live action adaptation of Aho Girl. It stars a lead female so dumb all she can think about is bananas and is hit when being too dumb. Isn't it way more important that he corrected himself? Oh, regarding Critical Drinker. Yeah. Aho Girl. I'm assuming this is some kind of weird, degenerate anime about a stupid girl. How dare she be so stupid? That's offensive.
Mm-hmm. The stupid woman trope, I love. That's one of my favorite tropes.
I know it is.
They actually use that trope in She-Hulk, the feminist icon. They
You're
use
right.
this stupid whore.
The bar girl.
Yeah.
The hot bar girl.
Yeah.
Yep.
The dumb bimbo. How do you like that? Feminism. She was actually more popular than any of the other characters.
Right, right.
Because she seemed relatable.
Madison, that was her name.
Oh yeah, Madison. Yeah,
but then
good.
they made Pug. That was so weird. They made like one of the only positive male characters a himbo, and then they named him after a dog.
Yep.
That's right. She definitely had huge knockers.
Who does? Madison?
The bimbo lady in Madison, yeah.
Did she? I don't remember.
You don't remember? She's like wearing this like club dress, and she's got like her like tit like pushed up to her chin. Not that I'm complaining, of course.
You sound like it.
No. We need more of that character. I want a whole show that's just her and Wong going on adventures, honestly. That's a TV show I'd watch.
Madison?
Madison and Wong. Remember they became like fuck buddies in that show.
Oh, you're right, yeah.
Yeah.
Madison Avenue. That's what you could call it.
Because everyone drives down that road.
Yeah.
They call her Madison Avenue because even a truck can drive down there. Waka waka. Okay.
I was trying to think of like a Wong joke. Wong way down Madison Avenue.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
How do you like it? That's the name of the show.
Okay.
The Wong way down Madison Avenue.
I don't think that's gonna work.
Why?
Work.
Yeah. I think it's good.
That's pretty bad.
We start off Madison going down on Wong.
And he says, that's the Wong way to go. Dun, 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 dun.
As he's doing one of his magic spells.
Okay. He says this is the Wong time to do this. There you go. Good job. Thank you, Adam.
Okay.
Thank you.
Look, we aim to please on this show.
Yes. Okay. Yes, I agree. Boo.
Butter says he'd pick up this pilot.
Okay. Let's see. I think I read most of these. Whoops.
Are we all caught up on these here?
I'm not sure.
Oh, you jumped over to the Streamlabs.
No, I didn't jump over the Streamlabs. I didn't jump over to anything.
Oh, okay.
Read this one. Read this. Read this. Read this. Credo for $5 says, are you guys in your TikTok fan edit stage? I think you're about to be. May want to check your Discord DMs. Yeah, the edit was super cool, but I think the sicko mode song is gonna get us hit.
That's the thing with TikTok. They let people do whatever song.
Did you put it on Twitter?
Yeah, and I put a link in the chat.
Put a link in the chat. Retweet it. I love it. I like it.
Let me see. I'll put another link in the chat.
What did you send me, Soul Doge? Federal court permanently blocked an Arkansas law, or as also known as Arkansas law, that would have banned gender-affirming care for transgender youth, finding the law violates the constitutional rights of transgender youth, their parents, and their medical providers. Wait. Oh, a federal court permanently blocked an Arkansas law. Oh, that would have banned. Oh, okay. So that will go to the Supreme Court. Interesting. Fascinating. Okay. Oh, Theowolf put it on Twitter. You didn't put it on Twitter, you fucking liar, Adam.
I did put it on Twitter. What are you talking about?
Fucking piece of shit.
I put it on Twitter.
Oh, but you didn't credit him.
I didn't tag you.
You fucking you didn't tag him or me.
I didn't credit anyone. Look.
Oh my god.
What?
This guy. So bad.
Look, I'm a big time Hollywood guy, dude. I don't credit anyone. I just like,
okay.
Look. You're getting paid in exposure, and I'm literally not even.
It's hard to get paid exposure if you don't expose who the person is that made it.
Oh yeah, I guess that's a problem.
Toxic Mix for $10 says, if I might shamelessly plug, as it's kind of topical, for those who like the Adam Sunday song, that was a good song. I may have a new one coming out covering some of the more cringe anti-woke content out there. Also, it's EFAP themed. Ooh, nice.
Sweet.
The Adam song was a good song.
Yeah, we can play those online because it's original content.
Right. Hal Petty for $20 says, could be wrong. This guy's lens seems to be just self-serving. Quote, there's diversity hiring. That's why I wasn't hired. End quote. Others use wokeness to critique, but I'm better because I don't. Seems just out of insecurity and jealousy. Ouch.
Yeah, because he doesn't know what woke means.
And Kyle for another $10 says, also, he keeps saying their critics use wokeness as an attack after the fact to say why it failed, but every example he gives is someone predicting something to be woke before it comes out.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point.
You're right. I didn't notice that, but that is a good point. Yeah. Blank Escape Corner for $2 says, tons of woke and manga dojins lead to tons of choice. Oh, you're saying there is tons of woke and manga, you just don't see it because there's tons of choice? Is that what you're saying? I mean, can't really think of like woke anime off the top of my head, but that Nobody Girl for $10 says, you move me center from right libertarian with your humor, in-depth conversation, debates. You convince me to safe, legal, and rare. Wow. Nearly 1 million abortions annually is not rare. I mean, I would agree with you there. Yeah. Agree.
We got to get it needs to be settled, but.
Right.
I don't think people will.
Red 473 for $20 says, race swooping is pre-colonial settings can sometimes come off as lazy writing and world building. I think that was part of the problem with Rings of Power. Tolkien invested a lot in developing a fleshed out world.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. The whole idea that the hobbits are just a multicultural,
multiracial, you mean?
Yeah, multiracial society. I was like, okay, this is just bullshit.
Yeah, because like on one hand, it doesn't bother me at all, but on the other hand, it doesn't actually make sense.
It doesn't make sense
at all. But so it's kind of like I'm like sympathetic to both sides. I'm like, it doesn't bother me, but you're right. It literally makes no sense.
Look, if it was a great series and that was the only thing wrong with it, okay, fine.
Right.
But when it's a complete piece of shit and there's nothing right about it, then you're like, oh yeah, throw that one on there too. What the fuck?
Right. Well, also there's a difference between like, okay, if you really want to make some of the Rohirrim black, okay. There's a difference between that and like making Theoden the king black. It's like, wait a minute.
Right.
That's very more like, oh, okay, you're trying to make a specific statement here, which doesn't really make sense with kind of like the way the world was set up in Lord of the Rings in terms of like where everybody lived and how humans existed and all this stuff. But
what is this? Lucifer the Doberman for 15 months? I am so glad we didn't talk about Lauren Southern or Hunter Avalon. I'm proud of you guys. We did. We talked about that on Sunday for a long time.
We talked about it on Sunday, Lucifer. But maybe he means today. That's true. We didn't talk about it today.
Are we clipping that out? I don't know. That's like a salacious video right there.
I'm sure we'll clip out the Hunter Avalon
Right.
Robo.
I mean, I was kind of on Hunter's side about, you know, if your wife turns out to be a hoe and you dump her, I don't think the cuck charge is accurate.
Yes. We didn't really talk about Lauren. We only talked about how there was the accusation made by Hunter's ex-wife that Destiny was gonna like leave Melania or Melina. I keep saying Melania. Melina for Lauren Southern or something. So she made some like wild accusation or something. But
look, any woman who's gonna set up a multiracial gangbang on the internet with some guy she doesn't even know, I don't think is a reliable source for Lauren Southern gossip.
You're probably right.
Yeah.
You're probably right.
Yeah. It just doesn't seem like it. If there was some sort of reliable source on it. Didn't Lauren come out and do like a tell-all video recently about her relationship?
Yeah, he did. Well, did she? I don't know. She said it didn't work out or something. I don't remember her saying. I don't know if I didn't go into it that much. So I don't know if she explained like why it didn't work out. But
it didn't work out because she had a cuck baby with
Destiny.
No, that's not in the video. I'm just kidding.
Okay.
that would be like 20 million views.
It would be. Keaton Kitsune for $20 says, if I can name a bunch of certain woke tropes that constantly keep reappearing in movies, is it still bad writing or at the very least an unconscious pushing of ideology, i.e. the degenerating of straight white men? Yeah, well, that was the thing, because I think we would keep pointing out like these things. I think Vito is too much thinking like it's just bad writing as opposed to being bad writing that exists because of some ideological push, right? So
yeah, of course.
She was dating a Fed and he chose his job over her. Yeah, I remember kind of something vaguely about that. So her husband left her. Awful. That's pretty awful. Especially if they have a kid. Her ex was a Chloe. Okay. Lucifer Domer for 50 months says, I'm so glad we didn't talk about Lawrence. Oh, I guess we did. Oh, you just read that one.
I did, yeah.
Like, how did we get there?
Way ahead of you.
Yeah. Keaton Kitsune for $10 says, also more modern trope is the constant girl bossing and the disdain for feminine traits in women. Critical Drinker has pointed out modern movie heroines are basically just men. True.
Yep.
True. The conversation with Nerdette. Don't you agree?
I don't think it's fair to call someone an idiot based on just 2 videos.
I mean,
I guess it depends.
It depends if I agree with it or not, right?
I mean, we've watched some videos that I'm just obviously.
I've only seen one Soul Bunny video in my entire life.
Right.
And I'm totally fine calling them an idiot.
Right. Well, I mean, but there's a lot of things in that video that we can point to, obviously.
Yes, of course.
Not just a couple of things.
Nilo for $5 says, high officials being compromised by mistresses is not the minor thing such as pretending. It's one of the primary ways intelligence agencies work. Oh, go suck an egg, Nilo. Give me a fucking break. The real reason the Republicans were worried about Monica Lewinsky is they're like, the Chinese are going to use this to get dirt on Bill Clinton and get him to do favors for him, so we have to impeach him in like the last year of his presidency. Come on. Who are we fucking kidding here, Nilo? Get out of here with that weak sauce.
Monica Lewinsky was a Chinese asset? Is that what he's saying?
That's what he's trying to say, yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Get out of here with that. That's the most bullshit. Come on, that's bullshit. You know that's bullshit. Get out of here. Get out of here.
I mean,
Cal Petty for $20.
The one who tried to blackmail her was a Republican, right? I mean, that's what really happened.
Oh,
what was her name?
Was she a Republican? I don't know anything about her political.
I
didn't think it was politically motivated at all.
Oh, okay.
I forget who you're talking about. Yeah, I know who you're talking about. I just forget. I can't think of her name.
Yeah, I can't think of her name either.
But the one that like you should keep the dress.
Yeah.
Keep the semen dress.
Yeah, of course. It's good to have blackmail material in case the Chinese want to abduct you.
If that impeachment, if you don't understand why that impeachment mattered, you missed when we were talking about it. So I'm sorry that you have TDS Saturday and any sort of possible criticism of Donald Trump hurts your constant simping for him. So
who's simping?
I apologize.
Who's simping for Donald Trump?
Someone in the chat.
Oh.
Cal Petty for $20 says, you guys, this is a Mountain Bailey. He won't tell his real argument. It keeps morphing. Earlier, he said most writers are college kids working for nothing to get their name out there, and now he's saying the majority of writers aren't. Did he? I missed that part.
The majority of college kids are woke as fuck, so I don't...
That's true. It's not really a good defense of the situation, so...
Linda Tripp is the woman, by the way.
Linda Tripp. Thank you, Solo. Linda Tripp. That was her name. It's just Abby for 2 Aussie bucks says, I'm so disappointed with the Halo TV show. Yeah, everyone says it was terrible.
That sucks. Especially if you like Halo.
Especially if you liked Halo. Wonton Tiger for 11 Canadian says, the whites took heat in the past for race swapping, rightfully so. But context, it shouldn't be okay in reverse. I can only imagine the historic event if we whitewash anything these days. True.
Yeah, True. It's kind of like doing blackface, right? But with whiteface. No, that doesn't make any sense.
What's happening? What are you talking about?
Race swapping white characters with black characters.
Oh, okay. Where? Okay.
It's just
Abby for 5 Aussie bucks says, Holdo, such a brilliant general, she almost got mutinied by her crew. Such brilliant leadership. True.
Right. I think it was right to mutiny her. Try this crazy ass move that never works.
Yep. Not tell anyone your plan.
Yeah, I'd be mad that she risked my life, to be honest with you.
Not Nobody Guy for $20 says, why race/gender/gay swap characters if there's no woke intention behind it? The best person fit the diversity initiative, even when it's historically false, doesn't remotely resemble an established character. BS. True. I don't disagree with that. Fondue for $5 says, what is this? Sitch can sit through every crappy Marvel movie, all of She-Hulk, but can't sit through more than one episode of Arcane. Listen, I can watch something and like hate it and keep watching it because I'll like to hate it. I'll get off on hating it, okay? I know it's not Schadenfreude, but my hate Schadenfreude boner power is strong. I just thought Arcane was kind of like boring. It's hard for me to watch something that's boring. I'm just like, oh, it's kind of boring.
The animation is really cool, but I watched some of it and it didn't catch for me either.
Yeah, I just watched the first episode. It was like, oh, it's kind of boring. Okay, whatever. Didn't really appeal to me. The Jack of some trades for 2 months says, Quantum Mania was such trash. I don't even remember the plot points that you guys are discussing. Totally forgettable movie. It is pretty forgettable.
Yeah.
Saul for $5 says, what should be done to help the non-criminal homeless? Also, thoughts on DS9 2-parter past tense.
Non-criminal homeless should be shrunk down and sent to the quantum realm.
Oh, I thought you were going to say that you should shrink them down to put them into like little doll houses.
No, quantum realm.
To live in.
Let them fend for themselves.
So
no, I don't really know. Yeah.
I'm worried. I agree with what Adam said. Shrink them down, put them in the quantum realm. Well, no. It's just, okay. I'll give a serious answer. Non-criminal homeless, again, they should be offered the ability to, live in homeless shelters and things of that nature. If they don't want to, because they want to do drugs, they just want to not do that because most of these people are mentally unstable. Unfortunately, there really is no help for people like that. And unless you're going to institutionalize them against their will, there's no help for people like that.
Yeah, I think that might be something we should consider, though. Institutionalizing them against their will. Yeah.
I agree. I think that is unfortunately the solution because I think it's safer for them and it's just also better for everyone else. So,
yeah,
lock them up in a nice place, not in jail. Anyway, regarding now I'm worried that Sulla is like spying on me. Okay. Because I have been rewatching Deep Space Nine.
Really?
Yes. And
Deep
literally
Space Niner.
Literally last night I got to that exact episode he's talking about. Past tense. And I looked at it on my phone. So I was watching on my phone because I'm a terrible piece of shit millennial.
Look at this. You were giving me a hard time for watching Game of Thrones on my phone, and now you're watching on your phone. It's just convenient.
I was watching while I was eating dinner, and I've already seen all these episodes, Adam. Okay, I don't care.
Look, but I was literally watching on my walk.
Well, that's bad.
How the fuck am I supposed to?
How do you even pay attention? You're like half walking, half watching a TV show?
I have one of those things that you put around your neck and it like puts the phone right in front of your face.
What? I don't even know what you're talking about.
Yeah, you haven't seen those? They're awesome.
No.
Yeah, it's
amazing.
What
is this thing? No, wait, what is this called?
It's like a little wire necklace thing that has a mount on it. And you just put the thing right in front of your face. I'm not gonna lie, you look a little gay walking around.
That's what I was gonna say. Wait, I want to see a picture of this like neck-mounted smartphone.
Look, hopefully no pictures of it exist.
What is this like? I've never seen anyone wear this in my entire life. Why don't you just listen? How much does Google Glass cost at this point? Just fucking buy some Google Glass and watch it on your glasses, right? Can you? No. I'm assuming you can do that on Google Glass, right?
It's not so bad.
Anyway. Okay, so anyway, what I was going to say is... So I was watching Deep Space Nine on my phone last night, and I got to the exact episode that Sulla asked me about. I got to the exact episode, past tense. And I looked at it and I said, these episodes kind of suck. And I just skipped them. So there are your thoughts on Deep Space Nine two-part past tense. I thought they were pretty lame.
Wow.
They're pretty lame. I was like, pass. I'm not going to rewatch these episodes. They're very silly. Doesn't it take place in 2024 too? Which is kind of funny. It's like they go back in time to the 2024 and everything's like awful.
Really? Next year?
Yeah. Let's see. Yes, 2024. That's hilarious. It's like in 2024, essentially, this is why I guess they asked. They basically, there's like the homeless problem or like the unhoused problem is so massive that there's like entire districts of cities where they just shove all the homeless people into.
Perfect.
And they like go back in time and they get stuck in these like homeless districts. So
I love it.
There you go.
See, if we set up something like that, if we set up like a homeless city just
right
outside of Los Angeles, it would be crime ridden in no time at all, wouldn't it be? It'd be like a drug.
I mean, if you didn't have police
cesspool.
and shit like patrolling it, yeah. Of course, and that's kind of what happens in the
So that's not even an option.
Everything's all like grimy and terrible. Fat Brown Buffalo, our favorite Young Turk for $20 says, quote, my AG was soft. My former chief of staff was weak, ineffective, and born with a very small brain. My acting chief of staff was a born loser. My SOS was dumb as a rock. Secretary of State was dumb as a rock. My defense secretary was the worst, most overrated general. Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of rough when every single person, essentially, that he hires to work with him ends up not liking him. And then you're like, oh. So is
Maybe
he just like... Yeah, is it him or is he like, well, first of all, it has to be him in terms of either he is like horribly incompetent and stupid or he's just the worst at picking people to work for him.
This is Chris Christie's argument. I heard Chris Christie giving a speech where he said this exact same thing.
Yes. Because like literally every single person is like, this person's a loser. I don't know if you saw Barr and I forget someone else, some other guy that worked for Trump and Trump's cabinet came up and they were shitting all over Trump on Fox News or CNN or something. Yeah, like the day before yesterday.
Really?
So, yeah, because I know Barr has always said that the whole can declassify things by magic is like an insane position. So. It was funny. He made some comment about how he said like Donald Trump's ego is what always, destroys him and prevents him from doing, good things. So
yeah, he said that many times.
Old School for $5 says, at least they can't make Dune woke. Ah, crap. The character Herbert, a Republican, wrote based on himself. Liet Keynes was played by a black woman. Bah, bah, bah. I never read
saw
woke.
Dune. I saw Dune. The new Dune, and it didn't seem woke to me, but
okay. They race swap somebody. Never read Dune, never seen Dune. Not super interested in
Dune is surprisingly faithful to the original Dune movie.
Really?
Yeah, I was surprised. I was like, wow, this is just like a scene for scene remake of the movie.
Right. Soto for $2 says, I'm glad my comment about Drinker helped expose how disingenuous Vito is. He's more subtle in which he sets the bar impossibly high, such that you can never necessarily reasonably prove your point. Kind of like Sitch in the FBI / sarcasm. Yeah, look at you adding that /s. Fuck you, Soto. You fucker. You little fucker. You little weasel.
How does Solodoge make the / sarcasm about the / sarcasm?
He just did it right there.
Yeah.
I know.
I don't think he means that.
You little sarcasm. Weasel. You weasel, Solodoge. Look at you. Rhythmus for $2 says, Sitch, you say the mothers killing children is not the norm, but have you considered that we live in the 21st century America, where 1 in 5 pregnancies are aborted? The method has changed, but the strategy remains the same. Well, I don't agree with that. I think there's a significant difference between getting an abortion and like killing your child when it's born. Okay. Psychologically, I think it's much easier for someone to kill a not quite baby in your body that you don't really see, as opposed to like, let me take this like baby that came out of me and smother it to death. Like that's such a different action. So I don't agree that that's comparable at all. So
yeah, big difference.
CT for $2 says, oh damn, I almost forgot. Do you brush your teeth in the shower? And do you think it's unethical to wear mismatched socks?
I wear mismatched socks all the time. It's totally not unethical, and I don't brush my teeth in the shower.
Yes, I'm going to say, first of all, what kind of psycho do you have to be to brush your teeth in the shower? Jeez.
Well, I mean, it's not unethical, but I just don't
It's crazy. What the fuck? You're brushing your teeth. So what, you have to keep... So wait, here's the thing. Do you bring your toothbrush and toothpaste into the shower with you?
I mean, I pee in the shower, obviously, but I don't...
What is even the point? How does that save you time?
Don't pee where you brush your teeth. That's what I say.
First of all, don't pee in the shower. That's disgusting. Okay.
Everyone pees in the shower.
I don't pee in the shower. Pee before you go in the shower. You can't pee before you go in the shower and hold your pee for however long. How long are you in the shower? You can't hold the piss.
Well, sometimes I forget to pee beforehand.
Oh my God. Don't pee in the shower, guys. This is gross. It's disgusting. Jesus. It's gross.
We did a poll where most people pee in the shower. It was
I don't think that's true. Most people said they didn't pee in the shower.
No, it was like 60-40.
No, you're gaslighting.
60% peers.
You're gaslighting.
You don't remember that?
I do remember that, and I was right.
Where's the poll? Maybe I saved it. Sometimes I save things. Poll.
Contrast for $2 says, I pee while brushing my teeth in the shower. Now that's dangerous. That's dangerous. You might mix up some liquids at some point. Well, what's the point of brushing your teeth in the shower unless, I guess unless you had I know especially for the ladies, you put like your little shampoos and conditioners on. It's got to sit for 10 minutes on your hair or something.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know, maybe if you're waiting around for your conditioner to set in for 10 minutes, okay, maybe you brush your teeth in the shower. But otherwise, it doesn't make sense to me. Regarding your second question, I thought this is a Sitch lore. Maybe I've never said this. Here's your Sitch lore. Sitch intentionally never wears matching socks.
Really?
But here's the thing. I don't like wearing I don't know what. At some point in my life, I said, "Why the fuck am I wearing these boring white ugly socks? I want color in my life." So now I only wear colorful, colored socks. Okay, because I'm anti-white. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. I'm anti-white now, so I can no longer wear white socks. But here's what I do. Usually, when you buy those packs that have like different colored socks, you can get sock colors that are complementary to each other. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So, like example, you'll have like a red sock that has like the black heel and the black toe. You know what I mean? Know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then there'll be like in the same pack, there'll be the sock that's like the black sock with the red toe and the red heel. And I usually try to like wear those two complementary color socks together. So I never wear matching socks. I only wear complementary colored socks.
But you are matching them at some level. You're like
I guess you can say that's matching.
You're matching unmatched socks.
Yes, that's true.
I'm talking like I've got a knee high on and like a ankle biter.
Okay, now that's just disgusting. You should be ashamed of yourself.
I just whatever ends up in my hand when I reach in the drawer.
That's just wait. Why are you not? Why do you have your socks? Wait, you have your socks individually in the drawer?
Those are the socks for the day.
Yeah, tie your socks individually in the drawer.
I don't separate the socks out. I wash the socks and I throw them all in one drawer. Why are you laughing? Sitch irons his socks.
No, I just fucking you do your laundry.
Sitch does his laundry and he pulls his socks. His little
you pull your socks.
His little colored socks out. He gets the iron out. He's like, oh,
iron. You don't iron them. You just I don't know if you notice, Adam. You don't know the thing. Like every 5-year-old knows. You take the socks, you hold them in your hand, and then you do the little like maneuver where you like put them in the little like the top part in a ball so they stick together, and then you put them in the drawer. You understand? So then you can just reach in the drawer and you just grab a ball of socks that have already pre-matched for you.
I'm not doing that shit. No, that's not gonna happen.
You just take all the socks. You're like, whatever. You just dump a bunch of random loose socks in your drawer.
Well, look, most of my socks I try to get kind of in the same realm, so it's not too bad.
Yeah.
But every once in a while, I do get like a black, like dress sock.
Yeah, I'm just wandering around. He's got like
a black
knee-high white sock and like a short black sock.
Yeah. Sometimes I get like a short white sock and a black dress sock.
Yeah. Jeez.
And I'm like, whatever.
Chitachi for $2 says Adam washes his socks with his jeans. Is this true?
I don't do that, Chitachi. How dare you?
Okay. I mean, why is that? Why is that a line too far for you? I used to do that
because the socks all end up blue after a while.
Really? I feel like
you got to wash the whites together. So
I feel like when I was younger, my clothes would bleed, and I feel like nowadays I very rarely have my clothes bleed their colors anymore.
Yeah.
Well, also, I mean, they have
maybe
those color catcher things are amazing.
Maybe I should try that. Maybe it's a thing of the past. Maybe they have more color fast dyes now, so I don't.
Well,
really
you can just get the the color catcher papers. You know what I'm talking about?
No.
They have these little paper, they're like little sheets of paper you can put in the washing machine called color catchers. And if the clothes bleed at all, it just absorbs the color in the paper and it doesn't get on your clothes.
Really?
And they work very well.
Fascinating. Yeah. Can I just?
So, I mean, like I use that if there's like something I've never washed before, just to make sure.
Are they special paper? Or can I just throw like a piece of binder
special paper? I don't think you can just take notebook paper and throw it in.
Are you sure?
I'm sure.
Look, I got some copy paper. Maybe I'll
Listen,
just try
how about this?
that.
You can try it. Okay, you can try throwing some copy paper in your washing machine and be surprised when it doesn't come out as just like pulp on the other end. Okay.
Just toss it in there and see what happens.
Right. Okay. Color catcher sounds like something new age nonsense. I thought you were going to say it sounds like something racist. Oh, you put the color catchers in your
color catcher.
Be careful,
out.
Sitch.
This could be clipped out of context. Yeah.
Right. Dill's movie Elephant for 2 hours says in the deleted training scene in TLJ, Luke lies to Rey to prove the Jedi sucks. What? That's insane. There is no training. TLJ is woke. It did create EFAP after all. A-Team would use the Ring of Power for sex, and S-Class would save the world. I mean, that's probably true.
If I time travel to before I got married, am I safe or what? How's that work?
I don't think you're safe.
I feel like that would still be cheating.
Well, it depends. If you go back in time and you're never gonna like go back to your normal time, right? That's cheating.
Well, I feel like my wife would be upset if I never like I'd literally just be ghosting her. Yeah.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
No, that can't happen.
Right. Now, if you go back in time, it's still cheating. Okay.
It is.
Yes. Well, here's a question. What if you go back in time and have sex with a younger version of your wife?
Oh, that's a good idea. Look at that.
Is that cheating?
That's not cheating at all.
Wait a minute. Okay. Here's the weird question. If you go back in time and have sex with a younger version of your wife, are you A, cheating on your wife now, or B, cucking yourself in the past?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. You go back to normal time and you're like, honey, I'm all your ex-boyfriends.
Well, that's different. I mean, what you're saying, like you're like changing your appearance so that you were really all your wife's ex-boyfriend.
Well, I mean, you'd be much older, obviously.
Right. She's gonna know it's you. I'm assuming you don't look that different. Like a completely different
Well, but you could go back before you've met her. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but then when she meets you normally, she's like, what the fuck?
You're going to be like, wow, you're like a young version of my ex-boyfriend.
Yeah, but then what if then she's like, you know what? I didn't really like my ex-boyfriend. So she's like turned off, and then you never get married to your wife, and you've altered the timeline irreparably.
But wait, I would be the ex-boyfriend, so she would love me.
Oh, okay. If she loved you, why did you guys break up?
Because I had to fucking go back. Otherwise, I couldn't time travel back, and she'd never meet her. Yeah, but then you
ghosted her, and then you broke her heart. So then when she sees someone that reminds you of her broken heart ex, she decides not to marry you.
This is fucked up.
I know.
I shouldn't have time traveled.
You cucked yourself.
Yeah.
There you go. Instead of you played yourself, you cucked yourself.
Yeah, you go back, and it's like you're not even married to her anymore.
There you go. Ew, Hayden says he would make his young self watch. Now that's an extreme cuck fetish.
Hayden, how dare you?
That's like a cuck fetish, like on a level of degeneracy I don't even know. So, Doomer, hey Doomer. Doomer in the chat says, I want to switch to the multiverse where Sitch isn't there.
That's
Doomer really wants to go. You know the scene in John Malkovich where everyone's John Malkovich?
Right, yeah.
Including the women?
Right.
That's what Doomer wants. He wants the universe where everyone is Sitch.
Right.
CT for $2 says, question of the day. If you had, I thought the Salox was question of the day, but okay. If you had to get turned into one, would you rather be a fruit or a vegetable, and which? I mean, like pineapple or broccoli. Both Doomer and Dragon Coward thought I meant gay or coma. What kind of fucking question is that, CT? I don't even answer that. Would I rather be a fruit or a vegetable? What is that even? I don't. Who cares? I'm not conscious at that point, right? I'm just dead. Or am I like a cautious fruit or a vegetable?
We got 100 votes, almost 100 votes in our poll. Right. 75% of people pee in the shower. I think that's pretty decisive.
Okay, we're ending this degeneracy poll. Okay.
Why?
Oh, it's degenerate poll. Jeez.
I swear I remembered it correct. When it ran for a long time, it was like 60-40.
I hope not.
We got a lot of shower peers here. You're safe with us, Sitch. You don't have to. Look, you don't need to lie.
Whatever.
You're among friends here, okay?
Answer it. Fine. If I had, I guess I'll be. Listen, I'll be eggplant. I'll be the big dick emoji eggplant. Okay, that's my answer.
What was the question?
If you had to be a fruit or a vegetable, which one would you be?
A fruit or a vegetable?
Yeah.
I mean,
I know it's a very weird fucking question.
I'll be the fruit. Why not?
What fruit?
Pineapple.
Why?
I don't know.
Okay.
Like it's.
I don't know.
Just a cool fruit.
Uh-oh. Why is this not working?
You're a lemon. What? Don't be a lemon.
The problem? Why is this doing this?
You can't get to this, to the Streamlabs?
No, when I go to YouTube.
When you use the watermelon emoji, it doesn't work.
When I go to YouTube.
Yeah.
And I go to YouTube Studios.
Mm-hmm.
And I go to our channel.
Won't let you.
And I go to where the super chats are. I can see the little window that has the super chats, but it only shows the last like 6. And there's a button there that says see all. There's a link there that says see all. And I click it. And when I click it, fucking blank.
Oh.
Nothing there.
Really?
Is it working for you? Because I can't see Sunday super chats.
We got to see the old ones. I forgot.
Yeah.
Let me see here.
Because that's annoying.
SNA super chats.
I've never had to do this before.
Oh, I'm seeing the same thing.
It's just blank?
Yeah. Oh, that's fucking lame.
Why is it doing that then? Supers. View. See all.
All super chats and super sticker activity since live chat replay launched on February. For more results, see YouTube analytics. Actually,
well, the supers weren't from before February, so that's not an issue.
Yeah. All right, you got to restart your computer.
Does who?
I just restarting your computer wouldn't fix this. It's weird that neither one of us can see it.
Yeah, if neither one of us could do it, that means it's on YouTube, then not on our end.
Yeah.
So, what browser are you using?
I am using the Tor browser. No, I'm using the Chrome browser.
Are you logged into YouTube?
No.
On a non-Chrome browser?
I'm not.
Can you log into the YouTube on a non-Chrome browser?
Not easily.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then I guess because I'm on Chrome too. I use Chrome for this YouTube channel, and I use Firefox for other things. My other YouTube channel.
Okay.
Switch.
That's bizarre. Did you do the StreamYards?
Yeah. Could you watch the video and click ahead? I mean, we could. That'd be like insanely tedious to do that. But like go try to like scan like through the entire stream on Sunday and look to see when they like pop up.
I don't think that will work, to be honest with you.
The YouTube super chat blank in YouTube Studio. Maybe someone's talked about this. Go live. YouTube Studio is blank. No, that's not the answer. YouTube Studio shows a blank screen. No. I mean, we both have the same issue. How is there no questions about this?
Well, maybe it's just on our channel.
That would be, well, why would it be on just one channel? That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I don't know.
YouTube Studio Super Chats blank.
I'm going to YouTube Studio on my channel and seeing if
try looking on your other channel.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
It's a good idea.
I'm full of good ideas.
Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Amazing. Okay, here it is. I'm doing the see all on my channel. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Are you ready? Investigator 1 for $10.
So it works. Wait, so it is our channel.
Investigator 1 Quim for $10. December 30th, 2021. On the Y is... Oh, I can't see what it...
Wait, are you using Chrome or a different browser?
I'm using Chrome.
Well, so wait, so why the fuck? What's wrong with our channel? Oh, unless maybe because we're live right now.
I don't know. No, because it would show the super chats. No, we've done this a million times before. Look, sometimes it doesn't appear in the window and you have to.
Yeah, I know. But we haven't had to do it in a long time. Okay.
Right.
Well, okay. There's something at the top of the YouTube channel that says survey. I haven't taken it. So maybe if I take it, this will fix the problem. So let's take the survey together. Okay.
Here's the first question. The survey.
Well, I didn't. First question. How do you identify yourself? Male, female, non-binary, other, prefer not to say.
Non-binary. Come on, it'll help us with our channel.
What if we prefer not to say? That'd be important, right?
Isn't non-binary kind of preferring not to say? I feel like it is.
Well, there's two of us. So we're binary because it's
well, that's true.
What if we just say other?
I think other.
I'm gonna say
other.
I'm gonna say other.
Say pansexual.
That's other.
Okay.
What age describes you? I'll put my age. I'm not gonna put your
75.
Yeah. How many subscribers do you currently have on your YouTube channel? Why you literally you can see this? Why is it asking me this for the survey? I don't understand.
What's it asking?
How many subscribers we have?
Put 2 million.
Okay, I didn't do that. How often do you create and share videos on YouTube? Why is it asking these questions? It literally, I don't understand this.
All the time.
The fuck is this survey? Do you have a Google AdSense account? Gee, I don't know.
Put off.
How many public watch hours do you have on your YouTube channel? I don't fucking know offhand.
A bunch.
Is it more than 50,000 in the past 12 months?
Want me to look it up?
I don't even know what that means. I can't even speculate. What is a normal number for watch time? For what? For a year of watch time.
It's asking for a year?
Yes.
I mean, I can give you the last 28 days.
What's the last 28 days?
It is... Oh, wait, that's views. It is 331,000.
Okay, we're way over 50,000 hours. Okay.
331,000 hours.
How many public shorts do you have on your YouTube channel?
Zip. Zero. Zilch.
Yeah,
nada.
Okay. You currently monetize your YouTube channel? Yes. Why is it asking us these stupid questions? What the fuck? Which of the following best describes your use of music in your videos? We do not use music in our videos.
None. I mean, I'll do a little in our intro.
Doesn't matter. But... Okay. Thank you. Unfortunately, you do not meet the criteria for this study. We'll hope you participate in the future survey.
Oh. I told you to answer non-binary. Damn
Whatever. It. Okay, that's gone. Let's see, did that solve the problem?
Yes. Okay. It totally solved it.
That's the sound of you being sarcastic.
It's the sound of me being hopeful.
It did not solve the problem. Okay. Oh, I don't know. I guess what we're gonna have to do.
Do you want me to just read my super chats from like 2 years ago?
No. This is what we'll do. When the stream ends, I guess I'll check. We'll check when the stream is over and the video is processed. The stream is processed to see if we can see the super chats. If we still can't see the super chats, I guess I will off stream. I don't want to do it on stream. It'll take too long. Off stream, I will go through Sunday's stream and pick out all the supers we didn't read.
Well, I think
so. I'll do it if that's the only way to get to it. I'll do that.
Well, I mean, I'm not opposed to ending the stream and starting up another stream if we can see it. If it's some problem of us just on stream right now.
Yeah, I mean, if we end the stream and immediately we can see them again, I guess we'll just start a new stream.
Right.
If that's the case. There were Streamlabs I didn't read, so let me read that.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's why I was asking about the Streamlabs.
Right. Dr. Diddler for $2 says, sorry, this is too dumb for me. Not funny dumb, mind you, just regular dumb. It's just dumb. I'm out. See you next week. There you go. Diddler couldn't handle the Ethan Just Pearly things together.
A lot of people were saying that in the comments. They were like, oh my God, this is just too dumb. Can't handle it.
Yes.
So, but you know, whatever. I had fun.
Yeah, we had fun. The Love Doctor 69 all day for $2 says, some theorize that the Idiocracy only got a limited release because it negatively portrayed many of the corporations present through the film and that lawyers attempted to suppress it. Terry Crews has said this. Oh, that's an interesting idea. Maybe. You're saying that they didn't like, you're saying Carl's Jr. didn't like the portrayal of Carl's Jr. in Idiocracy.
Oh, wow.
Remember that?
Yeah,
Carl's
totally.
Jr. Was it like Carl's Jr. says, fuck you? Was it? There was Carl's Jr. and Costco, I think. And no, the energy drink was Brondo. That was a made-up company.
But there was Carl's Jr. in there.
There was Carl's Jr. Yeah, I remember Carl's Jr. CT for $2 says, in terms of murder, I had a friend talk about it. He said when you kill someone, if you're lucky, it'll haunt you for the rest of your life. And if you're unlucky, you won't feel anything at all. That one stuck with me. I mean, I don't agree. Why would you don't want the haunt you for it. Listen, if you're lucky, you're like, got away with that shit. Easy.
Oh, that's horrible.
You're unlucky if every night you're like, oh my God, I killed this person. That's unlucky. I think I got backwards, CT. CT for $2 says, you guys are missing the most obvious reason women want big, strong boys. If there's a zombie outbreak, I want a man who can swing a bat full of nails. I don't want a liability complaining his feet hurt and he needs insoles. There you go. CT says no. CT won't date anyone with flat feet. That's her criteria. But like the military in the days of old, flat feet may not apply. Sodoge for $2 says, okay, so it's fine. Here's my new principled voting rules. And no way do I benefit. Every year, we host a bingo tournament, and only the winners can submit their pets into a game of fetch. And whatever balls they fetch counts as votes. That's a good strategy. I like that. That's what we should do. That's what we should do. Sodoge for $2 says, I'm more inclined to agree with Adam on the draft, but only because I don't want some conscientious objectors to frag me in my tent. I'm totally willing to admit that's totally self-serving. Therefore, I say we go back to the Spartan way.
Yeah, somebody mentioned that conscripts are really bad soldiers and that nobody wants to fight with them. So someone said that in the comments, and I thought, yeah, that's pretty
It doesn't
realistic.
matter. When you need bodies, you need bodies.
Yeah, you just use them for cannon fodder, right? They're human shields.
I mean, no, listen, we've had, I'm pretty sure in America, we've had conscripts for almost, all the past wars. We had it in World War II. I don't know if we had it in World War One. We had with Vietnam. We had with Korea.
Yeah, but we realized slavery was not a good way to run an economy because it was inefficient.
No, Adam. No.
How is this different than slavery?
You think we stopped doing conscripts because we realized it was bad?
Well, if we realize that it is the equivalent of slavery, it's just not as efficient.
That's not why they did it. They did it because the political ramifications of the draft in Vietnam were so powerful that they've been afraid to do another draft.
Are you not listening? Are you not hearing that I'm saying?
I am hearing. I'm denying what you're saying.
In reality, in reality,
right,
it is just far less efficient. It seems
of course,
like,
hypothetically, that was the case, right? I don't think that is the case.
I know that you're saying that, but they said the same thing about slavery. They're like, oh my God, slavery's so efficient. We got all this free labor.
Okay.
But then they realized, oh, well, all that free labor is like breaking their tools and not really working very hard.
If there's some war that America's has to be part of and they need a lot of bodies, they're going to start the draft up again. I don't know what to tell you. They're not going to make an argument like, well, it's less efficient. No, they're going to need bodies. I think you're being idealistic. I'll tell you.
Look, there is a truth value here.
Yeah.
And A-Team is Team Truth. Okay. So, but you're not really answering whether or not it's true. Or you're just saying, my gut tells me it's not true.
But wait, your position is based on your gut too. You don't have evidence that
I do.
What's the evidence?
The evidence
don't bring up
is
slavery. It has nothing to do with it.
That is the evidence.
No, it's not. You can't compare slavery to being fucking drafted. What the fuck?
It's the same thing going on.
No, it's not the same. Jesus Christ.
Slavery was not efficient because slaves were bitter about being slaves and not wanting to work hard.
Is not comparable.
People who are motivated to be in the military will work harder than people who are conscripted.
I don't
Do you disagree
with
okay,
that.
so you agree. What are we even arguing about?
Oh my God.
Will people who are motivated to be someplace work harder and be more efficient than people who are there against their will?
Can't wake up. Wake me up inside. Can't wake up. Save me from the pain.
Can't believe we can't see the fucking super chats. This is bullshit. So pissed off right now. I'm gonna go to Chat GPT and ask if it can see the super chats.
Ask Chat GPT how to see our super chats when you're blank. It's a good thing.
I don't think that's gonna be very fruitful.
Okay.
It says see all, and I click it.
And there's just nothing there.
I don't even have any like ad blocker or anything.
Right.
Let me reload the page.
There you go. Butter says Afghanistan, we didn't have a draft, and look how it turned out. True. There you go. Proven wrong. Okay. Where was Toto for $2 says, because you're taking away my free will and forcing me to listen to this very painful conversation with without two people equipped to have it, I'm going to be especially caustic. You totally don't assume there's an S at the end of my chats. Love you. There you go. Soldos for $2 says, Sitch, women may have more skin in the game, but do they have foreskin in the game? It's a good question. Adam, do orphanage headmasters get 30 votes? Abortion should be banned, but the mother can hunt the child for sport on a game show for all. I like that. These are good things. Except for the orphanage headmaster getting 30 votes. I disagree with that. But...
I don't think so. Doesn't sound like a good game show to me.
Right. Ethan cruel. Klein for $2 says, I was really given a run for my money with Pearl. I think I triumphed in the battle of wits, but only just. I say I have proven myself worthy of the title intellectual. Well, thank you, Ethan. I'm glad you supporting our channel and liked our coverage of your debate.
Hell yeah.
Uh-oh. It's a horse-sized cuck for $2. Says Sitch, can Sitch defeat me in a fight? Listen, not only can I easily defeat a horse-sized cuck in a fight, but after I defeat the horse-sized cuck, I'm going to fuck his wife.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
There you go. Take that.
What is his wife horse size?
Maybe. That's a good question. I'll fuck his horse-sized wife. There you go. The big woman. Okay.
Is it horse-sized or horse?
Horse-sized.
Okay.
She's like an Amazon.
Okay. Gotcha.
Get the snoo.
The snoo. That's
CT for $2 says, hear me out. Instead of paying for prisoners, we set them loose on the island, install cameras, make it a reality show. The audience gets to vote to kill a person every week. Winner gets his freedom. It's a win for everyone. That's a great idea. It's a fantastic idea. They had that, CT. The movie called Running Man.
I love that movie.
You know what? Growing up, I love that movie. Last time I saw it, I'm like, this movie way more dated than I remember.
Richard Dawson and
Arnold
Schwarzenegger.
Yeah. You know, I'm kind of shocked that they haven't tried to remake Running Man. Doesn't that movie seem right?
Oh yes, that movie remake? Should be remade. Yeah. Put all kinds of social justice themes in that one.
You're right. They would make it woke as fuck. Well, here's the problem. If they remade it, they'd have to remake it with the funniness still part of it. I don't think they would. I think they just make it like dark and gritty.
Dark and serious.
Yes, they wouldn't make it like funny or fun like the original was.
This movie is a metaphor for capitalism.
And it was funny too, because like in the original Running Man, they had Richard Dawson, who was the host of
Family Feud.
Family Feud for so many years. Yeah. See, now they could do it, and they could get what's his name, who does Family Feud. Harvey, what's his name? Lee Harvey Oswald. You get Lee Harvey Oswald to do Running Man. Adam is not helpful.
I'm looking at my DMs.
Steve
sorry.
Harvey is the guy.
Oh yeah.
For Family
Steve
Feud.
Harvey would be the new guy.
Yeah, you get Steve Harvey to do it.
But
I mean,
Richard Dawson was a dick, and you'd have a black guy being a dick.
Yeah, it'd be great. Well, actually, no. The ideal thing would have, we can't do it anymore, obviously. The ideal thing would have been to remake Running Man when Bob Barker was still alive, have him do it. He would play that role. Great.
Oh yeah.
Actual retail price.
I think Bob Barker is dead though, to be honest.
I know. I said when he was alive.
Well, I was like, does he know Bob
When
Barker?
he was alive and, in good health enough to do it, that would have been great for him to do Running Man.
Does he know Bob Barker has passed away?
I'm aware that Bob Barker is dead. Didn't he like basically do it till he like died?
Maybe. No, he didn't. He didn't do Price is Right till he died.
Bob Barker.
The other guy took over Price is Right. The glasses guy.
Yeah, Drew Carey.
Yeah, Drew Carey, that's it.
Bob Barker, when did he die? What year? He died. Oh my God, why is it? It's talking about his fucking wife. When did he die? Jesus Christ. This is like retarded, internet. Wait, is he still alive?
You can't log in on the Firefox browser into our channel and then just like...
Wait, are we... Wait.
Give it a look.
Wait a minute. Bro.
What?
Okay. Adam, I don't know how to tell you this. Me and you
Drew Carey's
entered an alternate dimension.
Where Bob Barker's not dead?
Yes.
No way.
We're in some kind of fucking Bearstein universe where Bob Barker's still alive.
Really?
Yes.
Who died then?
I don't know. Well, it's someone else. Bob Barker is not dead in this universe, Adam. I don't know how to tell you this.
We've
moved into a fucking new...
Okay, dude, he's 99 years old.
We've moved into an alternate Bearstein universe where Bob Barker is still alive. Okay, I very, very clearly remember the day that Bob Barker died, and everyone on the internet talking about, oh my God, Bob Barker died.
Bob Barker is still alive and is 99 years old.
This is proof.
Good for you.
This is another Bearstein universe switch, okay? Bob Barker is still alive, everybody. If you remember him being dead, you're all in a new universe with me, okay? Me and Adam.
Is Richard Dawson still alive? Maybe we'll.
No, I know. I'm not thinking of Alex Trebek. I remember when Alex Trebek died. But the price is wrong.
Richard Dawson. He's got to be alive still.
Richard Dawson is dead. This guy's got to be like 1,000 by now.
Richard Dawson.
Let me make sure Alex Trebek is still dead.
Yeah, watch out.
You gotta make sure.
They're switching people up on us now.
Switching people up. Okay, good. He's still dead. So that's still part of the... We're still in that universe. So
Dawson died in 2012 at 79.
Mm.
Okay, so he can't be...
He lasts a long time.
He can't be in the remake then.
No.
Bob Barker's all us, though.
And Bob Barker's too... So in this universe, now that Bob Barker's still alive, he's still probably too old. He stopped doing Price is Right in... What is it where it says... It said he stopped doing Price is Right in 2007, but then it said he did something until 2017.
You told me he did it up until the day he died.
I thought he did. Well, listen, in my universe, in my original universe, Bob Barker was the host of Price is Right until the day he died. Okay. I can't be held accountable for universe shifting.
Nobody send this live stream to Bob Barker, okay? I feel awful.
I don't feel awful. That's not. Listen. Okay.
I'm listening. Are we gonna shut it down and try to restart it up or what?
Oh, let me just finish the Streamlabs. Magor for $2 says, I think every woman should marry a programmer, have 2 to 4 kids before turning 30, then start a lucrative career as a project manager so that her husband can start a part-time toy company while teaching the kids to build robots.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Good plan. Dudums for $2 says, I assume most porn sites operate like other video sites, using algorithms to serve the most popular content on the homepage. That would help explain the big swings in top searches. Searches could be the biggest niche topics. That's a good point.
Yeah, people in the comments were speculating that they got rid of the teen hashtag.
On Pornhub?
Yeah.
There's one way to find out.
Go search teen.
Pornhub.
No wonder you can't open the super chats.
There you go. Categories. No, right there. Categories. Teen. Still there. Category. What the fuck? It's like loading all fucky. Yeah, no, it's right there. Mature, teen, MILF, amateur, ebony, threesome. It's still there. It's still there, everybody.
Good for you.
Dotums for $2 says, open marriage feels like an oxymoron to me. If I was looking for a non-committal relationship, I don't know that vows for life and a legal contract are how I would structure them. A fair point. Let's see. Fresh. Sure. Matthew Newman for $2 New Zealand says, teeth S helps remember when ADD while conditioner. The fuck does that mean? Are you saying that you brush your teeth while doing your conditioner?
Oh, that's a good idea.
To help you remember?
That's a great idea, actually.
Okay.
That's genius.
CT for $2 Canadian says, chat gets it, Sitch. You're a lemon with a yarmulke. That's fucking offensive. I hate you all.
That is totally offensive.
Jesus.
That's like anti-Semitic.
Am I going to be a lemon? What the fuck am I going to be a lemon?
Lemon.
It's just Abby for 10 Aussie bucks says, doing things the Spartan way. Cool. America can have 2 kings, 1 Democrat, 1 Republican, mandatory public education, and citizenship only for veterans. There you go. Okay, so I guess this is what we'll do. We'll turn off the stream. We'll do our goodbyes in case we never see you guys ever again. And by never, I mean not until next Sunday. And we'll see if we can see the super chats. If we can, we'll start up a new stream, and you are all welcome to watch and join it. If you wait a couple minutes and no stream starts, then I guess that means we'll have to do the super chats next Sunday or next Tuesday. So, anyways, in case we don't see you in the next 5 minutes, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations today. Oh my God. All of you gave so much money, especially our surrogate father, J-Mac, and our surrogate uncle, Mystery Guest, and our other surrogate uncle, Mark Twain's Revenge. Thank you so much for your incredibly generous donations today. And thank you who made it to the... Oh, first of all, thank you, Vito, for coming on, having a conversation with us. Even though a lot of people in our chat hated your guts with the passion, unbridled passion of 1,000 burning suns, I still like you, Vito. I thought we had an interesting conversation. So thanks for coming on. And thank you for making it to the end of the stream. In case we don't see you in the next 5 minutes, thank you all for coming. You are the true free will seekers. You are the true free will heroes to make it to the end of the stream. And we'll see you all in 5 minutes or next Sunday.
Bye-bye.
Can you not do creepy? I'm not pressed. Wait. I don't like the trend.
Bye-bye.
No, stop. I don't like this trend of the creepy bye-byes.
Bye-bye.
Okay? No, you need to do an old-fashioned, non-creepy Adam goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Stop it. It's worse. Everyone is worse.
Bye-bye.
Give us a normal bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
There it is. Perfect.